Yes, indeed. We are back. Please drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear my voice, so I could know that you guys are hearing me. I see Kevin Carre is already in the chat saying ready for this show. He also reminds you guys to please like, share, comment, and subscribe. Help the channel to grow. I'm going to drop the link for those who want to join. Okay, Kevin Carre hit 1. So I know I'm being heard. I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. I'm dropping the link now for those who want to join the panel tonight. The Learning Curve is also saying greetings, fam. Greetings to the revolutionary matron from the Learning Curve podcast. What are we doing tonight? That is why I'm here right now. I'm here right now to let you guys know what we're going to be discussing tonight. Tonight, we're going to be discussing Mary Miller. Should she run for the next U.S. vice president? She was the white so-and-such that was out there at a Trump rally talking about white genetic survival this past week. We're going to ask the question and try to answer it. Can other races of people be Pan-African? We're going to ask the question, who is Francia Marquez? We're going to talk about confidence, how to be confident in any situation. We're going to talk about buying and building globally. Shout out to Afro Think Tank, by the way. We're going to discuss this question of, does a stepdaddy and a baby daddy have the same responsibility toward a baby mama? You guys probably know what I'm talking about. Hashtag McDonald's. We're going to be talking about strong body and strong mind, the importance of having a mind-body discipline in the Black community. We're going to talk about antisocial disorders and mental illnesses within our community. We're going to ask the question and try to answer, are Blacks genetically superior? And we're going to look at 5 reasons, although I think the video is 15 reasons, but either way, we're going to look at the reasons why Jews are richer. I hope you guys are excited by those topics. This should be a good one tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank all of you who are going to be here. And right now, we're going to start the intro for the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So I'll see you guys on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. Let me welcome in my panelists who have arrived so far. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
Respect to you, Koku. Respect to my good brothers on the panel in the chat and sisters. Just a warning, I'm bibbing tonight, so if I get slurry, y'all know what it is.
I got you. I bibbing already too, so don't worry. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
Greetings. Same thing. Greetings to the panel. Greetings to you, Mr. Untouchable. It's a great day, man. It's a beautiful life. That's all I can say.
Yeah, life is beautiful. In the words of Asha, life is beautiful. I see we got Jay in the chat saying, "Hey, fam, what's good?" Jay, it's good to see you, man. I hope everything got sorted out with your internet stuff. Let's go to. Oh yeah, before I start, actually, let me just put this out there. We have some news coming. I'm not gonna drop it quite yet, but we have some news coming for some new shows that are coming to the network. I look forward to dropping that information maybe next week after we do some house stuff, some in-house stuff. But also, we're trying to get the KWAZ Radio website rolling again, and especially in light of these new shows that are coming. And so if you know someone who I can hire, a black person preferably, I don't want to go on Fiverr and pay some Pakistani. Black person, positive, conscious person who understands I'm working with a meager budget, but a budget all the same, who could help get the website up, get it to the point where we can make sure that all the shows are on the podcast apps, so that folks could podcast from KWAZ Radio and check out all the shows each week. If you or someone you know can do that type of stuff, hit me up. You see the email is bitter.medicine.podcast@gmail.com. Hit me up and let's do some stuff. Also, lastly, if you or anyone you know is really adept at using Reddit for promotion, I'd like to have someone to either show me how to do it well, or if it's a hire type situation, I don't mind hiring someone for that as well. So let me know about those two things. The website is first, Reddit is second. Let me welcome in Jay before I drop Shoot the Breeze topic number one. Jay, how are you this week?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'm good. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for having me again.
No problem. Go ahead. Jay, you want to add something else?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. All right. So Shoot the Breeze topic number one tonight is: should Mary Miller run for the next U.S. vice president, since she unapologetically only supports white genetic survival? If you're not sure what I'm talking about, this came with a link. Let me set it up and share it with you guys. 1 second here. Okay. Let me share it with you guys. And after we watch this little video here with one Mary Miller, we'll discuss it on the other side.
Then this Tuesday, you need to cast your vote for a truly wonderful person, Mary Miller, respected by everybody. Mary, come on up. Come on up.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, President Trump. It's such an honor to be able to welcome you to God's country. I'm in front of this massive crowd that loves you. I'm so honored to have your endorsement. President Trump, On behalf of all the MAGA patriots in America, I want to thank you for the historic victory for life in the Supreme Court yesterday. Our victories for life and the Second Amendment would never have been possible if the never Trump rhinos had gotten their way.
Yeah, Mary Miller, everybody. Kevin Conrad, did you see this story during the week?
Yeah, I saw it, but I was too busy building. But what really do we have to? What power do we? I'm sorry, I'm kind of the same thing too going on. What power do we really have? We're fighting. We have to fight people amongst ourselves just to get unified again. But as I said, what can I do? She's just talking the truth at this point for her people. What can I say?
Kevin Conrad, we have a word for that called kapunkle up, man. Like you all kapunkle up. Jay, did you get this bit of news out where you were?
I'm the abortion the abortion law
abortion and Mary Miller Mary Miller talking about
this Mary Miller. No man, I'm shocked. No, not shocked, but I'm surprised anyway to hear and see this. We don't see Trump here on in the media, because the media is how you call it. The media is rainbow in here. I guess homosexuals rule in media anywhere.
Right.
because they are attention hungry. So they choose those types of jobs or functions. So we don't see Trump in the media in here, and so we miss those kind of I'm lost for words to be honest. so maybe I'm shocked.
Yeah, she said it's a historic victory for white life.
For white life, right? Yeah, I'm wow. In social media, I'm trying to tell our people that white supremacy is on. The Ubermensch is back. I've been trying to hashtag the Ubermensch is back the past week.
Mm-hmm.
But this is so obvious. Yeah, yes, the Ubermensch is back. That's it.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, if you really listen to that speech, she talked about two things. She talked about life and death, and all in a phrase. She talked about the Second Amendment. I have to do with guns. That's death. And then she talked about white life. So if you promoting white life and you fundamentally behind, the guns, what are you really saying for the rest of the people who have to live in America? Needless to say, there was this book by this guy named Kenneth O'Reilly. He wrote this book called Nixon's Piano. And Nixon's Piano historically went back to the founding fathers, straight on up to, I believe, Obama or Clinton, one of the two, of the thoughts and opinions and ideas, that the presidents had in mind for America and their issues as far as the social hemisphere of the country, where it should go, blacks and all these other things. And he went to the different quotes of what various presidents would have said pertaining to us, themselves, and the country at large. And Mary Miller is really, for me, she just is carrying on the tradition of their beliefs and ideas of what America is. She's promoting white life. She's a white nationalist. I'm not mad at her. She just promoting white nationalism. I'm a black nationalist. Why should I be mad at her? I don't have a false idea of this melting pot of what my neighbors to the north think about us, and even my brothers and sisters within that country. So she just promoting white nationalism. You know, I don't have a problem with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you know, last week when we talked about this Roe v. Wade stuff, there is a I mentioned this white lady who a lot of black folks tend to flip out over, who was talking about this stuff. Let me see if I could grab that real quick. She was talking about this guy. I forgot the Jewish guy name, but a Jewish guy proposed this stuff. Let me see if this is the link here. Bear with me a second, guys. Let me just make sure this is the link.
People live. You need to realize that there are more children attending segregated schools in the United States today than there were previous to Brown versus Board of Education. And that's a fact. You need to realize that it is not the intent of white people to let this situation change in favor of anyone but themselves. And right now, white people are really frightened. If you don't understand the destruction of Planned Parenthood offices, and you don't understand the wall that we're going to build on the southern border of the United States, you haven't read the book, The Birth Dearth by Ben Wattenberg. Ben Wattenberg was a brilliant Jewish man who was a member of the American Enterprise Institute. And he wrote a book, the first paragraph of which says, the main problem confronting the United States today is there aren't enough white babies being born in this country. He was an advisor to presidents of the United States. He wrote the book in 1987. He says if we don't change this and change it rapidly, white people will lose their numerical majority in this country, and this will no longer be a white man's land. Now, I'm not misrepresenting this. I'm telling you almost exactly what he says. He says there are 3 things we can do to solve this. Number 1, we could pay women to have babies, as they have been doing in Western European nations for years. Then he says, and these are his words, not mine, unfortunately, we would have to pay women of all colors to have babies, so we don't want to do that. He says the second thing we could do is increase the number of legal immigrants that are allowed into this country every year. Then once again, he says, unfortunately, the vast majority of those wanting to come to this country today are people of color, so we don't want to do that. The third thing he says, and women had better pay attention to this, 60% of the fetuses that are aborted every year are white. If we could keep that 60% alive, that would solve our birth dearth. Does that sound like racism to you? And if
So yeah, I'm gonna post a link for that video for those who might want to check out the full 10-minute clip. But that's the thinking, and it wasn't lost on me either. I don't know about you guys. It wasn't lost on me that as a Jew who was pushing that too. By the way,
What also is fascinating about that, what I feel that she got wrong, is the immigration issue.
Yes.
You know, because America will import European immigrants to shore down their numbers. And what's interesting is you have some black nativist groups who, you know, talk ill in respect to black immigration or immigrants, but they say nothing about white immigration. You know what I mean? And how the white supremacists in America, or let me not say that, the white folks in America are ensuring their numbers or fortifying their numbers, but they talk down on the alternative as far as the black immigration coming into the country. These are black groups or so-called black groups. I call them black white supremacist groups, but that's a whole other matter.
In the chat, Lero is here saying peace, loved ones. The learning curve is here saying, I wonder how those token Negroes feel about her statement, talking about Mary Miller. Daily Affirmations by Paulina says, since good evening. The learning curve, that's the revolutionary matron, says greetings to the chat. KW Don 7 says, Vice President for who? Crotch grab? We are not sure if Trump will run again. That's true. And this New York stuff, I kind of fell off of it recently, but these court proceedings with Trump might prevent him from being able to run again anyway. The learning curve says white is an inclusive designation to the exclusion of black. Kevin Conway seems to have dropped the PDF for the book Birth Dearth, and I will drop the link right here for those. Actually, I think I dropped it before. For those who want to you want to check out the rest of that clip. Black folks tend to love to hear this white woman here talk. But just to clarify, she didn't get it wrong. The Jewish guy who wrote the 3 things got it wrong about immigration, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, the Jewish guy that was one of his 3 things.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, but even further in that book, I think he might have even gotten it right in terms of if you could prioritize European immigration. Remember Trump when Trump said that statement about shithole countries?
Sure.
Yeah.
And he said that we need to get some people in here he said, I can't remember
from Finland or something like that.
From Finland and those northern
Scandinavia, yeah.
No, he said specifically Norway.
Norway, yeah.
Yeah, so he's he's in with the team as far as fortifying the numbers. Mm-hmm. It's just unfortunately our team is on team let's build a bridge and not let anyone else in. But
yeah,
we'll see how that works out.
Yeah. If there's any other last words you guys want to add, you could do so now as I pull up Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. If not, let me drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. If anyone who's listening, if you want to join the discussion as a panelist, by all means, click the link in the chat and join us. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is, can other races of people be Pan-African? And I really want to hear from you guys in the chat on this one. This one you could answer without seeing any video yet. But I'm going to play the video that comes with it. We'll talk about it after.
To me, shouldn't necessarily even involve white people. White people were the oppressors. They were the thieves. I sit here as a white person, like every other white person in this country, and I enjoy the benefits daily of land theft and of what's happened previously. So the fact that black people are actually even asking for our opinion in returning land is, I said, a sign of their humanity. What we see counterbalancing that is a lack of inhumanity amongst white people to even acknowledge their role in this, to take culpability, to look at their lives and say, every day I sit here, I benefit, I'm a child of privilege. And I always will be. That they look upon black poverty as if it's something divorced from them, rather than as a direct creation of their own activity. And as you've seen, I've had an outrage from Twitter, which doesn't worry me at all. I find it just a confirmation once again that white people are not prepared to make any adjustments in their lives. And perhaps black people should stop putting their faith in white people, that they're going to change anything.
Thank you for watching False Camera Action. Before
All right, there was a lot of Christianity in that, but I do like a lot of the quotes that they pulled in there. I didn't like the Jane Elliott quote of we need a colorblind society. That kind of covers up the issue. Jay, what say you to what you just saw and to the prompt, which is, can other races of people be Pan-African?
Yeah, they can serve black people. They can live in a black superior world, but to be part of it, of course not. No.
So Jay, do you believe in the white ally?
No. I believe in white existence. They exist, you know. That's what I believe in. I mean, I see them. I interact with them in life if I have to.
Right.
But can they be Pan-African? No. I think it's nonsense to bring up that everybody comes from the African continent, because in those days, if you believe in evolution, in those days we were closer to monkeys than what we are now. So why bring up that everybody comes from the African continent? No. So no, only we can be Pan African. The people that are called African nowadays can only those can be Pan African. And to be honest, I have at least one grandparent that is white, the father of my mother, and I don't count myself in. I rather count myself in as a helper. I am a helper of the black race, because I'm not 100% black anymore. But a white person, no.
I feel you on that, Jay. In the chat, the Pro Black Perspective says he's here. Let me just drop the link again. For anyone who wants to join the panel tonight. Lero says, Jay got me weak with, quote, I believe in white existence. Laughing my ass off. Afro Native World is here. Afro Native World says, Kwame Ture said Fidel Castro was one of the greatest Pan-Africanists. Gaddafi is also revered as one of the greatest Pan-Africanists. This isn't my position, but many self-identified Pan-Africanists make these statements. Yeah, a lot of people rate Gaddafi and stuff like that highly. Ultimately, Gaddafi, I mean, he did some good things on the continent, I guess, through his religion. What's that, Jonkanu or something outside? Hold on a second. Yeah, man's and them making a bunch of noise. But he was ultimately really an opportunist, Islamic opportunist. Lero says, you can support the endeavor, I guess, of some like revolutionary sentiment, but it's irrelevant to me. The forecast is here. The forecast says, a wise brother I know said they are more Pan-African than we are because they see us as one big Negro. You guys could probably hear these Negroes outside busting firecrackers for 4th of July. It's just embarrassing. Let me welcome in Oni to the chat. Oni, how are you this week?
Well, we know that's your firecrackers. Why are you trying to blame?
That's me. That's me with a sparkly in my hand in the background.
Yo, you see the Negroes like, yeah, we see you. Nothing. I'm good. I don't know if you know, there's the International African Arts Festival going on this weekend.
Oh, right. Damn it. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Oni, can I ask you real quick? Did they charge you to go this weekend?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to I was finna not go because they was talking about 15, but it was just 5.
Okay. Yeah, because they're on that thing trying to be like Afropunk, charging you all this big money.
Yeah, I thought it was. I was almost, but like I went to the website and they were like, it's $5. Like I think they realized ain't nobody showing up for no 15 or 60 or whatever they were trying to charge. But yeah, it was. I mean, I went through. It was alright,
Okay, I forgot again. Damn it.
Well, it's for another 2 days.
Yeah, I know. I maybe I might go there tomorrow.
My legs are tired from being there, but
okay.
Yeah, it was a long. But yeah, I was gonna remind you, but I just
Yeah, I forgot. But while you're here, Oni, since you're with us, I guess you saw the video that I played, and the prompt says, "Can other races of people be Pan-African?" What say you to that?
Yeah, I missed that. I missed the prompt. I low-key missed it. What I could say is, I think somebody said that Dr. Clark was talking about how. Man, put the sparkler down, man. Not joking. Yeah, Dr. Clark was saying that other races of people was more Pan-African than us, because they can get together. But like again, like it's like to misunderstand what Pan-Africanism is, So one thing I noticed being at that event was that this environment here is very Pan-Africanist, just like I think the effects that America does too, because. Like low key, they started playing Electric Slide, and I was like, "We're gonna run to this dance floor." You know what I mean? And like everybody, you see the Muslim lady, at the, the nation. I don't know if she was nation or not, but she seemed like she was the security for some reason. But yeah, she doing the electric slide. Everybody just jumping in, and other people joining in on our movement. Like that only works when you got a really tiny movement. You know what I mean? Like if you like 5 people meet in the room, the 6th person might be some white boy, sure, or not white boy, but like some Arab or some shit, right? But like if we talking about mass nationalism, right? Like it's got to be just for us, and whether or not there's these other people amidst that, maybe they're like 1%, maybe they're 0.5%, and it's like who's sweating them? Like why are we so worried about the other people? Like nobody, like realistically, it's like these white boys. They're like, they probably sat around in 1778 or whatever, talking about can a black person be American, right? And it's like they're like, yeah, maybe whoever, Clarence Thomas, right? Maybe Uncle Thomas could be American. Who knows? But like realistically speaking, they're not like they know it's a white identity. They know it. Like they knew it. It's like nobody cares. Like we just have to focus on what it is that we are bringing, what it is that we want to do, and then we just do that. Like who cares about these other people? Like when black folk care about these other people so much, it's embarrassing because nobody else cares about us this much.
I feel you on that. Just so you guys know, I'm muting my mic in between, while y'all are speaking, so that you don't have to hear all this firecracker noise in the back. Kevin Carey, what say you to this?
I can just quote. I can quote a scene, and you'll get my point. When Malcolm X was walking in Columbia University, and that white liberal girl talking about, hey, how can my people not come and help you? What can we do? He says nothing, and has kept right on moving.
Yep,
that's where I am.
Yep. These guys. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Yeah, I think I think that other races of people can be Pan-African, no doubt about it. And the reason why I say that is, if you think back in the 1940s, the Western powers, so-called Western powers, they took black people from the United States, from the Caribbean, from France, and they put them in European wars all over the world to fight against Hitler. It was for a pan-European cause. And many people are proud of that. We have many people who are proud to be Anglophiles in the Caribbean. Very proud. If you can't even mention the Queen or the Crown in a bad or disparaging way without them get very offended by it. Very offended. You have some people, it ain't even the 4th of July yet, and they pop in they pop in fireworks on behalf of the Europeans that came to the Western Hemisphere and murdered and killed and did whatever they need to do to become not only Pan-African but a nationalist. And people will fight for that cause. Black-faced people will fight for that cause, even though their ancestors were at the bottom of their ships. They fighting for their causes and they celebrate their causes. So they proudly wear these badges of honor. So when I look at in the opposite direction, as far as what people have done, like the guy was mentioning, Fidel Castro, he sent a significant portion of the black population in Cuba to Angola to fight against the Boers. You know what I mean? To me, that's the level of Pan-Africanism, because the people who fought in the war was black, had black faces from Cuba, just like the Angolans themselves. And he had the idea to do that. You look at people like Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh was a Garveyite. Ho Chi Minh was a Garvey, and he took a lot of his ideas back to Vietnam. You know what I mean? So I don't, my personal belief is, I think that for me, it goes beyond, a little bit beyond skin, and it goes into ideologies, because it's what you identify with, ideologically, for me. You know what I mean? And some people are willing to give up their lives for this idea of to be an Anglophile, that British crown. They was willing to give up their lives for that. Some people will give up their lives for Americanism. And John Brown give up his life for a black cause. You know what I mean? So for me, it goes beyond skin color. As far as Garveyism, for me, it's a little bit more vanguardish. I clad it close right on Garvey. But as far as Pan-Africanism and the goal of Pan-Africanism, which means for me, you know, the unification and the working together of people from black people from all over the world, I think that there are other people who will be willing to assist with that, you know, and greatly, you know. So I don't know. I take a different view because I'm trying to look at the scope in an objective way. And if I was to have a nation state, or we used to have a Pan-African nation state, I would not necessarily say that I'm banning other racial groups from out of my country because they could assist in the building of my country as opposed to not allowing these people to come in. Now, if as long as they, just like when people coming from all over the world, you know what I mean, they have to have this idea of Americanism to work within America. So if you come into my country or my continent, you have to work with me for my specific goal and aims and objectives. So I look at it a little bit differently, you know, for me.
Oh wait, let me say this though. By the way, Mr. Untouchable, you know, I met Hassan Watep randomly. He was actually there. Isn't that crazy?
I couldn't hear you, bro. You sound like you're in the bathroom, bro. You have another mic?
Wait, I got another mic. Hold on. Right now, is it better?
Oh, it sounds like, I don't know. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said I met Hassan Watep. I know you sometimes watch his stuff, so I was.
Oh yeah, man. He's a good dude, man. I like him, man. You met him?
Yeah, I was hearing that. Yeah, he was just sitting down.
Awesome. Very bright dude. Very bright dude.
Yeah, good people.
Yeah, I was, while Mr. Untouchable was speaking, I was trying to find this tweet that came to mind. Let me see. I think I found it here. This what's his brother name again? On Twitter he goes by Scully City, but he has another name on YouTube. I can't remember right now. He says, just to keep people from going full out crazy, but I would simply never at any cost allow my source of livelihood and power to ever be taken from me. When I look at the situation of Africa from this angle, I'm more inclined to believe we are not going to rise without a real cost. Now, why am I bringing that up? I'm bringing that up to say, me personally, I don't think we can really build and get to where we got to get to with other folks up in the mix. I kind of have the Gaviite mindset of, you got to get these other people out of the mix and do this yourself, else these other people will sabotage you. Why? For what Scully City is saying here. It's like these people understand where their power is coming from. They might disagree with some of the tactics and stuff that the people are putting down, but you know, for the most part, but these folks understand that their whiteness is based on their power, and their power is based on exactly what your boy is saying on the screen right here. And so me personally, I have a distrust of others. I'm not saying that we must only take in the people that look like us. I do believe it has to be on something deeper, like ideologies, etc. But I'm not trustful of others in terms of being Pan-African. That's just me. Does anyone have anything else they want to say to that?
Yeah,
there was a movie called Gandhi. I don't like Gandhi at all, but I remember since I was a kid. There was a scene where he was with this white boy, and he was helping him along the way. So when Gandhi finally got to that certain goal, he goes, "Oh, sorry, man. This is only for what the Indians can do. You can't. This is where you stop. We separate from here."
Right. Even in this video, and I'm going to go to Only next. Even in this video that we watched, there's a cartoon that was a meme there where the black kid gives the white boy a boost up to a certain high place, and after the white boy gets up there, he's like, "Nah, you got to stay down there." You know, like, I don't trust these folks at all. But Oni, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to say one of the things is, I think I wrote it in one of my books about the science of allies or something, right? But like the reality is that you cannot ally with a stronger person, because when you ally with stronger people, they're going to control you. So, like Mr. Untouchable was talking about Cuba sending its soldiers or whatever, right? Um, like Cuba probably can do that, and you might not really suspect much. But the reality is this: that if there's like a Chinese push for Pan Africanism, right, or there's a Russian push for Pan Africanism, or even there's an American like state-backed push for Pan Africanism, there's something else going on, you know. Uh, and so realistically, that's one of the issues with us as a people is that we're seeking alliances before we actually develop the power to actually have meaningful alliances. Because no matter what, it's like what happened to that lady. I one time did this on the Enemies Within, when this woman and like has this white ally thing, right? Or I think the program was called No White Allies or something like that, something stupid, a stupid name like that. But the person controlling the finances was a white woman, and because she was in that position already, she was able to push this black woman out of the organization that the black woman allegedly founded. And that's really what it comes to. It's like if you are seeking allies from the jump before you even have yourself together, you are just going to be used. And I think you guys talked about that last week with the like with the lady in the trap. No, the lady and the Asian boy. But it's just a matter of you have to have your stuff together before you have allies. And then when you have your stuff together, right, allies don't mean nothing. It's like, so one of the first things, I'll just try to be brief. One of the first things I put in this last book of Power, whatever, was this fake speech by Nzinga, right? Basically, I just made a speech trying to justify what she did, right? Because one thing that we know Nzinga did was she had, she made an alliance with the Dutch to fight the Portuguese, And so the question is, why would she do that? And, I try to make it so that she breaks down, well, like how realistically, if you ally with a weak person, right, against a strong person, the weak person can't turn on you, right? And you can weaken them by making them fight against the other person. Whereas what we're doing right now is we're seeking alliances with these strong ass white folk. And when you ally with these strong ass white folk, what they're doing is they're weakening you so that you can't ever come against them. And that's really what it comes to. If we start fighting China's battles, or we start fighting Russia's battles, or we start fighting America's battles, right? We can't fight China, Russia, or America, right? But if we're using, like, let's say weaklings, weaker states, Sri Lanka or whatever, right? We're using Sri Lanka and what have you. That sort of alliance where you're using these other people against, let's say we're trying to fight India, we're using Sri Lanka against India. That makes a lot of sense. But as long as we don't apply that sort of a science, right? Then it's almost like we shouldn't even have that conversation. But realistically, you have to build your power base. Otherwise, you can't form alliances. Otherwise, you will only weaken yourself. That's all you're going to do.
Yeah, you'll be subsumed. Go ahead.
What I just wanted to make one statement before I go again. Well, last time, Miss Marcus Garvey, if you are interested in coming on, you can come on. You could just click the link. All your views, any views will be appreciated if you decide to come on or not. But I appreciate the fact that you came here tonight. By the way, my statement is this to what Oni had to say. I kind of disagree with that because I'm reminded of a statement by Voltaire. He said that a perfect is the enemy of good. And what I mean by what I take from that is we are waiting for this perfect uniformity amongst our ranks of people. And I feel like that is, for me, I believe that is a unachievable goal. You know what I mean? I feel like we have to decide what is good, where we could get to a point to we have enough people to go forward and do the things we need to do. Wherever the shortfalls are, sometimes I believe that we may have to look outside of our ranks, because uniformly most of our people are not interested in the idea of Pan-Africanism or what it means to be an African person in on this planet. You know what I mean? And that's, to me, that's a reality. You know what I mean? They are raffling mentally with this old this old slave trade in their head what they can't kill. And if we wait for these people to be conditioned correctly, we'll wait forever. And sometimes you just need to move on. And we trying to achieve this perfect goal of uniformity. And I feel like that won't get us to where we need to be. That's just my opinion. And that's where I am with that, you know?
I can agree with you that if we're waiting for this perfect goal of uniformity, we'll be waiting forever. I do think we just need to get the serious amongst us together, whatever number that is. I think I was listening to Brother Bakari on an older episode. Mr. Untouchable was on there, Forecast was on there, Tanzan was on there as well. It was titled Tariq Nasheed, Cynthia G, and the NYC mayor. And so something Bakari says in there, he said, give him his 400 people and he's good. Give him his 400 strong and he could go ahead and do something. And that's really what we got to be thinking about. Get our people, come up with a number. That's the number of people, and that's what we do. We just go ahead and do what we got to do. But I still believe, again, my personal belief is that it's along the lines of what Oni was talking about.
I know it's going to be unpopular, Kuku. I know it's going to be unpopular.
Yeah. It's just that, I just don't trust the outsider, especially the outsider who has more power and influence than we have right now, in the chat, Afro Native World says Gaddafi was originally Pan-Arab but got rejected, so he turned to Pan-Africanism. He goes on to say Pan-Africanism is also confused as continentalism, so that opens it up to anybody physically living on the African continent. The forecast is in the chat. He says, LOL. I say we have the John Brown complex. Afro Native World Acts forecast. If you read Urugu, good book. Marcus Garvey is the way to free mind. Says, good night, Mr. Untouchable. Great program so far. I saw Marcus Garvey posting some comments to a previous episode of Shoot the Breeze, so I was familiar with him. And again, you can.
It's a her.
Oh, it's a her. I'm sorry. You see, that's the thing. My bad. I didn't realize it was a her. But again, the link is there. You can join the panel. We like to get more. In fact, I'm glad to hear Marcus Garvey is the way to free mind is a her, because I like to have as many women voices as possible. We got the forecast says the Afro Native World. Now he'll look it up. Speaking about the book Urugu, you could actually check out the Pro Black Perspective does a reading. It's a series on that book, so you could check out the reading of that book as well on the Pro Black Perspective. Forecast in the chat says we have no friends. We have to be allies with each other before we worry about other people's help. Afro Native World says the book is a big recommend, etc. Marcus Garvey says true. It always takes it a small handful to prowl change. She says Europeans brag their 300 from the movie changed the tide of the Persian War. Yeah, they always talk about that 300. Let's bring in the forecast. The forecast, how are you tonight?
Yo, what's going on? What's going on, everybody?
Yes, sir. Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Jay, your camera's on, Jay. I don't know if that matters to you or not. The forecast. What say you to all of this?
I said earlier, a good brother of mine, he says like other people are more Pan-African than us because they see us as one big Negro, and we don't even see ourselves as that. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing to that, to the white allies thing, I would say, no, you got to be careful with that, because I mean, what person in their right mind besides black people is going to put their own survival, their own protection and stuff over their own? You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to. They have, especially a lot of them have this mindset of, they ever get into power, they may do to us what we did to them. Now, it may be a lot of them that don't like police shootings and stuff like that, but they're not going to want to, like, a power, you having power, that's a whole nother thing. Like, they don't want to see this a system designed to protect them to come apart. And like, the last thing I'll say is, like, the NAACP is a good example, because it was founded by some Jewish people and W.E. Du Bois and Ida B. Wells. But like, Ida B. Wells was like one of the first people going against the NAACP, because she realized, like, they was on that whole people of color. Because if people don't realize, in whatever system, people of color, you know what I'm saying, Marxism, whatever, black people is on the bottom unless we are the ones creating that system. You know what I'm saying? So I'll pass the mic.
Absolutely, forecast. I used to talk about this a lot on the show some years back. Like, the difference between the liberal and the conservative is, the liberal is a little bit more bleeding heart. You didn't have to shoot him 60 times. You could take him out, but you ain't got to shoot him 60 times. You ain't got to kill a 12-year-old child. But they still want to be on top, though. You understand? They still want to be on top. So I'm always mindful of that. I do respect what Mr. Untouchable was saying. Forecast, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I agree, and I agree with Mr. Untouchable. But like, we got to work with who willing to work. But like, I'll tell you, like, this Black Lives Matter dude, and he was a white boy. He came on my show one time, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm all for this and all for that. I don't like to see black people." But then when I said, "Yo, what is Black Lives Matter doing with the money?" Well, I don't really know about that part of it. Oh, well, what are you doing with your money? Or like, what are you getting out of the deal? Well, I'm getting this deal with this newspaper and I'm making money. Well, what are you doing with the money? Well, that's neither here nor there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the liberal for you.
Yeah.
But hear me out, brothers. Hear me out, brothers. If I want to become, let's say, a doctor, right? I would, or even if I wanted to learn how to speak English, regular things, wanted to go to high school. If a person from another race, right, could educate me in a way, I know they're not gonna educate me to one day dominate them, but they're going to educate me in a way that I could become a doctor. They're not going to educate me to out-doctor them. That responsibility lies with me. So when I go home in the nighttime after the curriculum is over, I go study his information, but I gonna go research some information for myself, so I one day will be able not only to compete with him, but to outdo the knowledge that he has in his brain. But I gonna still have to go to him for assistance in trying to acquire or trying to be a nurse, a doctor, a teacher, or whatever. You know what I mean? So you gonna still solicit the assistance. I'm saying that most people who are not from us, they're gonna educate us to a degree, not to be able to conquer over them, just to that point. But the onus is on us to further that information. You know what I mean? To make ourselves either competitive or better or dominate. That's where I am with it.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go
Yo,
ahead.
because like, just to answer that, there's a difference between a tool and an ally. You can use something as a tool, not necessarily a ally. Implies, okay, they're gonna come have my back, I'm gonna go have theirs. You know what I'm saying? A tool is like, yo, this person knows how to fix cars, so I'm gonna go watch them and learn how to fix cars. You know what I'm saying? But then I'm gonna come back to my community and fix cars in my community. You know what I'm saying? But an ally would be, oh, I'm gonna learn how to fix cars so I can help you keep your business. No, I'm gonna learn how to do it, and then I'm gonna go bring it back to my thing. So I think it should be like a difference as like ally and a tool. You know what I'm saying?
Understood.
Yeah.
I appreciate that analogy, forecast. Tanzan says in the chat, I have distrust too. I could go into a whole story about being in college and taking some of those pre-med science classes and how these other groups actively shut you out. I'm sure Oni could probably talk about that as well. These other groups actively shut you out in those classes and sabotage you when they can. So I've learned personally from that situation. Who has their mic open? right now. Is that Oni? KW Don 7 says Cecil Rose was a Pan-Africanist who saw African people as one big N-word. And Tanzan earlier said, peace, brother Koku, I'm catching up. Always nice to see the ladies around, man. One of the things I'll say, just as a side note, when I tune in to Brother Bakari or I tune into the forecast and I see or gas them up and J and them, and I see like KW Don 7, I see Tanzan everywhere. Every show I show up on to check out, I see Tanzan. I know she's serious. I know KW Don 7 is serious. I know the same is true of Bobby E. Wright and a few others who are here, and some of the folks who are on some of these other platforms who I see come over here. I know that you're a serious person. So I really do appreciate when I see that. Let me drop the next prompt. Should the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Should the Breeze topic number 3 is, who is Francia Marquez? Who is Francia Marquez? This came with a link. Let's check it out. On the other side, we'll discuss who is Francia Marquez.
Leading vice presidential candidate Francia Marquez doesn't look like nor has the resume of a traditional Colombian politician, yet she has become a political phenomenon, giving a voice to the country's marginalized communities.
I didn't ask to be in politics, but politics messed with us, and now we mess with it. And we're messing with politics because they always told us it wasn't for us, that politics was for others.
Marquez's rise has been meteoric. As a Black woman and environmentalist, her message and candid language propelled her to third place in the country's March presidential primary, compelling the leading presidential candidate, Gustavo Petro, to choose her as her running mate.
Colombia can't accept a woman that the elites see as their housemaid. We were limited to one role, and she's changed that, showing us and our daughters that we can be what we want, even president.
As a single mother, she worked as a housemaid, but managed to get a law degree and was awarded the Goldman Prize in 2018, the world's most important prize for environmental activists.
Es hora de actuar.
She has survived attempts on her life after confronting illegal gold mining mafias in the conflict-ridden region around her hometown.
Francia's persistent denunciations of Colombia's social disparities has sparked an almost unprecedented national conversation about race and class, exposing deep and long-standing roots.
And the backlash has been swift. On social media and in the streets, she has been the target of racist attacks. A well-known Colombian singer called her King Kong. She has even had to cancel campaign events. During a rally in Bogotá, she was targeted with a laser and forced to leave the stage. Yet her success has convinced other presidential candidates to select Afro-Colombians as running mates. Luis Gilberto Murillo, running for centrist Sergio Fajardo, says it's about time to start dealing with Colombia's history of racism and bigotry.
There's an entire legacy of structural racism that has denied from the start our existence, dignity, and humanity. People ask me why I always wear a suit and tie. I don't like ties, but when I don't use them, I am racially profiled, harassed, including by the police.
To a segment of Colombians who are clamoring for change and for more diverse representation, Marquez is their champion, even if only as a vice president. The question is whether the rest of the country is ready for her. Alessandro Ampietti, Al Jazeera, Cali.
Interesting story. Yeah, I was checking out her story on, I think last week on Twitter and stuff. People were posting about her and stuff like that. Beautiful sister, and she accomplished a lot. She born in 1981. That's very interesting. She's a Colombian human rights and environmental activist and lawyer, as the video said, who's the vice president-elect of Colombia. She's Afro-Colombian, as you can see. That's a picture over there on the right-hand side. The BBC in 2019 listed her as one of the 100 women of the year. And, kudos to her. Kare, were you familiar with Francia Marquez?
No, just like with you, I saw it. I just saw it this week, and I'm like, eh. Well, what I'm seeing from the story, I'll make it short, is just like in America, seeing in Brazil now. I'm seeing in Colombia. What I've always known for years, the black population in this part of the world is rising. The people in the power, they know it. They just don't want to say it. But now they're saying, for us to get anywhere now, we need a black candidate. We got to get. It's like the Democrats needing black people to get them in. They're in trouble in November. So I think they're saying the same. I don't know. I don't know anything about Colombian politics, but that's what I suspect is going on down there now in Central and South America.
Mm. Jay, had you heard about Francia Marquez before?
No, but she felt like the sun rays touched me in this short fragments. I there's she's powerful. In the 80s, I somewhere I catched that 80% of Colombia is black, and that you never see in the soccer team or on television. You rarely see a black Colombian. And maybe 80% is exaggerated, but I understand the majority of Colombia is black. And finally, in the Spanish or Latino hemisphere or sphere or world, it's nearly obvious that the black or automatic that black folks step back to make room for white folks. So I'm only happy to see these type of developments. Language is a reality construct, and I believe, I come from a Latino-ish language. I believe our languages are the parents of Portuguese and Spanish anyway, and not bastardized Portuguese or bastardized Spanish, but in this Latino world, the language is very powerful, and black is almost synonym as ugly, for example. So it's kind of harder to escape racism mentally, So I'm only more than happy to see these type of developments in the Latin world.
Absolutely. There was a time in the Caribbean and stuff, and I imagine South America, where you didn't really see dark-skinned folks at the forefront of like TV or at the forefront of businesses and stuff like that. It changed in the Caribbean in the late '80s a lot, early '90s. Now Colombia, and I see Afro Native World is saying exactly those thoughts I had. Colombia is there's a small black population. I don't know how big it is. Actually, Afro Native World just said it right there. He said Colombia is 10 to 20% black, but you wouldn't think there are black folks in Colombia because all you see is the dudes like on Narcos and stuff. What's the popular drug dealer name again, Mr. Untouchable? Because you know all drug dealers. What's the popular drug dealer?
Escobar.
Escobar, yeah. Right? Everyone that you see looks like Escobar in them, but there's actually a black population there. Afro Native World said that Francia's region is majority black, and she's from like the coast. The Pacific coast is majority black in Colombia, so that explains some of that stuff. Forecast, were you familiar with her? Did you see the rumblings about her on social media this past week?
No, this is the first time I heard about it. But I'll say this, if this is, the sister is down for like black people, I think that we should start. It would behoove us to start sending messages to other people who threaten her who make threats on her life, who call her racist name. Like, we should start making examples out of those people, so people stop doing that anytime people step up and be about black rights. You know what I'm saying? They gonna have to know that it may take a while, but every time they try it, it's gonna be consequences every time. And then I think that over time people will get the message that, you know what I'm saying, yo, we here now, you know what I'm saying, and it's over for all that other stuff. So, you know, like, yeah, so shout out to that sister, and I hope, you know, everything work out. But I passed the mic.
Yeah, there's something that Oni, and I think maybe me and Oni was talking about one time ago. You know, where is the intelligence? Where is the black intelligence, you know, group that seeks out, you know, these type of folks who would threaten this sister on the screen right now? Like, why, you know, where are our quote unquote nerds who are hackers and figuring out, you know, whose social media account that is and putting them on blast and all this type of stuff? Like, where is that in our community? You know, Oni. Speaking of Oni, what say you to this?
I mean, I did see a video of her when she was a little younger, and she's talking. You know, I'm all for black people. I'm Pan African and so on and so forth. So you know, I mean, and like realistically, even if she wasn't, and that's a good thing she is, but even if she wasn't, you know, you know, any black person trying to do something politically, you know, I'm not really going to hold it against them. You know, I think one of the things that we don't do enough is pursue political power. Now, obviously, I'm not really an advocate of political power in white countries per se, but you know, political power is political power. You know what I mean? And you know, I don't stand in anybody's way if they're trying to do that. Seems like a cool sister. You know, I think it seems like after Obama, we got more people, you know, from other places, and then you also have like, you know, but of course with Kamala, you just like, you know, so you know, you just gotta like sit back and see. You know, at the end of the day, you know, it's still gonna be like a white country, it seems, you know. And so I'm not necessarily too optimistic. You know, I saw what, like I said, we all saw Obama and what he could do. You know, so you know, yeah, like that's pretty much it. Like if you're, I would say I encourage people to pursue political power wherever they are, but you know, I would also say just go somewhere where that political power has some deeper meaning. You know. But I mean, if she's doing it here, that's fine. Like more power to it. You know? And I'm actually surprised to hear that she got third place in the general primary. That's actually pretty impressive. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, we should definitely be trying to, you know, to add to what the forecast was saying too. The Pan Africanists should be trying to get to and make connections with these new faces, these new political faces, wherever they are. Again, I'm not the biggest fan like yourself, Oni. I'm not the biggest fan of black faces and white spaces, but you know, she does have a political inroad, and I think that other politicians within, you know, this Pan-African concept should just band together and try to establish these connections. You know what I mean? And we should try to establish connections with them as well, and for opportunities, etc. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I like the sister. Me personally, you know, I think that she has made some statements in reference to her being unapologetically a African person. You know, unapologetically. You know, and I think that sometimes because the majority of us are English speakers, we forget the fact that the majority of the slave ships went to South America. You know, the largest concentration of population of black people really is in South America. These people would be considered the so-called foundational black Americans. You know, we forget that. But no, I always thought that there should be more of a push in these countries for dominance, like how the Americans did it. You know, their push for dominance. But I feel like sometimes I don't know if they lack the confidence. I don't know what it is. I know it's because of fascism. A lot of these countries was controlled for a very long time by fascist regimes, propped up by the United States of America, by the way. So, you know, the so-called freedoms that we would have in Western countries, they don't necessarily have. But I always thought that there should be more of a push in these countries, in particular with Black folks, especially Brazil. But I am proud of the sister. She came from being a housemaid to being the vice president because he won. I think he won.
Yeah, he
So
won.
so she is now the vice president of a very large country. So I kudos go out to her, man. I hope and I wish her success. I do believe that we should try to reach out to the sister. Some the people, my brothers and sisters who are Spanish speaking, could possibly reach out to her in certain places in the Caribbean and America and all around the world. Reach out to her and tell her, say, we are there. So if she needs assistance in any way we could help, let's help her.
I agree with that 100%. Thanks for that, Mr. Untouchable. Let's welcome in Tanzan this week. Tanzan, how are you?
Very good, thank you, brothers. Thank you for welcoming me. Greetings, brothers. Koku, Jose, and Mr. Untouchable. Is that Mr. Untouchable?
Yeah, Mr. Untouchable's here. The forecast is here. Oni.
Oh, yeah. Hi, forecast. I am chilling.
You guys should check out Tanzan on Swahili Nation on Tuesdays, I think it is, at I think it's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in America. This past week, Oni was on there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Oni.
Talking a bunch. Yeah, but Oni was on there. It was a good conversation, though, real talk. Actually, the matron was on there as well, actually.
Yes. We had a very, very good panel and appreciate that.
Yes.
So this is the first time I'm hearing of the sister, but I am really excited about the development. We do tend sometimes to overlook certain parts. I know that for me, for a long time, the Caribbean was just like an extension of Black America. So I have since obviously edited that version. But one of the things that also separates us is not just the language, the space. There's so many things, but this one is usually the language. We don't really have that language. We haven't overcome the language barrier, and that's why sometimes when the Afro Latinos come to America, because of the language, they tend to identify more with their cultural aspect rather than with their racial aspect of Black America. So, yeah, I think that in the future, that's one thing that maybe we as Black or African people can start, learning the different languages and or even having translators. If we can't learn the language, we should employ some translators so we can have some sort of contact, because that's a big segment of the Black population to know. Just Brazil alone, the few of us still left in Argentina, Colombia, all these places. Maybe one of the reasons why they don't feel very Pan-African is that they don't feel that Pan-Africa has really reached out to them. But, I'm glad that spirit is still there. So, yeah, inspirational.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at, Tan. I think that group is like particularly Brazil and like Colombia and stuff like that. To be honest, I'll say that we don't really think about them, to be honest, and that's a shame. As Pan-Africanists, we're supposed to be on that heavy. You're supposed to be on that heavy. So I hope that changes. In the chat, Afro Native World says, we hope to see Colombia build bridges with the rest of the African world with Francia in office, primarily the Black Caribbean countries in Africa. And I agree with that. I hope that too. And if there's any way any of you guys think we can maybe, reach out, you guys share those ideas with me and let's see what we can do. At the end of the day, just to go back to that previous prompt, we Black folks, Black equals African people, we got to really get this thing rolling, right? We can't wait for some white Spaniard to come and make those connections with a person like this. But I like this comment coming up here from Marcus Garvey, is the way to free minds. She says, congrats to her, but politicians must prove they are for their people. Gender is symbolic. We need leaders who build their nations. I like that. Erzuliism is here as well in the chat. Zuliism says, what programs is she going to run? Well, that we don't know yet. At least I don't have any of that information. I don't know if Afro Native World has any information on that, but that's something that we need to
Yeah,
identify.
she is a leftist. So I mean, I know the socialists in the room, their lips start to their mouth start to water off of that. But you know what I mean? If you want to know what her position is, she's a leftist. So whatever. But as far as what Marcus Garvey was saying, I agree. I agree with that completely. Gender is symbolic, even though I could appreciate what Mia Motley is doing in Barbados.
Right.
Gender is symbolic, and we do need to build our nations. And we had politicians in the past who represent the fact that they was black don't necessarily mean that they're going to do good for the people. So I really agree with that statement. So
yeah, for real. Yeah, that was a good discussion there. But we'll definitely want to keep our eyes on what programs she's running. And again, if you're a Spanish speaking black, equals African person from that continent, and you have information, share it with us. Shoot us an email. Afro Native World says Poor People's Campaign. She preached and traveled to all the forgotten regions of the country where African, black, and indigenous peoples live. So we shall see. Zuliism says a leftist is not pro-black. So we shall see. I guess that's the last thing, but that's something we should keep our eyes on. This person, I remember Oni was doing this project at one point on his program where he was like identifying all the black nations and the political parties and this, that, and the other. She's one of these people who could be added, I guess, for Colombia, and let's keep an eye on her. But in the meantime, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. And I want to thank everyone who's here tonight, by the way. Everyone on the panel, Jay, Oni, The Forecast, Tanzan, Kevin Carey, 42, Mr. Untouchable. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys in the chat. I'd like to hear more from other people in the chat, not just Azuli and Afro Native World and Marcus Garvey, but everyone else who's out there as well. Make sure to hit the like button. Also, share the content if you can. Much appreciated. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is how to be confident in any situation. That comes with a link. Let's check it out. And then we'll discuss it on the other side.
Confidence also comes from confidence. Nothing builds confidence more than competence. You're actually good at something. If you know how to swim in the pool, would you be scared? No, because you know you could swim. If you know how to cook a meal, if someone gives you an ingredient, you can cook a meal, you'll be very, very confident, right? You know how to build something, but you know how to build something. Wouldn't you be more confident? Because you know how to do it. You're competent at it, so you feel confident about it. Competence is how good you're at something. Confidence is how good you think you're at something. Think about learning a new language. So let's say you want to learn a new language. You're going to a foreign country. You've never learned the language before. You've never spoken that language. So let's say you're dropped into a new country. How confident would you be to communicate with other people? A language you don't speak, a country you've never been to. Yeah, no confidence at all. Like I don't even know how to communicate. I don't know the language. So let's say you speak English. I drop you in, Korea or China. You cannot even read the words. Right? Someone on the other side, someone from China, let's drop them in Russia. How confident would you be in speaking the language? No clue. So if you have no confidence speaking a language, if you want to have more confidence, what's the first thing you got to do? If you want to speak a new language, if you want to have more confidence communicating with people in that language, where would you start? You start by listening. Yeah, maybe listening, what it means, yes. Right? Would you start with also some basic words, right? Some basic greetings, maybe perhaps, right? How do you say hello? How do you say how much is this, right? Some basic things, and then you start using it, and then it builds a little bit of confidence, right? Learn some basic words, how to pronounce the word, right? And as you do more and more, and that builds your confidence. So practice creates confidence, and confidence comes from competence. By practicing the new language, would you gain more confidence? Yes or no? Even you didn't know it before, but now you're practicing it, that gives you more confidence. It's the same with everything. Doesn't matter what goal that you have. Doesn't matter doesn't matter. Think about anything that you're not good at right now. You could practice and get more confidence. Anything that you want to get good at happens. So each time you practice these skills, it is an action of confidence and an act of relying on yourself. Each time you practice. And once you have taken action over and over, now you have the skills to get the results that you want, then you'll naturally be more confident. Confident actions produce confident thinking. Act as if. It's about action, not acting. And we don't lack confidence in everything. We lack confidence in specific activities with specific areas of our life. So think about the things that you're not good at. For all of us, in something we are good at with something else. Yes, right? We may not be good with swimming, but maybe we're very good with golf. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a sport, it could be a hobby, something that you're very confident, you have a lot of confidence in. Now, here's a question. The things that you have a lot of confidence in, did you just do that one time? Did you just practice one time? Did you just learn it in one day? Or you've done it many times? Just think about in anything in life that you have confidence in. Every single one of those areas, you spend a tremendous of time practicing that thing. That's why you have the confidence. And the things that you don't have confidence in, guess what? Guess how much time you spend on it? Very little. Just do a comparison. Just actually do the things you're very good at, how many hours, how many months, how many years. The things you're not good at, how many hours, how many years, how many months. Just do that comparison. It's very obvious, isn't it? Like why you have confidence in this one thing, in this one area, and no confidence in this area. Right? And the more confidence you have with something, chances are you've been doing it for a long fucking time. It's like you've been doing this, you're playing this instrument, playing this sport for how many years? Maybe since childhood. This is strictly effort. That's it. It's strictly just effort. And in this particular key. Because by doing more, you cannot help but have more confidence. Because you know what you've done. You know the effort that you put in. Make sense? You know. Your mind knows. So you know, and then the better you're at it, the people will tell you that you're good at it. Your surroundings would demonstrate, would prove to you that you're good at it, and then you feel like I'm good at it, and then you get better at it, and it becomes a very positive, very powerful cycle. Very powerful cycle. So when we can do something well, we're likely to feel more confident. Isn't this obvious? Isn't this common sense? So we don't need to feel bad about something. Oh, I'm not good with this. How come I'm not good with this? How come we're beating ourselves up? You don't need to beat yourself up. Just compare the time. Just compare the time. Pick one thing in life that you're very good at. How many hours, how many years? Just compare to anything else you want to develop. Any new skill you want to develop. Just compare. You will see probably it's a fraction, a tiny percentage compared to what you're very, very good at. And once you start doing some things, confidence, once that scares, something that scares you, your confidence increases. And once you practice, you build skills. And once you see progress, you get more confident. So you don't have enough confidence, you practice, you get better. You get some results, gives you more confidence. Get results, gives you more confidence. You practice some more, you're more likely to practice because you're getting good at something. This is why do you see why the small win is so critical? You're acknowledging yourself. I cannot do this. Oh, it's a small win. Maybe I could. Maybe it's not so bad after all. Another win. Well, I guess, could that be a fluke? Maybe it's a fluke. Let me do the next one. Oh, okay, I guess maybe I could do this. Well, actually, maybe I'm pretty good at this. Another win. Other people say I'm pretty good at it. Well, I think I'm actually quite gifted in this. You forgot this journey, right? And then people will tell you, you are a natural. And then your reply is the same, give me a break. No, look at how many hours I put into this. Nothing gifted about this at all. Trust me. Nothing about this is gifted. It's just effort. And then you get more confidence, and then this is now, instead of a downward spiral, it's an upward spiral. That's what you want. You want to build a momentum. More confidence, more competence, more confidence, upward spiral.
Yeah, this whole prompt reminds me of the Gavi quote that says, "If you haven't confidence in self, you're twice defeated in the race of life. With confidence, you have won even before you have started." Now, I always try to keep that in mind. Kevin Carre, you saw that video, you see the prompt, how to be confident in any situation. What do you say?
Yeah, I can say from experience and from my own personal life. You know, when I was young, I was always had anxiety issues. I was depressed. When you're a child, it goes from oh my god, I gotta learn how to button my shirt, but I don't know how to do it. I got to depend on my parents. But over time, you see how they do it. They teach you, and then after a while, you're like, oh, isn't hard at all. But as I said, over time, as I got older and older, I started getting more and more confident in life. I learned about psychology. I didn't know what it was called, but I knew how to deal with people, how to talk to them. Not to hurt certain people's feelings, and keep moving. But as you get older, the better at things you get. Like for me, my profession is photography. I've been doing this over almost 30 years. So it's like for me, it's nothing. You can put me in any situation, I'll get the job done. But I'll yield the mic.
Yeah, it also reminds me too, something you said, Kevin Curry, reminds me that if you're a parent and you don't have confidence, you tend to breed kids who don't have confidence either. That's a big problem that we have in our society. Let me go to the forecast. The forecast, what say you to this?
Well, okay, I say this because like the brother just said, yo, I had to deal with it too. You know what I'm saying? I still say I have anxiety in certain situations. I mean, not so much I don't have no fear of no person, you know what I'm saying? But like when I was young, yeah, I literally went out and like, yo, like to speak to somebody, you know what I'm saying? I just spoke to everybody that I saw, you know what I'm saying? Then you realize people aren't so, you know what I'm saying, different. And then you got to realize that you're like human. You're not going to be confident in every situation, but the point is you just do it or you don't. It is or it is not, you know what I'm saying? Of course, like, everybody going to say you got to is with habits and stuff like that. But I go left field, they be like, yo, the only real prayer is one of gratitude, you know what I'm saying? Just realizing that, yo, everything that already was, it already is, you know what I'm saying? Like everything that happens is already natural, you know what I'm saying? So like sometimes you just gotta close your eyes and jump off the bridge, you know what I'm saying, and just go in. And then like, yo, and also realize everybody else is a human too. So like, yo, they're going through the same things that you're going through. Like, yo, it takes me like, yo, like because like, yo, I did so much studying in like the history, especially like the last 400 years. I realize when people say certain things about history, you know what I'm saying, they just say the event, but they don't talk about what comes before it, what comes after it. Like, yo, so it helped me build confidence in that particular area. But then there's other areas where I'm not as confident. But yo, you can transfer that because I know that at this age now, like, yo, what is the worst that could happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, I can try my best. And even in failure, that's where the best lessons is. If you're not, you know what I'm saying, in a cult or whatever, you can fail and then learn your lesson and then succeed. So, I passed the mic.
Oh no, I appreciate that somewhat of a testimony as well. I appreciate that forecast. Jay, what say you to this concept of confidence and being confident in any situation?
Well, maybe I have a bit of a contradictive story.
Okay, go ahead.
Or life experience, but I wanna name the name Maslow in his pyramid or his layers. I forgot
There's
how.
a hierarchy, yeah.
Yes, I forgot how he called it, but confidence is somewhere in there, and to push through or to climb into your self confidence, and I believe he mentions that acknowledgement from outside feeds your confidence, right? And we us black folks, and not only in white society, but maybe especially in our own environment, we get cut off, right? You when you're doing well at school or whatever, you're trying to sound white, or you're trying to be white. And I used to be contrary to Kevin, I used to be very confident, or maybe even naive. I rather call it naive instead of confident. I was naive of the traps, and the mind state of our own people. My black friends used to joke around me, or maybe not so joke, maybe, I used to be that boy. I didn't behave black, right? I listened to, I did not only listen to black music. I also listened to rock. Eventually, I became the scratching DJ in a rap rock band, and those type of stuff. And my black friends used to criticize me for that, right? And yeah, I've done some quote unquote epic things, for us blacks, but yeah, my own people want to minimize that. So my life is rather the other way around. I started confident, right? Or naive, like I was good at things and I offered it to our people. And right now I'm so insecure as fuck, I can do so many things, but I don't, I hold it back. uh I hold it back to not hurt to not hurt people, or whatever. I don't know. I can't describe what is happening, but I'm so insecure. I've become so insecure because of the insecurity among my people. I don't. Yeah, I just I'm looking for words to describe it or to explain it, but yeah, I started. That's why I call it naive and not secure. Naive. I started naive, and now I'm so aware about our hurt people. You know. And anyway, I pass the mic.
All right, Jay. Before I go to the next panelist, let me just say to the chat, you guys could answer that question as well. How do y'all feel about confidence and being confident in any situation? Let's hear, just like you guys are hearing from the panelists, let's hear from you guys in the chat as well. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to all of this? You're muted if you're. Yeah.
I think Kim Jong Un, gives some good advice. No, I'm just joking. Confidence versus confidence. I mean, yeah, it seemed like what he was saying was pretty reasonable, but it is a question of how to translate that to the areas of your life where you can't necessarily gain confidence per se, you know, but yeah, confidence and confidence. I think it's a good correlation. Um, I mean, obviously, it's not like a one to one, but the guy himself was confident, so you can't knock him for that. Um, and yeah, I think that it's like what you said about Marcus Garvey's quote that you have right there. It's like you having that confidence in yourself, you try to keep it. Like realistically, confidence is something we just have to develop. And as far as it comes with us, and in fact, I could actually probably relate it to the conversation from yesterday, as well as what Forecast was saying about tools versus allies. And it really comes to, kind of like Mr. Untouchable was saying, hey, look, what if we need some confidence from other people, you know? And Forecast was saying, yeah, you can use them to increase your confidence, but we have to be confident that we can be without them in a sense, you know? And that's the thing that we're not giving. We're not like we one of the issues is that whereas we do need to increase our confidence, we also have to be confident that we can run ourselves. One of the videos I don't know, so somebody could find it that was really good, but I think there was like an interview, I think it was in Kenya, in fact, right, where they were asking people before independence, like, should we have independence right now, or should the British, go slowly? And a lot of people were saying, hey, get out right now, Oh, but a lot of other people were saying, no, it's not, we're not ready yet, And like realistically, that's the confidence thing, Like a lot of us weren't confident, and for what it's worth, a lot of us aren't confident, you know. And so I think with this Kim Jong, actually, I shouldn't say that. But I think what he needs, like I think what he's saying is has some validity, and we really should explore that when as we discuss this African nationalism as a word,
I have a. I'm gonna ask a follow up question after I get through everyone about does black culture shit on confidence? I'm gonna phrase it a little bit better after I get through everyone, but there is that question: do we have a cultural thing that creates this thing where, because I personally believe a lot of our elders or elders, however you want to look at them, they kind of breed a lack of confidence in youth through certain actions. But we'll get to that in a second. Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable. Let me switch it up. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, I could get into a story about me being not confident as far as playing music, playing the guitar, and we initially started out playing the guitar, not being confident, but through practice, you develop a level of competence, so you're more confident to play music around people and certain things like that. But I wanna just divert that issue for a second towards what we kind of asking for in a very, I don't know where that music is coming from, in a very general situation. Someone mic is going on.
I muted it. Yeah, that's
Okay.
only sound like he laying in a waterbed listening
Yeah,
to.
yeah, he's into something else. But in a very general way, our people are asking for money. Because we feel like we suffer from a financial deficit, and I feel like one of the ways for us to be more confident is to develop a certain level of competence. You know what I mean? I feel like you want money. You know what I mean? You need to study money. You need to go into a money classroom, read books on money, find out what wealthy people say about money. You know what I mean? Go into money courses, not necessarily specific money, but the money vehicle courses. You need to study these things and understand these things chapter and verse and verbatim. And I think that with doing that, you're going to develop a certain degree of confidence to be able to attain more. You know what I mean? Because that's how I feel like when I hear these general panels. The deficit is money, economics, money, economics. I feel like these are the things that we need to investigate and put our time in and develop a certain degree of competence in. So when we walk through the world, we understand money to a degree that we are confident within ourselves that if we was to get $1 million or even $20, we would know what to do with it, where to put it, and the vehicle it need to be placed in to get it from point A to point B. Because like I say, when I hear these a lot of panels, I feel like this is the general issue that I hear always come up: money and economics. This is a deficit, and I feel like our people should invest more time in understanding money to become competent to a level of. Because if we was to just get most of our people was to just get money, from the position of where we are right now, what would we do with it? Would we just give it right back to the people? You know what I mean? Give it right back to the corporations who may give it to us for whatever reason. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like we should need develop a level of competence so we can walk through the world confidently. But I do believe that we should invest time in developing a degree of competence so we could be able to do these kinds of things. But I just wanted to divert, into the general from the specific as far as I'm concerned. But that's what I have with that particular prompt.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Tanzan, let's hear your perspective. I'm very interested to hear a Black woman's perspective on confidence and competence. Can you speak to that? Tan, you're muted if you're speaking. Maybe Tanzan steps out. So let me go back around with this question. When you guys consider our culture, right? Be it, Black equals African culture, be it Caribbean, North American, continental, what have you. Don't you guys think, or do you or don't you think that there's some off component in our culture that kind of breeds a lack of confidence as well in children? It's a free fall. Anyone can answer.
I'll answer it. Look at the programming from when you were young, grew up in society. Julius spoke about this, your podcast ago with G.I. Joe. Who are the heroes? These blonde-haired, blue-eyed men. That's if they come to all these non-white countries to save the world, but that's who you go. That's who you go to. Then you as it gets worse as you progress, you become a teen. What do a lot of teenage girls look at? Back when we were younger, Gen X, those magazines. No, they're comparing themselves to these white airbrushed women. Those are not natural women. Those are airbrushed women. But that's what happens. But after a while, from when you're young, but by the time you're adult, you're gonna start second guessing yourself on everything you do. You're gonna say, "Oh, I'm not good looking enough. I'm not built enough. I'm not smart enough." When deep down you really are. That's why. But the moral is, we got to get these youth when they're young.
I feel you on that, Kare.
I think that confidence within our groups is a very dangerous idea, because first of all, from other groups of people, you don't want to be seen as a so-called uppity nigger. That's what it is called, uppity nigger. And within our own ranks, you don't want to be seen as, oh, you sound white, you know what I mean? Or you think that you better than us, these ideas of inferiority that pokes their nasty heads out. So I think that sometimes these things could be, confidence within our community is a very dangerous thing, man, but you still must have it anyways, and fight against the free. But maybe this liquor kicking in right now, so I'll yield the mic.
Go ahead, Jay.
Yes, Mr. Untouchable. Yeah, that's what I tried to say earlier. Garvey is the way mentioned the very short word ego. If you're left without confidence, but you still want to make a point, it's most of the time it's ego talking. And when you're confident, even unknowingly confident, like I try to explain it as naive, then you bump into a lot of egos. I used to have when you're competent in something, you want to offer it to your people, right? Or you offer yourself to your people. Hey, I'm good at this. Let's if you need it, or you are somewhere where they need what you are competent in, and you offer yourself, it's immediately it's like, oh, what are you trying to explain? So now you're explaining, right? So now you're explaining. Who do you think you are? It's that kind of environment in a lot of times in our communities. And in my case, actually my whole life I've been trying to prove to my mother that I am competent, right? So after my 40th, I discovered that it's way worse than ego, right? It's a personality disorder, covert narcissism, and I'm the narcissistic supply. So eventually, it's my mother that succeeded in breaking me even after my 40th. So I'm still recuperating from a very long depression, for realizing that the one that I did it for was actually my enemy. Uh, that actually she was most hurt by my competence. I believe we really have to, and I think, or I hope, it's one of the topics for tonight, is the psychopath, or the antisocial behavior.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's rampant. It's rampant in our community. So there's elements slash people that fight competent elements, if you understand what I'm saying. So yeah, I can't wait to arrive at that topic.
Yes, sir. That topic is in the second half of the show tonight. We'll get to that. By the way, if you guys who are listening, if you feel that there's a conversation that you'd like to hear us discuss on Shoot the Breeze, click the link in the description for the Discord. It's also pinned at the top of the chat. Join the Discord. Send me a DM. Let me know that you came in from the show, and I'll give you a role so that you could have access to everything on there. And there's a channel where you could post your topics. This is how Jay knows that there's potentially a certain topic tonight, because I saw him on that channel commenting. So, if you want to hear something in particular discussed, join the Discord, DM me for a role. Once you get the role, go down to the channel that has Shoot the Breeze topics, and post all your topics that you'd like to hear discussed. Does anyone else want to chime in on that follow-up question?
Yeah, I'll say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, just to JB real quick, you know what I'm saying? Like, to your point, because I get what you're saying. That's definitely a topic that we need to have. But on the same token, right, we do have to realize, like, for every narcissist, there would be a codependent, you know what I'm saying? And you can't expect the codependent to change. Only the narcissist could, or you can't expect the narcissist to change. Only the codependent can change. And like, yo, one thing I learned, like, sometimes at the very bottom, you can find confidence on the other side. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I hate to be the one to say it like this. For us, you know what I'm saying? I'm like 34. So if you're older than me, you're already done. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, it's like we can't expect to achieve our end goals, you know what I'm saying, of self-autonomy and all of that stuff. But the thing that we have to realize is, and what could give us confidence is, like, yo, for every generation, the next generation has a fresh opportunity to do that. So if we can just not pass our traumas down and get past just one step, we trying to go for the end goal. That's why we be like, oh, well, that seems impossible. It's not worry about the end goal. It's worrying about the next one. You know what I'm saying? We got get over the arguing about the same thing we've been arguing about 100 years. If we can do that, then, you know what I'm saying, we're putting our next generation in an even better situation. And just real quick, like, speaking of, like, as a tool, you know what I'm saying, earlier today, I was listening to this book, How to Outwit the Devil. And it was written by one of them racist white boys in the 1920s. The dude, one of them, Napoleon Hill, one of them, you know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying, like, that's the thing, like, you used it, but where I am now, like you can be whatever you want to be. Like, I know that you can be any, like, when they be like, yo, a kid can be whatever they want to be, that is true. But what they don't tell you is that a sacrifice that it takes to be that thing that you want to be, you know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have to sacrifice whatever for it to be that.
Yes,
and they
sir.
don't tell you that part of it, you know what I'm saying? But you can be, you know what I'm saying? But knowing that you can be anything will give you confidence in itself, you know what I'm saying? But I would say to anybody, decide whatever it is that you want. If you feel like something, and just go by like, yo, we really need this. I really wish it was this, and put all of your energy into it, and it will come true. But like I said, it's a sacrifice that you got to date. Like, what are you willing to sacrifice to get what you want? You know what I'm saying? And I'll pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate everything you said just now. In the chat, Janelle says, "Good evening, everyone." Y'all say what's up to Janelle. Marcus Garvey's the way said, "Ego more than confidence is what reigns in our society." Rico Cooper Photography is here with us tonight, saying, "Peace, family." Right? You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. If there's no last words there, I guess Tan slipped off, but hopefully we'll hear from her again before the night is over. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight is buying and building globally. This comes with a link as well. I believe it's a video. Yeah. Let's check it out. And on the other side, we'll have a discussion.
What's going on, everybody? This is Afro Think Tank. Today, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you how simple it is and how simple the paperwork is to buy land and build a house. You know how thick paperwork is in America just to buy a house. You got hundreds and hundreds of papers just to buy a house. Hundreds and hundreds of papers. And I imagine buying land in America is the same way. Hundreds and hundreds of pieces of documentation that says what? We don't know. It's a whole bunch of lawyer mumbo jumbo, probably some way to where they can steal it, take it back, do whatever. All sorts of trickery to make it difficult for us to do anything, when it comes to managing our land, or when they want to come and do something, there's some stipulation in page 5,678, freaking section 4 and all that crap. Very complicated. And I know that in other countries, and I don't know, and maybe like that in other countries in Africa. I know in Ghana, you can't technically buy land or own it, but you can lease it for like 100 years. I'm not sure how that works, but I know it's something like that. And I know some other African countries is like that. I don't know how it is in the Gambia about purchasing land. I don't know how complicated it is. But one thing, for sure is in Nigeria is very, 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 very simple. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to blur out a lot of the information because obviously, showing documents, can be very risque because there's a lot of information on there. And one thing about me is even though I'm putting myself out there to show you guys a little bit of information, I still have to maintain a level of privacy. That's why when people ask me, hey, where exactly are you? I'm never going to tell you. I'll tell you I'm in a kitty, but I'm not going to tell you exactly where I am because that's stupid. When people ask me, when am I going somewhere or when I'll be somewhere, I'll never tell anybody exactly when I'll be there or when I'm going because that's stupid. Rule number 1, never tell people when you're going somewhere, exact dates. And rule number 2, never tell anybody exactly where you are because I don't know, to be honestly. I love my subscribers, but I don't know y'all. All right. And y'all, some of y'all may be crazy. All right. And we know in history has shown that there are crazy people out there that will pop up on you. All right. People you don't know that will pop up on you. So I hope you guys appreciate, me walking this edge to show y'all a little something, how simple it is, how simple the paperwork is when it comes to purchasing land. Okay. Okay, as you can see, this is the property residential building. This is the blueprint of the house that I had built. Obviously, I blocked out some information, but you can see my name right there at the top and the consultant right there at the bottom. This is the front of the page right here. As you can see here, these are the blueprints of the house. Everything is up to code. Everything is approved by the local government and all regulatory bodies. I mean, everything's legit. There's no half-ass in this. This is a straight up and down proper business right here in Nigeria. Very simple blueprint of the house that I got built. Okay, at the top left, that's the chief magistrate, the one who facilitated the sale, and top right, that is the owner of the land that I purchased from. So that's the owner right there. As you can see, there's my name, Anthony Carter, and you can clearly read that I am the legitimate and actual owner of this land. So this purchase was very simple and straightforward, as you can tell right here. And finally, to seal the deal, you have the chief magistrate, the owner, and myself right here. We signed our names, and that's it. That is the purchase of the land. So I got the land, you got the house, and it's just that simple, guys. Just that simple. Now look at this. Look how thin that paperwork is. Look how thin that paperwork is. That's the building of my house and the purchase of my land. That's the total documentation. That's how simple it is to purchase land in Nigeria, right there. That is ridiculous. That's crazy, isn't it? Simple, easy. Okay, so as you can see, it was very simple, very straightforward, simple documentation, not a lot of extra over the top lawyer jargon. It's like, hey, I want to sell this land. I'm selling it to this person. This is how much it costs. He paid me. It's his land now. Stamp, sealed, delivered. Chief magistrate, it's yours. Boom. That's simple. Land, there you go. You saw it. Blueprint. This the house. These the measurements. This the one person go home and do it. That's simple. That's simple. And then you saw how thin that paperwork was? Like that. All right. So even though you saw how heavily edited, look, y'all don't need to know all my bizwax. I'm just trying to help out. You know what I'm saying? But y'all ain't tracking me. But anyway, I hope that gave y'all some value. I hope that gave you a sense how simple it is to purchase land in Nigeria, to get a house built in Nigeria, and you see how legitimate it is. These are companies like any other company, they, very professional, everything's legitimate, legal, no hanky panky, no funny business, a lot of stuff going on over there in the Gambia. All right. It ain't like that over here. All right. Nigeria is simple, man. They do business here. All right. It's all about, they do square business here for real. I mean, for all the corruption that you hear about here in Nigeria, there's corruption in every country. There's no more corruption in Nigeria than there is in any other country. It's just that, just like they stereotype and they like to badmouth, African Americans in America, and everybody believe this and that. They also stereotype Nigeria. People love to stereotype Nigeria, that everything's corrupt and blah, 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 blah. No, these people do business. It's just that, just like in any place else, there is corruption, like in any other country. Every country has people that are corrupt. But for the most part, doing business in Nigeria is pretty easy, guys. All right. So that's all I want to say now. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's Afro Think Tank. Learn something, teach something. I'm out. You're listening to DJ Afro Think Tank. Thanks for watching. Like.
Yeah, I wish Gas Him Up was here, being he's from that area called Nigeria. Shout out to Gas Him Up too, by the way. And Brother Bakari. I guess Tanzania is probably gone. Kevin Carre, Shooter Breeze topic number 5 is buying and building globally. What did you get from that video?
I'm inspired. And that's been on my mind anyway. That's what we got to do. We can't stay here much longer. It's not for us, man. It's not for us here. We got to build, as we said about the prop with the lady from Colombia. Talking about our brothers and sisters all over the world. That's what we got to do. We got to start building from now. And land is cheap all over the world. Well, African world, Black world.
Thank you for that. Let's hear from Oni this time. Oni, what say you?
I kind of wish I knew how much
he paid, right?
He bought it. Yeah. And what was he saying about Gambia? Like what? I didn't know something about Gambia. But other than that, I don't know. I gotta apologize about that mic. I don't know what's wrong with my mic. It dropped one day, and I'm surprised you guys can hear stuff when it's muted. Good thing I'm not doing that appropriate. Anyway, yeah, what was it? I wish I knew how much money he was talking about. But buying land, it's good for that brother to just go out there, get some land, get a home for himself. But that's what I was planning on doing too, just getting myself some property, And I like that he's kind of, quiet about it. I would wait for after the project is built, because that's that, you can't take into account. Like a lot of times people are quick with the paperwork and slow with the work, they're quick to get your payment, but they're slow to, provide the service. And we all experience that, sure, right? But Yeah, I mean, I would just stay tuned. But that's legit what we should be doing. Like going through, getting land, setting up shop, setting up base, and like I said, eventually get ourselves some political power if we can, or something related to politics. But for real, like we are, wasting away in the West. Like people were talking about, oh, the brain drain of Africa. You know, it's not even like a brain drain. It's like when we were younger. The what was it? The United Negroes College Fund had a commercial where it's like a mind is a terrible thing to waste, right?
Mhm.
And like that's what we're doing, you know. Like at the end of the day, if we are, if our mind is solely at the employ of these white boys, we are wasting our minds. Like we didn't follow the commercial at all. I mean, even though the commercial was trying to push us to do this, but still, we didn't follow the commercial at all because like it's legit. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. We really should be using our minds for our people.
Yeah, damn. Damn. Uh I heard from Kevin Kare. I heard from did I hear from Jay on this one yet? I don't think so. Jay, what
Yes.
say you?
I follow Afro Think Tank,
Mhm.
and he actually is his house is already built. He even has a small shop in the village nearby, and he's really making it look easy, confident. He's confident and trying to build confidence, like inviting other mainly African Americans
Mhm.
to do the same, to buy into freedom, to move into freedom, and he's still based in the United States, so he ping pongs between the US and Nigeria, and he does his thing, and it all looks he makes it looks easy. He makes it, he looks happy and fulfilled by doing it, yeah. Cheers to Afro Think Tank. The thing about Gambia that I think he's referring to, I frequent Gambia, or the part of Senegal south of Gambia, and sometimes I fly to Gambia and then drive to Senegal, and I've met some people involved, unwillingly involved in what I think he referred to, and that's scammers. There a few repatriates scam other they invite others to come to Africa, and to come via them, and yeah, there's been some scamming, but eventually it will come to surface. A lot of the times it's incompetence, it's dreamers dreaming of saving our people, but actually are incompetent, and maybe even maybe even also there's some hidden narcissists over there in the Gambia, but it will come to surface. At this point it's coming to the surface, a bit ugly, but finally, yeah, I think there eventually there will come an end to it, with the revealing of someone with a personality disorder behind a lot of the of the issues in Gambia regarding repatriates and owning land, but the world outside doesn't know exactly what was happening. So I guess him referring to the Gambia was not necessary. It was not necessary.
I appreciate that, Jay. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
What's up, Koku? Everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. I'm great, man. I'm great. How about
Okay.
you?
I'm great. I'm great. It sounds like you're driving.
Yeah, I just cranked up. I'm listening. I just had an opportunity to turn it on.
Oh,
So now I'm in. I don't even know what the last video was about. So right now I'm listening.
okay. I'll get back to you on the next prom then.
All right.
All right. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Hey, Bakari, Mississippi, you late. Mississippi, you late. You late. Anyways, yeah, here's the thing, Coco. I know a few young millionaires in the Bahamas, right? I know a few of them, but I am trying to convince these brothers, you know what I mean, that there is a world that exists outside of 21/7 the Bahamas. And it's very difficult because these brothers and them, they don't go on these social media. They don't be into internet and the things that I interested in. They would say, well, Cohen, we'll invest. But I'm trying to broaden their scope because these brothers, they fly planes, they have their own commercial plane, they have their own little planes and this and that. And I'm thinking to myself, man, the dollar in the Bahamas is 1-to-1. You could own acres of land in Africa, and it's very difficult to convince these brothers because it's like I don't have their money to take them to show them this is what you could get with this investment, with this bag you sitting on. You know what I mean? You could double it and multiply it, but with our people, it's very difficult for them to think outside of the box that they was born into, man. It's just very difficult, and it's breaking my heart. Maybe I need to show them some videos sometimes, but I am trying to convince the people who I know who have the financial muscle to be able to make these kinds of moves and serious differences in these other places in the world. But it's difficult because some of our people are limited, and I'm just trying to broaden their scope of the world. The world is bigger than Nassau. The world is bigger than the Bahamas, man. The world bigger than the Bahamas. You know what I mean? The world bigger than America.
True.
So it's just difficult. It's just difficult, but I understand what these brothers trying to do globally, and it's just the onus is really on people like me who are in spaces, who have the ability to maybe possibly convince the brothers in my community that, hey, let's do something, let's try this, and let's try this. You know what I mean? So it's just the onus is on me, and I understand that, but I appreciate Afro think tank and doing what he does. I feel like we are at they had a gold rush in California back in the day where a lot of people, when they came into American territories, they went to California to discover their gold and get their fortune. I feel like we are.
Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like we are at a time where we are in that space right now, and that space won't be here forever. So I think that we should embrace this gold rush for Africa because I don't want the Chinese to get it all. I feel like we should have some of our inheritance, our natural inheritance. So but that's that. When I see this video, these are kinds of the issues that spark up in my mind that I need to be a better convincer in convincing the brothers that I know who have the financial muscle to make some moves, but that's why I am with it.
Yeah, I like what I see from Afro Think Tank, man. He's not just talking it, but he's doing it. I like Oni though. I wish he would have, given us an idea of like what the costs were as well. Just to kind of, get everyone up to full speed, and not just part. If there's no thoughts, well, maybe Tanzania's here. Is Tanzan here?
Yes, I am.
Tan, did you happen to see that video just now from Afro Think Tank?
No, but I know that he does put quite a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, he basically was showing how simple it was to purchase land and build a home in Nigeria. compared to the paperwork and all that, and the monies like in America.
Yeah, I mean it's really very much more easier if somebody's really serious about purchasing land, actually getting land, and there are risks in every situation, every transaction. If you don't know what you're doing, and you might just get, and this is something that's even happened to people who are from there. You have to know what you're getting into before you get into it, but on the whole, it's way, way easier and much cheaper to buy land as an American going into Africa than vice versa. I don't even know how easy it is to own land in America, but it's not that easy.
Not
So,
very.
yeah, so sometimes we do limit ourselves to what we have instead of seeing the whole picture. That if Black Americans are really serious about getting land, don't just limit yourself to the land where you are. Know that there are lands outside of your borders, and so I think that's one lesson that we have to learn. That it don't just just where you are. We are a global people, and you might find opportunity somewhere other than where you thought that they were. So, yeah.
Thank you for that, Tan. That was the fifth topic tonight. I'm going to post topic number 6, but we're going to do a station ID break before we discuss it. In fact, you know what? Before I do that, let me do this here too. I wanted to shout out Afro Native World, who was in the chat tonight. I don't know if he's still there, but just want to put this out there on his behalf. He tweeted this earlier. They have a book club on Obadale Kamban's site, a BB2B. They have a book club there, and they're beginning a discussion tomorrow. I think that's tomorrow on this book, Mbongi. I think that's how you pronounce it. An African Traditional Political Institution by K. Kia Bonseki Fukia, PhD, a Eureka to the African Crisis. I have this book, and I've never cracked it open, and I had high hopes for it too. But they're starting that discussion. So if you're on a bb2me.com, you could look them up, and you could join in on that discussion over there. So I just want to put that out there. Shoot a Breeze topic number 6 will be do stepdaddy and baby daddy have the same responsibility toward a baby mama? That's going to be the topic on the other side. Let's do a station ID break just to remind you guys that this show is part of a podcast network.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Just to remind you, at the start of the show, I did mention that we have some news coming up of some new shows that have been added to KWAZ Radio. We'll announce that next week. We're still waiting for one more response, but we have some exciting news coming next week. Some of you could probably guess what it is, but we'll do it official next week. We'll let you know about the new shows coming on the network. We're very excited about the partnership coming up. Shoot a Breeze topic number 6 is, do stepdaddy and baby daddy have the same responsibility toward a baby mama? This came with a link. Hold on a second. Let me grab it. You guys probably saw all the discussion about this on social media. Let's take a look at this link.
Look, y'all. Every day my baby daddy come here with one meal for my child. But I have 3 other kids. We have 1 kid together, but he only want to come and bring one thing to McDonald's. But what about my other kids? How come you can't feed my other kids McDonald's though? Like that's bogus as hell. Like you're not finna sit here and make my other kids feel left out, and you're only bringing one child something to eat. Look, there you go. And I bet you he only got one thing in there. I bet you he don't even.
This lady really lost her mind. Bogus? What's bogus is you have a bunch of kids with different baby daddies. If you had one father for all your children, you wouldn't be having this problem right now. He's bringing food there every day for his own kid. He's not responsible for the other ones. Shout out to all the ladies and all the fellas who sent this video in. Y'all literally flooded me with messages on this one right here. So take a second to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. Click that notification bell for all updates. Not going to waste any time. Let's go ahead and get into it.
I'm finna expose out of him so people can see how he really is. It ain't more than enough food in that bag for everybody.
Ma'am, you are not exposing him. You're exposing yourself. You're looking like a donkey right now.
What's up? Because I'm finna expose you. What? Because that don't look enough for all my kids. That don't look enough for all my kids. What is that? That's just one burger? One burger, one fry? What do you mean? Okay, what about my other kids? What about your other kids? Okay, but them your kids' siblings though.
And why is she doing all this yelling? She's crazy. You see why she had multiple kids and multiple men leave her. Oh yeah, on top of that, recording him. This is crazy.
Them my kids, them your kids' siblings though. So my other kids finna be left out. You didn't feed them? You know I don't give my food stamps to the 7. Listen, it's not my problem.
You see how she's trying to shame and guilt him? How is it his responsibility to feed all your kids just because you didn't manage your food stamps properly? Y'all already know what they do. They go to the grocery store. They'll be walking with 2 baskets of groceries with cereal. They feed the kids all the cereal, and then they go and load up on steaks and seafood for themselves. Ma'am, you are not managing your food stamps properly. If I got her records over the last 30 days, I'll be able to prove to you. The government gave you enough food stamps. You're not managing them properly. And now you're trying to make it his fault. If you can't afford to feed your kids, you shouldn't have custody of them. But then again, how can you not afford to feed the kids if the government, they're cutting a check for you every month? Probably even selling it to people for money for her lace fronts.
But if you're trying to help out though, you're not helping out. I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to help my son. How are you helping your son when you're only getting food for just him and not the other kids, his siblings? Them are his siblings though. He's not finna eat in front of all his other siblings and they're not eating on McDonald's. No, why do I gotta bring him out to the car? No. He's not finna eat that at all if you can't bring enough for everybody. So you telling me that I gotta bring, so when I bring my son food, I gotta bring your kids food too now? Yes. You sound dumb. How is that dumb? You sound dumb. You sound dumb. Where are they daddies at?
Exactly. That's a good question. Where are the fathers of the other kids? But I say this all the time. This is what they do. When they have kids by multiple men, the one that she's going to deem responsible for all of them is the most capable, the one with the most money, the most active. She's going to automatically assume that he should be responsible for all of the kids. Even when it comes to child support, they're going after the man with the highest value. And they're not just going to use that money to support their kid. They're going to use that money to support all of their kids. This is why you don't date single mothers. And then you see how unreasonable she is. He's like, okay, fine. You don't want him to eat the food in front of his siblings. He can hang out with me for a little bit, eat his food, and then go back. She's like, no, he's not going to have it at all. So she's going to stop his son from 1, spending time with his father, and 2, accepting food from his father just because the other kids can't have it.
Nobody told you to talk to them other. You had them other kids. Them your responsibility. They're not my responsibility. Okay, but if you're gonna bring one, you need to bring it for all. How do that look that I'm letting one child eat McDonald's and all the rest of the kids can't eat no fucking McDonald's? You know I get food stamps on the 11th. 3 kids that ain't mine. 3 kids that ain't mine. Yeah, they're his siblings. You knew what you was getting into when you had a baby with me. Yes, you did. Okay, but you still had a baby with me who have kids with other people. I still have other kids. Because I'm exposing everybody think you such a motherfucking good daddy. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're foolish in this bullshit. You only come here with one piece of food for one child.
The child that's mine, silly.
Did she say that he came there with one piece of food? But seriously though, ma'am, you're being unreasonable. You can't expect for this man to bring food for all your kids every day. And then you see how she's up here trying to ruin his image as a good father and make it seem like he's being a bad father because he's unwilling to pay for her other kids too. If you wanted him to have food so bad, why didn't you just send him the money to bring the other kids food? No, but you think that you're so entitled that he's supposed to pay for all of them? Who said that his budget could afford food every day for all of them? He's not responsible for all of the kids. You are. He's only responsible for his.
No, that's dumb that you can't feed the other kids. Don't feed nobody at all then. He can't take that. He can't eat it.
Maybe if you had one or two, I could maybe. You got it's 3 extra kids. What the all like going to my account, spending money on all those kids. Them not my kids.
Them are your kids' siblings, though. Dumb.
So that's what you gonna go with? That's the one you
Those are your fucking kids' siblings.
That means
yeah. So don't. No, I didn't say you have to take care of them. You can bring them something to eat if you bring one something to eat.
I bring them food every other day. What do you mean?
Exactly, but you don't never bring food for the other ones. You know I get my food stamps on the 11th. Okay, but I'm saying we share the same kid as well.
Absolutely. So if you want to, if you feel like I feel away about me, take him in the room and let him.
I'm not taking my kid in the room.
Send him down to the car. He ain't even got any for his come right out to the car and eat with me.
No. You know what? Fine. Give it here.
Thank you.
Give it here. Give it here. Give it here. Done. He ain't eating this. You. Because you ain't bringing up for all the other kids. You stupid. Selfish is like you're dumb as hell. You're dumb as hell. He's not finna eat that. Dumb. He not finna do that. You can't do it for all. Don't do it for none of them. But stupid. Thought I was finna take that today. Yeah, I had another thing for him today. No, he can't take it today.
Now I know she ain't just throw that food down. See, this is why you don't compromise with them. He's talking about if you have one or two, then maybe. No, if she cannot afford to take care of her kids and feed them, then she shouldn't have them. And this should be evidence that she don't know how to feed her kids and take care of them for you to be able to go ahead and get custody of your own son. Keep talking about her food stamps coming on the 11th. Okay, well, from the 11th to the 11th every month, you should be meal planning, shopping within your budget. You can't afford Whole Foods or Publix. You got to go to Walmart. And you can't buy name brand food. You got to get great value. Stop buying all that cereal and learn how to cook. Like, I don't feel sorry for her. You're not even working to feed them. The government is feeding them. Better start couponing or something. But of course, she doesn't know how to manage her food budget. She couldn't even manage her thought pocket. She got 4 kids by multiple men. Like, what's supposed to happen on Christmas? When he's bringing his son over a gift, he's supposed to bring one for all your other kids too? But yeah, like I say all the time, this is why you don't date them. She's already got a kid from another man or 2 different men. Then you are going to be number 3, okay? But let's go ahead and get the conversation started below in the comments. Do you believe he's wrong for not bringing the other kids food? Or is he only responsible for his own son? Special thank you to the contributors of the channel, Quest Peach, Ricardo, and our brother Dark Power. I appreciate all of you for donating. And I also want to shout out everybody who sent in requests this week, the ones who really...
All right. Entitled Single Mom of 4 goes viral. Mad he only bought food for his son and not her other kids too. This is Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. The prompt says, do stepdaddy and baby daddy have the same responsibility toward a baby mama? The learning curve said, baby daddy is not daddy or stepdaddy. They are different. So I saw this story, and I'll be honest with you. Once I saw the eating McDonald's stuff, I just passed it by. This is the most I really learned about it right here. Some silly shit, to be sure. Kevin Curry 42, what did you take from this? And How do you respond to the prompt?
I mean, this is the first time I saw it. I saw it also on social media, but I didn't pay attention to it again when I heard McDonald's, same as you. But now that I'm seeing it, this is embarrassing, you know. But my advice is to a lot of you young men, you gotta be careful who you share your sperm with, because this could be you being exposed. You know, so-called exposed. It's not really exposed, but being humiliated on the internet for being a good father. You know, the other thing I'm seeing too is this woman is like is like a division now. Like, oh, if my kids can't have McDonald's, your son can't have McDonald's either. So now she's turning his son against him, and also her two other kids against him. You know, which he has nothing to do with them. You know, but this man though, you know what I'm seeing is a good father that comes in to give his son, even if it's McDonald's, to give his son something that his son wants. You know, but then she's being like the way she's going. But if this man was smart too, you know, the first part of being smart, what he did was to walk away from the situation that didn't make it any worse. But he can use this video in court, as the lady said in the end, to try and get, you know, custody of his kid. You know, she can't. It's obvious now that she can't really afford to have those kids. So this is his chance to take over. But this was embarrassing, as Julian will say, another L.
So, Kare, you don't think that because I have a kid by this woman, I also have to look out for her other kids as well? You don't think the way it should be?
Listen, the way I look at it, man, what if this guy's struggling? It's like only thing I can afford is my son. I got my rent to pay and everything. I can't keep feeding, your other kids. That's not my problem. I know it sounds cold. I can help some of the time, but I can't do it all the time for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my responsibility. I already punished myself by breeding with you. Let me do my punishment. But damn, yeah. But that's not his responsibility, though.
All right, thanks for that. Let me go to the forecast this time. The forecast, what say you to this?
Yeah, I agree with that, brother. You know what I'm saying? For me, like for me, I don't have kids myself, you know what I'm saying? And I would prefer to have with somebody who don't have kids themselves, but you got to be careful about the person that you're with, you know what I'm saying? Now I think everybody should be able to do what they want to do, but I don't think he's not entitled to do anything like that, you know what I'm saying? But like I don't really know what to say about this one though.
In the chat, the learning curve says you cannot expect a man to be responsible for all future vagina actions. LOL. I and past ones too, right? Like you can't expect a dude to be responsible for what you did before. Like no, you know what I mean? But I'm curious to hear what others have to say about it. Let's go to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you to this? I know.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, so me, I'm different, right? There ain't no way in the hell I would go in a house with food for a child and don't have them for other kids. See, everybody is focused on the woman. Be careful who you have sex with. No, I'm talking about the children. She's ratchet, and far as I'm concerned, he's a punk. Because ain't no way in you even taught that you come on, y'all parents never told you don't take no food to nobody's house if you ain't got enough for everybody. Cause I know y'all done heard that.
Yeah, don't eat in front of people.
Yes, and that's just absolute, and that's him being a punk, and he took it there. She's ratchet and he's a punk. If you ain't got enough, you and your son, instead of saying we can sit, what type of mess is that? We can sit in the car to eat. Why didn't you sit in McDonald's and eat then? If you didn't want to eat, he did it to get a reaction, and he got the reaction. I don't know about the relationship. I would say maybe she broke up with him. I don't know. But he did that to get a reaction. Because if you went to McDonald's, don't eat the food at McDonald's. Don't eat the food in the car. You drive all the way wherever to the house so your child can sit in front of his brothers and sisters or whatever and say, My dad bought me this and I'm going to eat and y'all don't have McDonald's. Come on, man. Y'all know that's rude. You know it ain't right. But hey, so it will come back to it take a village. See, I'm from the country and that's how we get down. We going to feed one another, right? So now you have to look at this because these black people, and we have to look at this out as a broad on a broader spectrum. You can see just in this relationship and the response that you get from black people that I've heard black men say he ain't responsible. No, you're not responsible. Even with the woman at the broader spectrum, now you can see why black people don't look out for one another. I'm not responsible for you. I don't care about you. Long as mine is taken care of, everything black has turned I, me, mine. So with him, I don't know how far the McDonald's is from that house, but I'm going to say it again. They could have eaten in McDonald's. If he wanted to spend more time with his son, they could have eaten in McDonald's. He could have had his child eat in the car on the way to the house. But if you're going to go to that house and you don't have, come on, man, you could have went to Little Caesars and got a $5 Holland Ready for $5. You could have got a $5 pizza and every child could have a slice of pizza. The pizza is cheaper than a Happy Meal. And any man who want to say this dude ain't being a punk and being petty, come on, man. We got to do better. Is it his responsibility? No, you want to say, no, it's not his responsibility, but is his responsibility to be a man? So you mad at kids because you don't get along with the mother?
I agree with Brother Bakari. I agree with him. I agree with him. I agree with my brother. I agree with my brethren, Brother Bakari, as a part of the Simp gang. We a part of the Simp gang.
Don't hype him up, Miss Sons.
No. We a part of the Simp gang. Because I agree. I used to date a chick, right? And she had 2 kids. So when she say she hungry, I gotta buy an 8-piece from Kentucky because she have 2 children. She have 2 men, 2 boys, teenagers. So that money split down the middle. But I already didn't know that going in. You know what I mean? I already didn't know that going in. My thinking is this. You know what I mean? Because I'm a Caribbean tether, how I think. I would have gone to what's a nice grocery store chain or whatever. I could buy a pack of a $4 pack of ground beef, some buns, and what do you call it? Them cheese thing. What do you call it? Them cheese things to put on a sandwich. That's what $10 because it's cheap in America. Right. I can make that. That's 8 sandwiches already. I could make that plus some fries. That could probably run me like $12. Feed all of them and still smash home grill at the end of the day. But that's just me. That's just me. Yeah, I mean, that's just me. But I mean, for my thinking, I wouldn't have done that because, like the sister was saying, and how I thinking for myself, I wouldn't go there just bringing. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know that sister. I don't know what the situation is, but you can't go in that house knowing it's 4 mouths plus the mother who hungry. And just say I can bring a sandwich and fries for my child. Come on, man, that's fucked up, man. And then fuck. I would have do. I co-sign what home girl do. I co-sign that. I sorry. Maybe it's just me and my reality. You know what I mean? That's how I think. But I figure, and my mother had 4 kids too. And God forbid if my dad had passed and some dude come around or whatever, he can't bring 1 sandwich. Come on, man. Come on, bro. You know what I mean? You already done been there. You know what the situation was going in and understand the situation. You can't just feed 1 mouth and say, well, I'm fulfilling my duties as a father. That's not right. That's fucked up. And I feel like he either need to cook or you need to bring 4 sandwich. Period.
So some people would say then he shouldn't take shit for none of them then, right?
Yeah, but just don't take it then. Just don't take it. Just don't take it then. You know what I mean?
Yo, man, that's funny as hell. Just don't take nothing for no one. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you to this?
So that's why I'm not a part of Simp Gang, you know. Make sure Zuli listens to this one. I'm not a part of Simp Gang. Oh, wait, sorry. I said that's why I'm not a part of Simp Gang. Make sure Zuli listens to this because, Simps. No, I mean, what this lady just did was psychotic. You know, I was cringing throughout. I think I think the brother should use this in court, and just get custody. I don't know what Mr. Untouchable was just saying. He's going double dip into that, like, shit. They better have. They don't have no Supreme Court that you can't force a vasectomy. So yeah, Mr. Untouchable, don't let nobody know where you at, because you responsible. Nah, you gonna go back into that? Nah, no. All right. So yeah, that lady was psychotic. Cause see, the thing that we not missing. All right, so I'll say this: my mother did have 3 kids with my father, and then 1 after. And then one day, my father did bring food for all of us except for my younger brother, and it just looked shitty to all the rest of us. However, the reason why it looked shitty to us as kids, because we like our brother, the reason why it looked shitty to us was because it wasn't a regular occurrence. This dude, on the other hand, is doing this, he says, every other day. If he's bringing food for this kid every other day, the mother is taking advantage of him. Because, one, you got to realize, if she got 4 kids or how many kids, she's getting child support, right? She's even getting child support from this guy. So she's calling him up every freaking day saying, your son is hungry, right? And so this father does the responsible thing, which is, if my son is hungry every fucking day, no need to curse, but every day, then I'm going to bring food for my son. I don't know what you're doing with the money you're getting. You got food stamps, you got child support, you got everything that could equip you as a parent and you got a job maybe, I don't know. But you got everything that could equip you as a parent to feed your kids, but you're calling me to tell me that my kid is hungry. And I'm going to do what I have to do, which is I'm going to go feed my kid. It don't make no damn sense nowhere for this man to feed her entire family every other day. It don't make no damn sense anywhere. Because it's like, she has the food stamps. It's different if this dude was getting the child support. If he had all the child support and he got all the food stamps, it would make a lot of sense for him to be feeding her family every day. But he don't. And he's going above and beyond to provide for his son, who's clearly being neglected. The other kids are being neglected too, but it's like a big question of, where are their fathers? Now, I agree with the premise. The premise is, you don't go to somebody's house and not have to bring food. But again, you don't go to nobody's house bringing food every day. That's not a thing. You know what I mean? So the fact that she's going to call him to bring food every day. Now, I would think that McDonald's is a bad choice, but still, she's going to call him to bring food every day. He's doing what he has to do for his son to have a viable life or whatever, on top of most likely paying her child support, and probably the only one on time. You know what I'm saying? Paying her child support. She got the food stamps because she has a kid claim. She gets to claim the taxes for this kid. She got free money from the government because the government gives you a child tax credit. All that kind of stuff. On top of all that, she's not feeding his son. He says, look, I got to go and feed my kid daily. Right? And then when he brings the food and get his McDonald's, she takes it and throws it on the ground and records him and says, hey, everybody thinks you're good, but you're not good for feeding your damn son? Nah, what? And like I said, man, it was one thing when y'all were like, yeah, sure. I mean, again, if you do this like one time, because like I said, I've visited the sister, I might visit her, maybe every 2 weeks, something like that, right? I feed a kid when I'm there. I feed the kids when I'm there. They're not my kids, but I'm in her house. I got money, whatever, fuck, right? But I'm not going to feed nobody's kids every day. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, where? You got. And then here's my thing. It's like that fact that Mr. Touch was like he would go back in that. Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't even make sense. She just took your son's food. She just took food out of your son's freaking mouth, more or less, right? Like, your son was like, damn, I'm so hungry. But I know my dad coming over with some food, right? Because my dad comes over. And she took that food and recorded herself throwing it. And you talking about you going to tag that ass again? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what?
I gotta get some compensation for spending my money on 4 children.
Hey, I agree. Hey, Mr. Untouchable, but man, you can't go there and not feed them kids, man. But I think it's crazy, Colin. Every other day you taking food. That's absolute. Both of them.
Yeah,
See,
that's the
both
crazy
of
part.
them. Both of them toxic. It's not just her, him too. You taking McDonald's every other day.
Nah,
Both
but
of them. Now,
if your kid not eating, you gotta bring them food. Like that's on it. Like if I found out my son was somewhere, like if my son was somewhere anywhere, like he was like his grandmother's house or whatever, or his aunt's house or whatever, and I found out he's not eating food, yeah, I'm gonna take him food like every day. That's what you're supposed to do as a father. The fact that you're gonna feed the whole, like, what if she was running the orphanage? You know what I'm saying?
Brother Bakari.
Well, look, you know, I guess.
Brother Bakari.
Yeah, what's up?
You from the South. You from the South, right? So you understand a little bit more than these New York brothers because they sophisticated. when the food short in the house and it's a lot of mouths to feed, what the grandmother used to cook? They used to cook soup. The soup the soup is enough to spread it among a bunch of mouths. You know what I mean?
A sticky chicken, so everybody can get a big pot of you boil the chicken.
Cannot bring one hamburger in the house with 5 children, man. That's crazy.
No, see, y'all got to look at this video, but you got to pay attention to the body language and everything. You know, the face is blurred out, but this is not a man that could go into the house. He didn't walk into the house. See, because like he even offered, hey, bring my son out, so that he can sit in the car. What that means is, and she says no. This is a psychopath. Like you. This is not somebody you can just walk into the house and say, okay, I'm gonna cook some soup, or here's some ingredients for soup. She said, come bring some food because your son is hungry, and that's what he did. You ain't gonna bring no. What y'all talking about?
So only let me ask you a question, right? Be honest. You wouldn't take a $5 Holland Ready, or you just continue to buy your child a Happy Meal. Come on, a $5 Holland Ready. I'm talking about the kids. Forget the grown-ups. Forget the crazy ass mom, because she ratchet. She is ratchet as hell. And I'll say here, forget them. I'm talking about if you going, and that's your child, and you know you're gonna eat. You wouldn't take that $5 hot and ready is cheaper than a Happy Meal.
Something about that $5 hot and ready just cracking me up, man. I don't know what it is.
Fellas.
What I would do is I would bring a good meal for my son, and like $5 hot and ready for the other kid. That's what I would do.
I don't agree with my New York brothers. I could cook a big pot of soup. A big pot of soup for all them people. Y'all too sophisticated with this. Because y'all too used to get into what you call it, the fast food restaurant.
And who gonna
cook a big pot of soup?
Give it back to you, or you gonna buy a new pot every time?
I could cook a big pot of soup for that, man.
See, I'm gonna show you something. It's like I'm from the country, right? Like I'm 50, so I'm probably older than everybody on here, right? And I had old parents, so I got some old ways, right? But anyway, during the summer. My mama never cooked a meal during the summer. My dad sponsored the Little League team. My brother was the coach. My mama never cooked a meal that couldn't feed 15 people. Every summer, whole while I'm growing up, would never cook a meal because she knew those other kids coming by the house might not have nothing to eat. She never cooked a meal that couldn't feed 15 people, ever. And I couldn't just go and take nothing to my child. Like, I have grandkids now, right? And the one that ain't none of my, the other ones ain't blood related to me. But I'm not gonna buy nothing for my grandkids and the other little kid can't get nothing. If I'm getting them something, I'm getting them ice cream. He's gonna get some ice cream too. It's just that simple, man. They forget the parents. We just talking about the kids. Forget the crazy ass parents, because I think both of them crazy. But I'm almost like Mr. Untouchable. Y'all can laugh at me too. You can double dip if you want. I'm just saying. But that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. Forget the parents. Let's just look at the kids being hungry. I only say he'll give his kids a good meal and buy the other little kids a $5 hot and ready. Y'all must not have Little Caesars in New York, because they laugh every time I say $5 hot and ready. You just go give me a $5. Give me that $5 cheese hot and ready. Well, it's $6 now. Inflation, it went up $6. and you got eight slices of pizza.
What do y'all
But every other day, that's crazy though. Every other day, that's.
Asked, what are y'all gonna do when she throw the soup on you? Now what?
Look, that's why you get a hot and ready pizza that she can't throw that on you. But that shit is crazy too. Taking food every other day, you got to take food to your son.
She's using him. She's using him. That's what I'm saying. Like that's my thing. I'll tell y'all the truth. I don't let people use me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I would do something for my kid, but ain't no damn way you gonna be using me. Yeah. Like it don't make, like, if you do the mathematics, right? She's getting money for these other kids from the government, right? And from the other fathers. This dude's just going above and beyond to keep his son nourished, because this lady's not looking out for the well-being of her kids. Because see, if you're looking out for the well-being, because I think somebody put up a picture and they said, look, she could have just cut the sandwich in 4 pieces and divided the fries. You know? Like she just
Coco.
But have you ever thought about this on it? Have you thought about this on it?
Y'all got a Lucha in here wild right off talking about she agreed with Oni. She agreed with Oni. She don't even agree with me.
Hey, Oni, let me ask you a question, Oni. Let me ask you a question. You say he being used. Have you ever thought about that maybe he like it? He keep going back doing that every other day, going through that because maybe it's something over there about that woman that he like.
Yeah, it's time with them. Like, it's time. This is the thing with this video. Like the reality of this video, right? The reality of this video is that she pushing this man away because he's not finna come back tomorrow and the day after and the day after. She don't push this man away, and that's how a lot of women end up with fathers that don't come back to their kids, because that's one of the hardest parts about the breakup is that. Yep. Women kind of just use your kid against you to the point where you're like, look, if this is what it means, I'm not even gonna do it. So this is like a really bad video because this man was really doing what he was supposed to do. I mean, I get the idea that again, you're not going, you can't do that. You can't afford it. It doesn't make no sense. You can't do that every other day to feed a bunch of kids. Maybe if you have a big bucket of soup or whatever, right? But nobody does that, you know. And like she would throw it on you. I'm telling you. She would
let's hear from Jay.
Yes, fellas, haven't you noticed from the start something weird about the video? I mean, is that a house? It's like she's in a shop. Didn't you notice all the glass where she is? I thought my first thought was she's at a barber shop or something like that, right? Like what's happening? There's too much glass. There's too much windows in the building where she is, and guess what? Newsflash: the woman is a content creator. She's trying to be funny, or she is funny on social media, and guess what? She only has one child.
Oh, I see. So
I was gonna say that some people did say that this video was fake and that there was no other child, but I don't know. Like I saw that circulating, and then like I saw it was deleted because maybe somebody was just saying it was fake, like just to hype it. So I don't even know. But
I saw 3 screenshots in the post that I saw. I saw 3 screenshots. I believe one was Twitter, one was Instagram, and another one, and she's a content creator.
Okay, all right, but the scenario is still a
yes.
It's still a decent scenario to discuss.
Yes. People from the manosphere ran with it. The brother got both of them got harsh critics. The brother was called a bum in the manosphere. People judged him by his car, judged him by his by choosing the type of woman, etc. So we have had an opportunity to speak about real. I mean, common. I don't want to call it common, but you know, this happens all over the diaspora. I mean, the other day, the other episode, one of the topics was how is life in the Netherlands, and I didn't quite touch, I didn't quite answer the question, but life in the Netherlands is, I'm assuming it's like in France or in Portugal or in the United States or in the Western diaspora, and we in my eyes we have the same issues. We our women don't feel protected. Our men are shooting each other and criticizing and gossiping, bringing each other down. It's the same thing. So I didn't really answer the question, but we see this behavior here in the Netherlands too, like you know, like we see it on American in American media. It's rampant, and we had a chance to let this circle in our domes. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I pass the mic.
All right, thank you.
Hey, can I say one thing right quick? One thing right quick. Watch this, right? So I'm gonna use me for an example. Now we know you can't beat them ratchet women arguing and screaming, right? So sometimes you just got to go ahead and scheme. Cause I'm gonna be honest, my oldest son is 31. I'm 50. My oldest son is 31, and this is probably with some crazy type of stuff I would have gone through, tried to keep me from my son and all that. But I let her win that argument because I can't even argue like that. You can't beat them ratchet women arguing. That's just a fact. They gonna out talk you. So while they doing all that talking, you be scheming. And I knew my son needed to be in a better spot. So my son turned 5 years old. I ended up with custody. I ended up with custody of my son. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm not doing none of that. I wouldn't constantly go through taking food every other day. He want to be there. That's why he's going there every other day with that food. But man, just go ahead, do what you got to do to get custody of your son. Now, if you get custody of your son and he want to see his siblings, are you going to be man enough to let the siblings come by? I was, but the mama was so crazy, she wouldn't let him. I wouldn't have cared if they had came by and stayed a weekend with me. They could even stayed a week with me to see their brother because we lived in different states. But the mama was crazy and didn't want him to come by, but that wouldn't have bothered me. I just wanted to say that a little bit. That's it.
Thank you for that, Brother Bakari.
Take some personal responsibility for their genitals and what they do. Take some personal responsibility. If you mess with a female person and you know full well that she has children from not from you, from your seed, then there's some consequences to that. You can't say, well, I'm gonna just deal specifically with my child and my child alone, knowing full well when you got in a relationship or any kind of situation with that female person that she had multiple children. So you know the consequences. If you don't know, then you're still responsible. So I feel like there's some personal responsibility that's trying to be passed or whatever. Nah, you need to go in the house, either cook some soup and bring it to our house. You need to cook some hamburgers or whatever. It is what it is. I don't understand how my lady side with Oni in that. I'm gonna check on that later. But I'm sorry. I disagree with y'all brothers with that. I disagree with y'all brothers, man.
I have a question for the panel.
Am I gonna skip? Am I gonna speak? What?
Yo. I'm trying to get through. I'm trying to get to you guys. Just hold tight.
I wanna speak also, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to hear from Tan. I want to break up the male energy for a bit. Tan, what say you to all of what you've been listening to?
Well, I've heard what the men have to say, and I agree with some points, but I still say, I think it was Brother Oni who was saying that if you choose to be with a single woman, especially a woman who already has kids, sorry, Sister Roy, children, you already know what you're dealing with. So even before you have children with her, you should already know that you have somewhat of a responsibility towards the other children. Now, if you have children first with her and then she ends up getting children later, maybe that's different. But I still say that if you're going to talk about the women derisively. Oh, she has 4 babies by 5 women or whatever. But it's the same thing with the women. You know, when you see a woman and then she's like the 7th baby mama, like after the first, second, and the third and the fourth, like you should get an idea what kind of a guy you're dealing with if he has, you know, at least 3 or 4 baby mamas. And the same thing with the men. If a woman already has 2 or 3 kids by different men, you already know what kind of a woman you're dealing with, and so you should know that she comes with the children. You know, for a man, maybe he can say, well, I only care about my child, forget the other ones. But you know, and I think that at the same time, he probably has like he's buying a lot of McDonald's and just dropping it from place to place. I don't think he's such a saint either. I think he also has multiple baby mamas, so he can't just buy one pizza because he has to drop them several places. So I think they're both equally irresponsible. But you know, with him, when it comes to the children, you can't play favorites. Even if it's your as a man, you can't say, oh well, I'm going to feed this to my children, 2 of my children, and not the third one. You know, you have to feed them both. Same with the woman; she can't feed one of the children that has a somewhat, you know, responsible, and I say somewhat responsible father, and then the rest of them just, you know, watching in starvation. So I understand her point of view that you knew what you're getting into. You knew that, you know, there were other children involved, and so you can't expect. You can make that demarcation as a man, but as a mother, she's not going to sit there and give one of her children, more food. But I don't think that she should have thrown the food out at the same time. You know, that's just like I said. Both of them are they're made in hell, but you know, both of them have equal irresponsibility. But yeah, the guy is not a saint either. If he knew exactly what kind of a woman, you know, he was getting involved with, and that there were other children involved, it's not fair to punish the other children just because they don't have stand-up with dads who bring them McDonald's.
I think Tan mentioned something very interesting that most people wouldn't consider. What if this guy has other children? And he's coming through to take care, you know, to take care and feed this kid, but he has his other kids to go take care of that he's taking care of. Like, you know, very few people will question that. Let me get to this impatient panelist here, commonly known as Miss Thang out in the streets. Here we call him Razuli. Miss Thang, what do you got to say
First of
about
all,
this thing?
I'm gonna say the simping is strong tonight with these brothers over here. First of all, I don't if a stepdaddy versus a baby daddy is different. A stepdaddy, if you coming in the crib, it looks bad. It's horribly bad for you to just bring something for your kid and not bring for the other kid. But if you're a baby daddy, maybe it looks bad that you're only taking care of your kid, but you're not obligated to bring shit for the other kid. First of all, she said, "How you 2 weeks?" She said her whatever food stamp don't come until the 11. So you have nothing in the house to feed the kids. You only counting on the big dad. If you have food in the fridge, and the baby father is bringing McDonald's for his kid, and that's his kid. So I don't believe. Yes, you should. If he brings it, yes, that's a plus. But the baby daddy don't owe you to other fucking shit. First of all, what is her lack of accountability? His accountability, which the young lady just said, a lady who has 3 or 4 kids, but four different baby mamas, you should not even be having kids with her. That's his part. But to me, for him, if you're a stepdaddy, or if you're in a relationship with the mother, you live with the mother, like that's your house, you guys live together. Yeah, if you bring in McDonald's, it looks bad and it's terrible that you don't even have to bring an extra burger. You could just buy the 10-piece meal, some nuggets, and share it. But at the end of the day, for these guys to be on this talking about, oh, he's wrong, he ain't shit, oh, he's wrong for not bringing food for, that's not his kid. A stepdaddy, yes, I agree 100%. You stepdaddy, you wrote the contract. If you're a living boyfriend or whatever, yeah, bring food. If you bring in food, yes. The thing is, my man was trying to look out for the kids. Let the sun come down. Come in the car, we go for a ride, you eat, and you go back in there. She wasn't even going for that. She want to force control him to buy food for her other kids. Yeah, what?
Koku.
Oh, no, Mr. Untouchable, you were
I'll wait.
simping for a while. You were simping for a while.
I'll wait.
Because you simp a lot. Talk about, I feel, what? No, because at the end of the day, he said, yo, all right, let him come down. We go around and buy the food. If the mother was really caring about, okay, here, Mike, go down with your pops. I go into the park and let him eat the food. If you don't want to embarrass or make the other kids feel bad, at the end of the day, you take the thing and you throw it in the floor and all of that, only in America. She would have never did that in the Caribbean. She would have never did that in the motherland. So at the end of the day, who lost?
So now you hear the Prince of Port-au-Prince just talking just now. So the Prince of Port-au-Prince just said, now remember this now, I want you to record this now. He said he said that the man should only take care of his child. Didn't he say that? Okay, so now
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said if the man want to only bring McDonald's for his kid, we can't fault him. That's his kid. But if he does bring extra for the other kids, that's a plus. But especially in our time we live in right now, he's not obligated to every day bring McDonald's for his kid, and especially if he's not a living boyfriend, if he's just a baby daddy.
Okay, good. So now you hear what the Prince of Port-au-Prince say just now. So now when Haitians come to the Bahamas, and Bahamians are Bahamian centric and say, well, our food for only us. Why are we sharing with the Haitian people now?
Stop. You cannot compare that. The Haitian niggas pay taxes in the Bahamas. Stop that bullshit. You simply stop that shit.
Prince, I let you talk, Prince. So now, when we practice this whole idea of xenophobia, now I don't want to hear you talking about we a bunch of Uncle Toms and sellouts because the Bahamians decided to say, oh, okay, it's an insular issue. They need to take care of their own issues. Because it's the same thing, it's the same principle.
Where this guy logical fallacy? Where your logic school at, man? Yo, get out of here.
Nah, it's not. That's not logical fallacy. It's the same thing.
All of them, we're talking about like
I'm not even going to enter that. Because that don't even make sense to me.
Exactly, Haiti.
He's mad. Let the Prince support him.
Because you know why? The people in the Bahamian work, they pay money, they pay taxes, they do all of that. So it's not like they're getting it for free. They pay taxes too. So stop saying that, oh, they're just there for free. Are they there for free? They're not working? They're not contributing to your economy? Stop saying that.
You get food for working. That's it. That's the truth.
Shout out to Haiti. My good brother is really in the house.
But let me actually, I want to add this though. There's this African proverb that goes, if you stay in somebody's house for like 3 days, you get fed or whatever. But after 3 days, you gotta grab a hoe. And by hoe, they mean like you gotta work, you gotta so on and so forth. I think the issue here that we just kind of skipping over is that this dude was, allegedly, obviously. So shout out to Jose for pointing that out. But so reminding me that that was because as soon as I saw this video, I was kind of just outraged, like to the point where I was just like.
But only she did a backup video where she explained herself, and then they said it was fake. So I don't know if it's really fake. She had a video where she said that the guy does that, and then they get intimate from time to time, and he's still bringing sometimes food.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's weird. Like I can't tell if it's fake or real because I saw that follow up where she's like, nah, blah blah, and like it looked like the performance that we saw looked authentic. If they pretended that, it would make a lot of sense because like the setting is kind of off, and the fact that she threw the food, like what mother in their right mind is going to throw the food if their kid is hungry? But at the same time, it's like. It looks so authentic that I got flashbacks. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been dealing with those type of women. I was like, what? But yeah, the problem, like I said, the problem goes that. So it's really a matter, and like I said, it's different if he was living with her. And see, my perspective is this. When I was like I said, I started visiting the sister so my son could have play dates and stuff, right? And the first day I'm there. Oh no! The second day I'm there, I decided I'm gonna order some food for us, from a restaurant that she liked. And You know, that junk was Jollof, right? It's Jollof. I got Jollof. I usually order it when I'm at my place. $14 a plate, you know? So I'm counting her kids like, hold on a second, right? You know? 'Cause I'm like, okay, I'm going to share a plate with my son. Like, now, usually I might just get a plate for my son. I don't know. But I'm sharing it. So I don't know, because that's another thing that makes this video seem fake is the McDonald's part. Like, who the hell is feeding their kid McDonald's? But, like, if it were me,
Only you'd be
I'll probably
surprised.
give my kids the McDonald's. I give the other kids the McDonald's and give my kid the Jollof. You know what I'm saying? but like that. This whole, but like on the real, like if this is real, I mean, like the dude is just doing like you can't expect nobody to just feed your whole family every time they visit, and they just drop it off. Not like they staying over. Not like they spending 3 hours there or 4 hours there. If they just dropping off food, you can't expect them to just come in and drop off food for.
But I do though. I'm thinking in my head. I'm thinking a bag of rice and 2 cans of tuna could feed a family of, and maybe I'm a tether because
she got food stamp, bro. Where's her accountability? Has she already ran out of food stamp for the month?
But Zuli, you first of all, you already done been there. I ain't talking about been there in the corner, Louis. So you understand the woman had children before. So I mean, you can't say that I only could bring a sandwich and a drink for my child alone.
It's not my Mr. Untouchable. What you're not listening. So when does it stop? So if I buy my son a Jordan, I have to buy them the Jordan too. When does it stop? When does it stop?
It stops when you decide. Hey, I can't date a woman with 4 or 2 children because it's beyond.
Stop, Mr. Hold on.
I want to cut in here.
Let's hear from the forecast and then Jay. Forecast.
No,
go ahead.
No. I just wanted to say something real quick because I agree with JB Jose. Sorry for my American accent, whatever. Too much glass. You know what I'm saying? Like if Abraham Lincoln is black, this video is fake to me. You know what I'm saying? But assuming it's real, you know what I'm saying? This points out everything that this whole this whole broadcast has been about. The black family, because that's the whole problem. The community part of it, that's the whole problem. And then when we come into together, you know what I'm saying, like this just shows like where we are as a people, you know what I'm saying, like with this whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Because speaking of confidence, like what do you think, if it's real, like what do you think her son's confidence is going to be after this, you know what I'm saying? So maybe his generation lost too, but I'll pass the mic.
Thank you very much for that one, brother. Yes, sir. That's we're breaking the confidence of our next generation. But what I wanted to say, I forgot to tell what I would have done, right? Mm-hmm. So I stand with the brother and why? It's a learning point each and every time that he comes. For everyone, it's a learning point. For the quote unquote wretched mother, for the 3 other children, and for his son, it's learning. It's like, oh, this is how it's supposed to be, right? Because if he is forced to feed the other 3 also, aren't our diaspora communities saturated with entitled little kids of over 20? The entitlement is so strong in our communities. And where does it come from? It comes from I don't want to, I wish the term simp did not exist, but it comes from so-called helpers that you're creating entitled adults instead of responsible adults. So these 3 other children, they see a man bring for his child taking care of his child, or maybe more than taking care of his child, because McDonald's ain't food, right? But there's a learning, there's a lesson to learn there. It's a harsh lesson, it's a harsh lesson, but he's not creating three entitled adults, or children, right? So I would have done the same, but conscious, right? And I would prefer to take my son apart, right? Either go to McDonald's, or pass those minutes with him in the car, or outside around the corner, right? But I would do it as a learning moment, also, each and every time.
But also, Jose, I agree with what you're saying. It's like, what if the guy was just came off of work? He's like, he had to rush off of work and drop the food and go off. All I'm saying is, it's noble if he brings more for the other kids. But if that's all, he's not obligated to, especially if he's a baby father. The woman should be more accountable, should be more concerned about who she sleeps with. Why would you even give Nookie to a guy that will only bring food for his kid?
We got to be equally accountable though, bro. Like, yo, you got, like, I can't get a woman who I know is like trifling or whatever. You know, I can't get her pregnant. You know what I'm saying? I know I cannot do that.
This is what I just said. I said he's accountable for knowing that she had three different, and her attitude comes out of the video. But at the end of the day, a baby father versus a stepdaddy or a living boyfriend are different. The obligations are different. Like, y'all be seeing. So I mean, how many of y'all been driving, stop at the light, and a homeless man knock at your door and ask for $5? And how many of y'all give money? Y'all don't give shit. Talk about, oh, lazy ass, go get some work. But this one is different.
Now, I used to, what I used to do? I used to take, people that ask me money. I used to take him to the spot. You want a Snicker or you want a hamburger? You choose. I'm not going to give you money. You said you were hungry. You're gonna eat, and I'm not gonna give you money. That's what I do. But let me speak about experience with quote unquote wretched women, right? So I've been once with a woman that had children of 4 children of 3 fathers. And we were both aged, so it's not long ago. It's about 7 years ago, and my take on it was, we are both aged. I did it for the propaganda. We were activists for Black progress, of course. She said she had land in Ghana. I had. I have done at that point. I did agriculture in Senegal, peanuts and melons and Irish potatoes and those kind of stuff, and in my eyes, I was making an image to the rest of us here in the Netherlands, and I got eaten, I got destroyed, right? Because there's a reason why she has and it was worse than that. She had 3 baby daddies for 4 children, but she had 5 children. So she was married to give someone papers. She divorced before the 5 years, because here in the Netherlands you have to be married for 5 years. In those times, nowadays it's way more, But in those days you had to be married for 5 years. She divorced him for 1 year, and she kept his son. Right. So I was dealing with a demon, right? And if I offend people with the word demon, fuck y'all. No, sorry, I'm not. Swallow it, because they exist. They exist. I was dealing with a demon, point blank, and I got destroyed. She ruined my image in here. She ruined my image in Senegal, and I took it. It was, yes, I was a dreamer to think that someone of over 50 is going to change. That's stupid, right? So I was the stupid, I was the stupid one. So yes, there is a point in him impregnating this woman after this imaginary woman, because I still believe it's fake. But yes, it's his responsibility for impregnating. He has to take all this shit, because he stepped in this shit, right? So that's also my opinion. But what I would have done is the same, but with an extra layer to make it a lesson each and every time that I do it.
Let's welcome in observing. Let's welcome in observing immigrant. Observing, how are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Are you Marcus Garvey?
Yes. Yeah.
In the chat? Okay, thanks. Thanks for coming through. So you heard everything we had to say. Sister Tan
No problem.
Spoke on it as well earlier. What say you to this?
Well, I think the situation is interesting. I think the mother overreacted, because I don't get the impression that's the first time the father has ever done it. I think that was just the first time she ever tried to put it on camera. But it made me think of what my brother told me recently, because my mother has 4 children from 4 different men. Okay. And I was born in Barbados, but they were born in St. Vincent. And my brother told me the other day that my brother's the second child, so we have an older sister and a younger sister, and then me. So they would go visit my sister before me. So our third sister is dad, and he was married with kids. And when they took my sister, because she was younger, to visit her father, then my mother's 2 older kids would go with my sister. And my brother said, when he went there to visit at the house, my sister's father would treat them like they were just kids. Like, he would feed them. His wife would be kind to them. Like, they didn't differentiate between the fact that these were not his kids, they were not his wife's kids. They were just kids that came over to the house to visit, and they were all treated the same. He said that my brother was like, her dad never made them feel any different when they came over. He would make sure all of them were fed, that they were all comfortable. And mind you, my mom was in a different country, so it wasn't like he was doing it to impress her, and his wife was out of the house. So I think it's just a different generation who is looking at relationships.
Oh, you just cut out there.
Different. Huh?
You had cut out there.
No, I said it's just a different generation. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, I'm saying there's a different generation that's looking at things differently, because my brother and my sisters are closer to 50. So that was years ago, like maybe 40 something years ago. Yeah. So it's a different generation who's looking at life differently. And as I said, my mom wasn't there to be impressed by my sister's dad, and they had no adult around them where, they could have been mistreated in that situation. But my brother looks back at it fondly and says, they were all treated the same, and it didn't have to be that way. So it's just weird. It's a different generation, and, everybody's doing things for viral situations and likes. But at the end of the day, to me personally, a child is a child. Does the father have to feed the other? It's his choice. It's his money. And I don't think the mother should have acted the way she did. If she really felt her kids was hungry, why is she sitting at home waiting for the other father to feed them? As a mother myself, if my other kids are hungry, you would be feeding them. You wouldn't be waiting for somebody else's daddy to think. And all my kids are from my one marriage, so And there are times when sometimes I would bring home something for one child, because as a mother, because I know my child might like something from this particular place, but my other kids might not. So it's just a weird situation, in my personal opinion.
I appreciate that. Erzuli, I'll give you the last words on this one.
Like I said, like the young lady, like I said, I think there's a difference. I'm saying if the baby daddy brought something extra for the kids, that's kudos. That's great. But I still think there's a difference between the baby daddy and the stepdaddy. Like, so what the young lady just said just now about her brother going to, like, there's a bunch of other stories where that was like the family treated the other kids bad. But like she said, in a utopian society, especially in an indigenous society, yes, you take care of all the kids or whatever. But my thing is the audacity of the mother putting pressure on the men. Oh, you have to feed all my kids because they're siblings. No, if he does it out of the kindness of his heart, yes. Maybe he didn't have the money to do it. Maybe he can't do that every other day. And the thing, what's the accountability? How you a mother? She said she gets $1,000, I think, or I heard some $1,000, and $1,000 can last a month. So if he's bringing McDonald's for his kids, just like a plus, so there's no food in the house at all. Like, so what? They can't get McDonald's. There's food in the house, right? So they could eat the food in the house. If, like the young lady just said, if you're waiting for him to bring you food, that's just what kind of low vibration thing is this? I just think stepdaddy or living boyfriend have a different contract than just a baby daddy that you just letting hit. And why would you let this man have sex with you from time to time if he's not bringing in food? Like, but I don't think this guy is just only bringing in food. Maybe this time he didn't have the money. I think on his side, you could have just said, bring my son down. And when he did say it, she still got mad. So it's a no-win. At the end of the day, like everybody said, the kids suffer out of this because she threw the food in the garbage. So that's it.
But I just wanted to add just quickly about what Julie was saying, because I agree in the sense of he asked the question, where does it stop? And it kind of comes to like there's another thing a father could do for his son, which is enroll him in private school or something. Like some elite academy that costs a mortgage or whatever, right? But let's say he wants to do that for his son, right? Give his son a better education, right? Should he do that for the other kids? And so I think that, the example of, kids coming over to your house and you treating them like shit is weird. Like you shouldn't be treating kids coming over to your house as shit. But this is not kids coming over to his house. This is him being called every other day to bring food for his kid. And it's like, reality is that if you can't afford that, that's good for you. But the only person who could really afford to pay a kid, to feed a bunch of kids every other day is the person who's getting the food stamps and the person who's getting the child support. The person who's paying the child support can't like it's not even a reasonable ask. It's really not. But I'll just leave it at that.
I'll thank you guys for that conversation. That was a good conversation. I think I got to everyone in that discussion. So let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is, do you need to have a strong body to have a strong mind? The importance of mind-body discipline in the Black community. Shout out to everyone who's been on the panel tonight, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to the chat who's been interacting with us as well, man. It's always a good time to hang with you guys on a Saturday night to Shoot the Breeze. Let's check out this video, and then we'll discuss it.
Especially 30 seconds to women and make sure you switch sides. Full body workout, just being on the ground. Ready. Especially if you want to build a nice, strong body at home. Do these. At least 30 seconds to 1 minute. You feel me? If you want to build a crazy body at home, do these. Especially 30 seconds to women and make sure you switch sides. Full body workout, just being on the ground. Ready. especially if you want to build a nice, strong body at home. Do these at least 30 seconds to 1 minute. You feel me?
For a while there, I was wondering why she was in the background saying do these. Do you need to have a strong body to have a strong mind? The importance of mind-body discipline in the Black community. Kevin Carre, what are your thoughts on strong body, strong mind?
To each their own. For me, I'm more on the mind part. You can work out all you need. Yeah, you do need to work your body out, but as the saying goes, I forgot that saying. My God, I forgot how it went. But for me, my kind of workout is more jogging, basketball, skateboarding, biking, all that stuff. I don't really care about building too much muscle. I would lay that to Arzulism, but I'm more about the mind. But at the same time, you got to balance it. You can't go crazy over one over the next. But I digress.
Tanzan, what do you believe when it comes to body, mind, discipline?
I think they go together. You don't have to be in peak physical condition, but you certainly have to try to move your muscles at least a little bit, because if you just stay in your mind, then you're not going to be able to, do anything or do much when the physical action is required. So I think everybody has, a certain, you don't have to go through, the whole, professional working out and all that, but everybody has a certain responsibility to, to push yourself a little bit, both mentally and physically. I think they go together. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's go to the forecast. The forecast, what say you?
I would say, to answer the question, I would say you need a strong mind and you would develop a strong body naturally, because when your mind is sharp and strong, you will follow your intuitions. You know the things that you need to do. You will, you'll just know what to do, and you won't question, and you will take, what I'm saying? Like, because I agree with what Tanzan said, by the way, and I would say, like in a time where, if baby formula is not on the shelf, you might want to be in shape, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, for all we know, a meteor can hit the earth in like 6 months, but you not prepared. You know what I'm saying? It'll take you 6 months to get in shape. So like, in the time of peace is when you prepare for war. So like, I would say everybody get in shape. You know what I'm saying? Of course, like get the canned goods and stuff like that. But you may want to be able to do some sit-ups and push-ups and stuff in a time, because you never know. People can like make guns printing off of a printer. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you want to get in shape in case somebody try to run in your house or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Mind, body, discipline. Zuli, what's your take on that?
I don't know. It seems like a lot of the men, the people with the muscles are the one that are being controlled. So I think mind is always more powerful than body, in a way, because like the young man just said, if you have a strong mind, what you said?
The forecast.
Oh, sorry. The forecast just said, if you have a strong mind, maybe, but a lot of people who are very smart, their bodies is trash, because their mind is making them money, and they don't care about that. So, but I've seen, the thing is, maybe it has to be a balance, but I've seen a lot of people, look at all these athletes, strong mind, strong body, and they're the most coonish of all. So I think if you have a strong, they got to work together, but I would take strong mind would lead to a strong body, but that's not always the case. So, but a major of our athletes who got strong, you look at you would think that their body is strong, their mind is strong. They're the most programmed. So I don't know.
Just want to shout out Sister Raw in the chat. She said earlier to Tanzan, she says, "True, my sister Tanzan, then be one and the same thing." See? So she's talking about the body, mind, discipline being one and the same. Oni, you're always talking about your figure. What say you to this?
Well, yeah, I'm this dude does me want to work out a little bit. Yeah, I mean, a strong body. You need a strong body to have a strong body. I think that, yeah, I think the body is like like our mind and our body are obviously connected. Obviously, this guy is a little bit on the bigger side. You know, like you probably don't need to be this bulky. Not that he's bulky, but you know, you probably don't need to go that limit.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I mean, obviously, like you got to take care of your body because at the end of the day, your body is really the one in charge. You know, like we tend to think we're intellectual beings, but we're really physical beings. You know, we have our physical stimuli. You know, if somebody steps on your shoes, you're gonna get hurt. You know, if and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like uh, like fundamentally, I look at us as physical beings mostly. Um, so yeah, I would definitely encourage us to develop our bodies over our minds. But for me also, it's like like this is just a guy who's just promoting his.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like I feel like it's like a deep conversation over like not really a deep subject. It's like like we like you know what I'm saying. Like this dude's like he's just doing push-ups and stuff. Like he's just showing you floor workouts, which are pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like I mean, am I going to do any of them? Probably not. But like, could
Do
I?
these.
Yeah, like do these. Like, but like but yeah, yeah, definitely you do want to develop your mind, develop your body as well as your mind. I think it's kind of like it looks crappy. I think sometimes on my podcast, like I would just crap on some dude just for being small. You know what I mean? Like he ain't really say nothing wrong. It's just like, why are you so scrawny, man? Like put some muscle on your body. Like like if you're a man and you too scrawny, that's nothing. And by the way, I should say that about Assam Hotep. I got to give him some credit for that. This dude looked kind of big. You know what I mean? Like he was like he looked like he's thick. Like I wouldn't necessarily like it wouldn't be an easy fight if we would have just thrown down for no reason. Obviously we wouldn't do that. But I mean that's the kind of size you want. You want to have the figure of like you want to like stand as a man. So this guy has he's a nice like no homo. His figure's alright. But yeah, like that's what you want. Like men who do not work out, or even women who don't work out, like that's really a problem. And that's an under addressed problem. Like I be seeing some sisters, they nice, they thick and all that, but then you see their arms are really flabby and their stomach is really, like it's not, it's like we act like it's a good look, but like you notice when you see the other sisters, walking with their stomachs exposed and it's nice and like you notice the difference, and the same with guys. Like if you a man and you got boobs, like just go do some like do these, you know what I'm saying? Like let's rewind and look at the video again,
Yeah. Let's get Brother Bakari in. Brother Bakari, what say you to all this?
And I think your mind and your body go together. Your mind got to be strong to have the discipline, to create the discipline for you to get your body to where it's supposed to be. If you want to work out or do anything like that, man, since I don't work out like I used to. I used to work out 7 days a week. I was a little overboard with it. I used to lift and Saturday and Sunday I would just run. I would work out 7 days a week though. I used to do about 25, 30 miles a week. Lift one, do all that, but I think it goes together. You can't have a strong body without a strong mind, because it's the strong mind that create that discipline for you to get up and do that on a consistent basis. So it goes together.
Observing immigrants. Observing immigrants. What say you to this?
Me, you should have a strong mind over a strong body, because with the mind, then you can do anything. And in my opinion, the mind is for the leaders, the strong body is for the army, the soldiers. As for the importance of the mind and body discipline in the Black community, I don't think there is enough, because we're seeing a lot of of obesity, a lot of sexual promiscuity. So there's no mind-body discipline as much as it should be, because it's more than just exercise. It's more, mind and body discipline encompasses a lot of things: morals, yes, diet habits. So there's not enough of that discipline there. A lot of people are stuck with the body discipline in terms of the physical, in terms of looking good so you can look good in your outfit and all that. But if you're screwing everything, when the wind hits you, you fall over and you screw everything, then that's a lack of mind discipline. So there is not a strong enough discipline, mind and body wise, in my opinion, for the Black community.
I appreciate that. Observing immigrants. I don't think I heard from Jay on this one. Jay, what say you to this?
Yeah, the physical part for me is kind of easy. I don't have to do that much to keep to stay in shape, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't do. I should move. I should move more. Lately I've been doing some physical work, and it feels so good, to arrive at home and feel your muscles, the muscles that I forgot I had. So yeah, I should. You should. It works both ways. You feel mentally better when you've worked out, or when you have done physical work. I mean, it's adrenaline is a drug, right? It's a natural drug, and it makes you feel better. So yeah, it's both ways. A strong mind should help you be disciplined, and but if you don't have the discipline, and your work is just physical, your mind, your mentally you'll feel better. Less chance of depression and such. So yeah, we should work out if your work doesn't demand physical. Yes, but both mind and body should be in shape. Yes.
Yes, sir. I think I got to everyone on that prompt. If there's no last words.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just the importance of discipline. Discipline is so important. Like, we wouldn't even had that last conversation if men and women was disciplined enough. Like, we wouldn't have had that conversation 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Right. We could do it again. But that's all I want to say.
Well said, Forecast. We once had that discipline. Where has it gone? We got to get it back, right?
Yeah, I didn't get a piece of this, Koku.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
No worries. I think that it's very important within our community to focus on the mind-body discipline. I think that as far as us getting rid of the white devils in our lives, because it's reaping like a whole lot of damage as far as our health issues are concerned, and within our community, with the salt and the sugar, the granulated sugar, and the white flour and the white milk. These are devils. These are devils that are creating havoc within our community. And I think that these are some of the things that we should get rid of, as far as us living long and productive lives, man, and to get rid of a lot of that mind fog that we under when we consume these things. I think that these things are very important to get rid of. And Elijah Muhammad used to talk about eating one meal a day. I hear a lot of people think that that's a crazy thing, but I think that these things all go together in developing, people with clear minds, very clear minds, and to really get a sense of direction of where we need to go and the things we need to do to be productive members of within our own communities. So I think that this is very important with us, and the discipline itself in engaging in these kinds of practices is really expand to other kinds of disciplines that we need to investigate. So I think that these kinds of things they may be very hard, but these are things that we really should look at and investigate.
Well, I want to say that too, just to touch on that. You know, that's why that last video was so like moving. You know, in the sense that, you know, there's like studies, and I don't really follow these Wazungu studies like that, but there are studies, and it makes a lot of sense that, you know, when a kid is eating, at least, then they're going to perform better in school. You know, and so that's why it's so important, because what you're feeding can like what you're eating, what your body is doing, like if your body's in starvation mode, it's not going to think as well. Or if you're hungry, if you're sleepy, and all that kind of stuff, you're not going to do as well on exams or even at studying or on paying attention in class. So doing all that, you know, feeding the kid, like you want to take care of your body, you know? And that's why I liked, you know, what the father was doing. At least he was trying to take care of one kid. At least trying to take care of his kid. And that's really, you know, what this kind of thing is about, where it's like, if you're talking about really getting your mind right, you know, you get your 8 hours of sleep, you get your water, and you get your food, your regular meals. You know, maybe if you want to do one meal, that's fine, whatever. It's weird, I don't know, but make sure you get your meals, get your sustenance, get your water, get your 8 hours of sleep, you know? And this is something that like we just have to stress more.
Afro Native World in the chat said there's a piece missing to this. Grabbing text out of the book Ma'at by the University of Kemet, and it's called Cultivate Good Health of Your Mind, Body, and Soul. So if you guys are interested, you can pick up that book. He goes on with a quote saying, your mind, body, and soul work together to make you who you are. When all parts are healthy, you are at your best. When any one part is lacking, then you are less than your best. Does anyone want the last word on that prompt? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 tonight. We're almost at the finish line. Thank you again for coming through. Make sure to like the video, share it, subscribe if you haven't. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is a brief discussion on the antisocial disorders and mental illnesses our community doesn't like to talk about. So we're continuing this kind of mind discussion. Afro Native World says, name of the book is Ma'at, Guiding Principles of Moral Living. So if you guys are interested, you can check out that book, and thank Afro Native World for the suggestion. So this prompt, should be topic number 8, comes with a link. We're going to play some of it, and then we'll discuss it.
What is it like to be you?
I would say it's pretty average, to be honest. If you were on the outside looking in, you would say that it was pretty boring. Because for the most part, I don't. What I tend to do now is I tend to just really stick to myself, because I have to be very careful about how I'm interacting with people and under what context I'm interacting with people. So I tend to limit anything that would be negative for me.
Why do you have to limit yourself?
Because if I encounter a certain kind of person, and if I'm talking to you and I sense a level of weakness, I get kind of the urge to prey upon that in a way. So in order for me to kind of mitigate that, I definitely limit my social interactions. And I have to make sure it happens underneath the right context. Otherwise, I just, I try to stay away from it.
I have to be fully transparent.
Mm-hmm.
When you reached out to me and I read your diagnoses,
mm-hmm.
I thought to myself, can I trust him?
Mm-hmm.
Can I give him the platform of our audience who I care deeply about?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to try to manipulate me? Are you going to try to manipulate our audience? Are those valid concerns?
Those would be valid concerns for sure. But as I said earlier, I would say I like what you do, because definitely people have voices that need to be heard. And I would hate to, disturb that process in any way.
When you say prey on somebody, what do you mean?
So the way it would work for me is, I'll speak to someone. I won't really tell them much about me. They'll tell me about them, and then once they tell me about them, I'll kind of form a personality. I'll exaggerate certain features about my own personality to match what it is that they're looking to see. And then once I get my goal, whatever that goal is, then I'm done with the situation, and then I move on. And I've had feelings that I was strange as long as I can remember.
What was it like to feel strange at a young age?
It was a bit interesting, I would say, because you're kind of able to exist on the fringe, and it's kind of like you're on the outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody's on the other side of that window pane. So it kind of gives you the freedom to watch and to look and to observe, especially if you're a quiet person naturally. People can kind of forget that you're there.
Did you feel like a different animal, a different species?
No, I thought everyone else was different as a kid. I thought they were the weird ones, and
what was weird about them to you?
Like, why are y'all? I guess why do you get so sad at certain things? Why do you get so excited over certain things? Like, it's not. I just looked at it like it's not natural. I wasn't really able to relate to other people. And when people would get extremely angry or extremely sad, I would say as a kid more so I would actually get annoyed, or if people would get overjoyed, and sometimes people get super excited, they jump up and down, they clap. As a kid, I would get annoyed by that because it's like, I don't understand what's the purpose of this overt display? It doesn't do anything for anyone. Just the fact that you got good news, it doesn't make the good news better if you jump up and down about it. So I sat back and I watched people, and I watched how they were able to do things. And I used this information to outsmart people. I was able to outsmart a lot of my teachers. That's kind of how it started, the manipulation and the lying. I would outsmart a lot of my teachers. I would come up with lies on the spot. Like, I would come into class and my teacher would ask, "Where's the homework?" I would tell her, "Oh, my dog, he got rushed to the hospital last night. We were there late until about 3 a.m. and there was this problem and that problem and that problem. And I don't even have a dog, never had a dog."
So would it be correct to say that when you meet somebody, you kind of size them up and you say, okay, this person shouldn't or should be manipulated?
It's not should or shouldn't be. If I have something that I want to get, then I'm gonna do my best to get it.
Since I walked in here and we started talking, have you sized me up at all and analyzed any of my weaknesses and how they could be manipulated?
When I was watching your videos, I thought about it, but I wanted this to be kind of like more of an honest format. But no, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to. And it's also, I don't really gain anything from doing that in this situation anyway.
Can a person ever fully trust a sociopath though?
I would say that you have to, if this is someone that you actually care about, you have to spend time with them and see actually where their head is at, I would say. And I would say if this is, in most cases, you wouldn't even know. To be honest, you wouldn't know until they did something to you, if I'm being honest. So, but if you're meeting someone like me who is gonna, who will tell you that this is what I'm going through, I would say watch them. Watch and see how it is they react to certain things. See if they, are prone to outbursts. See if they're willing to lie to you. See if they're willing to manipulate you.
So I find it interesting that you said in order to trust a sociopath, you have to watch them, observe them, and understand their behavior. So it's almost like you want people to act like you, or you only understand the world from your perspective.
I wouldn't say it's that I necessarily want people to act like me. I look at it like it's more so about your own safety. In a way, if you're dealing with someone that does have those kind of issues, they do have strong urges. So that's where, the observation point comes in, because you can't always perceive certain things like that based off of emotions. I'm really good at faking emotions. So you wouldn't, if you're going off of emotional basis, you wouldn't know.
When would you say is the last time you've manipulated somebody?
It's been about a year.
A year?
Yeah, it's been about a year.
How have you gone a year without that?
I kind of limit my social interactions. I make sure I'm not dealing with certain kinds of people.
Did you always understand the negative effect manipulation can have on others?
No, I didn't always understand why people had an adverse reaction to it. Because in a way I kind of looked at it like a game. And you lost.
Do you feel ashamed about people you hurt in the past?
Shame, not necessarily, but I do look at it as being inadequate.
You being inadequate?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What do you mean by that?
It's low frequency. Low frequency actions, low frequency emotions. That's really, that's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it doesn't really help anyone. I guess it serves me. I get to fulfill a sensation, but then I have to fulfill the sensation again. So you could say, even for me, it's not working. So when you kind of think about it logically like that, and you gain insight, which is the issue, people that have, that diagnosis, it's hard for them to have insight in terms of what other people are experiencing. So, you have to just gain a level of insight, I would say.
What are all of your diagnoses?
So when it comes to antisocial personality disorders, specifically, you can see a lot of overlap with different conditions. So for me, I have bipolar disorder. There's the antisocial personality disorder, and then also I have some traits of borderline personality disorder. Typically, a person with the antisocial personality disorder, if they're getting diagnosed, it's because either someone asked them to go that was close to them, that's hurt by their actions, or they did something illegal, and now they have to see someone.
Why did you seek out therapy in the first place?
Because I was going through, for quite some time, I was going through basically bipolar episodes. And it was unusual for me because there would be times where I'm like feeling a level of happiness, like this kind of overt happiness. And then there would be just this deep depression where I don't want to leave bed, or I'll be intensely angry, or I'll be so numb that basically, I wish I was dead in certain circumstances. And that was unusual for me because throughout my life, I was used to not really feeling too much. And I do feel like, the bipolar disorder kind of resulted from the antisocial personality disorder. I feel like it came from me just, I guess, trying too hard to feel like I was a regular person. And then it never works for too long, because in order for you to have people close to you for a prolonged amount of time, they're going to find out that something's wrong.
Did you have any fear with telling the world your diagnoses?
No, because
all right, I think we get a good gist of what he was saying. I particularly wanted to get the piece where he talks about the low frequency type stuff. Kevin Carre, you just saw that video. You see the prompt, a brief discussion on the antisocial disorders and mental illnesses in our community that we don't talk about. What did you feel when you watched that video just now?
Well, a side note real quick, the real socio-psychopath was that white dude.
Yeah, man.
Look at the body. I don't know if you picked it up. Look at the body language. The dude looked like a freaking predator. He's like, he's all
up on him. Yeah, I was like, what's that about?
Then the black dude is one that's talking too much. This guy is he's picking your brain. He's getting your weakness. You're showing him how your castle's built. But we should not be talking to white people about our mental problem. We should be talking with each other. This, I don't know. That's just my observation. I don't have much to say, but yeah, I'm looking at the white dude. That's a psychopath right there. Just look at this dude, man.
Thank you for that, Brother Bakari. What say you?
He says what we don't talk about in our neighborhood more is something that we do need to talk about more. And this guy,
Brother Bakari, your volume is kind of low. Can you bring it up?
How about now?
It's a little bit better. Go ahead.
I don't know. I didn't change anything, but what's going on in our community, mental health and all that. That is stuff. That is something that we do need to discuss. I don't think, like the brother just spoke before me, you're doing too much talking to that white guy. But that is something we do need to discuss is what's going on, because you can see the way that we carry on and some of the things that we do. You can just look and see how how it's affecting us as a people, and it's something more that we do need to touch on that's going on in our community. And I might.
I appreciate that. In the chat, Tanzan was saying, I remember that little sociopath. Tanzan, you're here with us. What say you to what you just saw?
Yeah, I saw the guy from a previous interview he did. There was a series on sociopathic children. There was this little white girl who was just, you think he's called this guy? Yeah, no. The little white girl that I saw, she was just, like those corn children, those children.
Yeah. Children of the corn, yeah.
Yeah. She actually, like, yeah, you'd be scared of her. So he was one of those. He was in that list of children. He was young at the time, but yeah, and I know this guy too. The guy who does the interview, he goes around. He's like like a chubby chaser. So he's like a disabled chaser, sort of. He goes around interviewing people with different. Well, I don't know whether it's being a freak chaser, or he just, I don't know, but he tends to interview differently abled people, both mentally and physically. So
okay.
Yeah, so with the mental illness, I think we definitely should speak about it, and agree with Brother Bakari that that's definitely something we should talk about, but not in front of other people. It's not something that you need to be washing your laundry when you have guests over. That's the time to keep it within. But there's certainly a mental crisis situation in the Black and African family worldwide. And unfortunately, if we don't listen to each other, that's what happens. You find some of these very manipulative people who come and who just enjoy listening to seeing the poverty of Africa, or the mental illness of Black Americans, or the mental illness of Africans. They do get off on this kind of dysfunction in the Black community. So I think that if we were to manage our dysfunction, we should have people who can go and talk to people with the problems and listen to them and talk to them, so they don't have to resort to the easiest ear to talk to, which is these people. It's the same in Africa. They come, they take pictures with the poverty stricken people, or with disabled children, or with the ones who have their limbs cut off, or blown off, and they get off this kind of thing. So we should, this is something that it's more of an internal an internal matter, rather than putting it out there for public consumption. Yeah.
I agree with that, Tanzan. I appreciate what you said. In the chat, the learning curve says what I was thinking. The white guy is feeding off of the Black guy in a way. It's a very interesting thing. If Gaston would say, he'll probably talk about the occult way of how this looks. Speaking of Gaston, let me go to his co-host, one of them, Jay. What say you to this?
It goes deep, I forcibly I had to dive into COVID narcissism, and how COVID narcissists develop is actually how every Black person grows up in in the diaspora, I believe. You never get recognized for beauty. You never get recognized for intelligence. You never get recognized for positive things that you for sure know that you have it. So it's a wonder, where our communities are saturated, or it's rampant in our communities, but it's still still you can see how powerful we actually are, because I believe any other race, creed, or tribe would have would have stopped existing. I mean, what hurts me is that we always find uh, um, swear names, or negative naming. For example, the sister earlier. The sister that the brother and the sister and the hamburger, and
Yeah.
we found a word for her, and it's wretched. No, she needs help. She needs an ear. She needs a family. She needs a village to help her grow her children, right? And it hurts also that we flee from the subject, right? Your for example, me as a victim, right? I've been ringing the alarm, but people tend to laugh, like wanting to push me in the corner of the mama's boy. No, that's not what I am, because half of your idols worship me as a god for what I did for them. And actually, anything, like I said before, anything I did and achieved in my life was to impress, my mother, was to make her see, like, hey, you have two sons, two intelligent and very capable sons, and I just failed, right? I failed, and so I started ringing the alarm, and I found out that people were seeing what was happening, but they thought it was funny, right? So behind our backs, of our little family of four, two sons and two parents, behind our backs, my father also is was a very strong man, and very much respected in the community, but they don't know how much respect he actually deserves for biting through this very strong COVID narcissist that us three had to deal with, have to deal with. Now it's us two that have to deal with it. But I believe none of them, neither me nor my brother, are dealing with it. But how my father did it, nobody actually, he, as I said, he's very much respected in this Cape Verdean community here in Rotterdam, but no one really knows how strong he actually was. But because this this, as a community, we are mentally ill. I believe. As a community as a whole, we are mentally ill, and nobody noticed. If you really are a village, someone would have said at a certain point, instead of ha ha ha, ain't it funny how your mother does your father, ha ha ha. Instead of that, a village would have thought about the children. So how about those two sons? How are they dealing with this morbid this cold, this, how are they dealing with it? Nobody. Everybody swallowed the the bringing down, two black sons, of course the one is a criminal and the other is crazy and drugged, but none of it was true. My brother was actually a copy of my father in his way in the streets, and I'm a copy of my father um, uh, what's the word, in working, in serving the community, and in serving the employer, in serving the team, in serving the music band. But no, nobody noticed. So now we are going into history as two bums. And but how is it possible? How can a father like mine produce two bombs? It's nonsense, right? So as a community, I think as a community, in the diaspora, right, as an immigrant community, we us blacks, the African diaspora.
Jay, we got to wrap this now. Let's finish off that thought as far as the prompt is concerned. I want to end the show at 1. Right?
We are as a community, I believe we are antisocial. To wrap it up, as a community, as an African diaspora, we are antisocial. We laugh about each other. We find negative words instead of taking care of. That's it.
It's true. There's some truth to what you said there at the end. Oni, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, first I want to say, Brother Bakari, I think that Jose is older than you. But what I would say, I wanted to say about when Jose said that we called the lady ratchet. I think only he called her ratchet. I called her a psychopath. I also think that when we talk about public chat, one thing I noticed when you in the interview, the guy says, "Did you feel like another species?"
Yeah.
Really awkward question to ask a black person, right? But as far as the public chat conversation, I'm gonna say this. So I don't usually have white coworkers. I finally got some of them. I did this remote thing, and I'll tell you, man, we should have been warning. Because like when we talk about public chat, like I realize white folk do not talk about their mental illnesses, but they got mental illnesses out the wazoo. Yeah. I remember back in the day when I first talked to a crazy person. It was like a white person, and this person was batshit crazy. And I thought, and that was like because black folks say they ain't crazy, and it's just nothing. Like this guy talking about he's a sociopath and he's just not emotional. Like that doesn't sound too like abnormal. Like you don't get happy when other people are happy. Like that's not like Chris. I said like I'm not going to sit here and be convinced that I'm a sociopath for sitting down during graduation ceremony saying it's kind of boring. You know what I mean? like it was boring. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like I got this white coworker. Oh geez. Like, because I'm saying to myself, how do white people do this? I actually wrote this tweet today, but it's like, how do white people piss you off even when you work in remotely? You know what I mean? Like, how do they do that? And it's like constant. Because I thought my last white coworker was like shit. I was like, oh, this woman's whatever, right? This woman, she keeps saying she has Asperger's or something. I don't know what it is. But all the other white people there just kind of like let her slide with just doing the most batshit crazy things constantly. Like she got like OCD like nobody else. We talking about we all log off at 5:30 my time. She's still typing people at 7:30. And she typed me at 7:30. She probably typing and working till like 8, 9 o'clock. For what reason, nobody knows. Completely off protocol. But like she would keep telling you, hey, I got Asperger's, I can't understand social problems, all that kind of stuff. My takeaway from this video was this. First off, white folk don't tell you none of this stuff. Nope. Second of all, if y'all been working with these white folk all this time, y'all should have been telling us how bad shit crazy they are, because not all of us know. Learning curve wrote down Asperger's is autism. Now, I mean, I don't know. She seems like pretty highly functional. All right, now she's gonna make me seem like I'm too big for this person. I don't know. This person. I don't know. But like realistically, she seems highly functioning, but just odd. Like I'm just minding my business, and she's like, you should go review the math and so on and so forth. I'm like, look, I don't know if this person's like you gonna tell me to review my whoa, like these white folk are something else. And so, this whole public chat thing, I think that realistically we gotta start like what we should be doing. Like I think you spoke about it that last time or today. You talking about we need to go about intelligence. We need to go about over what these white folk are doing, because that brother that the dude that we were just interviewing, he just reminded me of my kid brother. My kid brother. My kid brother might like kind of low key sociopathic. Well, I guess I don't know, but you could you can still vibe with this dude. Like this dude, he's like, oh, I manipulate people, but he probably good people. These white folk, when I'll tell you the truth. When this white woman told me a long time ago, this white woman told me she was crazy. She said she would go outside and scream at the top of her lungs, and she don't even know why she's doing it. She just get up and scream, and I never heard anything that crazy. Why the hell? This is what they are. This is what they do. This is what they know. And then this guy's like, oh, I just manipulate people for personal gain. Like who don't? Like a woman says, hey, I want to marry you. I want to get married. You're like, yeah, I want to get married too. I don't want to marry this woman. Like this dude is normal. And he's talking to like y'all pointed out, he's talking to the real sociopath. And these white folk got real sociopath. I'm just saying that.
Let's hear from observing immigrants. What say you to all of this?
Hi again. I think that in terms of mental illness, I think in the Black community, we do know people with mental illnesses. I think the only issue is that it should be they're not getting professional help. So we do have people just walking around the neighborhood with mental illnesses, and they spend the entire parts of their life just going through the processes, unless they do something really extreme. Most Black people with basic mental illness will just exist that way. I'm happy that a lot of people brought up the issue of white people in terms of our connection to mental illnesses, because truth be told, I think that we've spent 400 years with homicidal, sociopathic, psychologically impaired psychos. So there's no way that none of that has rubbed off on us. Yeah. So the mental illnesses that I think we see is a side effect of being around Europeans with mental illnesses. You understand that they have lived very comfortable lives, and they are some of the most fragile people that they need. Was it those the little animals they need to comfort them? I'm like, how fragile a mind do you have that you need to have a little animal walking behind you to balance you off psychologically? Like, you tell me all the crazy stuff you do, that little animal is really going to help you? I mean, it makes no sense. And then when you look at history, I always bring up the issue with Ted Bundy. You have Ted Bundy killing a bunch of white women. And what does he get in return? He gets fan mail, love letters like Jeffrey Dahmer. And no people have asked, like, what the hell? You've got a psychopath who's getting fan mail. Yeah. So you have a whole society of crazy white young girls. Yeah.
I get it.
Who see a murderer of young white women as something to be sexual. Because if you're sending him love letters, you have to be sexually aroused by the fact that he killed other women. Yeah. So that part doesn't make sense. And even people like Jeffrey Dahmer and when they have killers, you have a society of Europeans who do not publicly condemn their mental disorders. Yeah. So like this white guy here interviewing this Black guy, as the guy before said, his behavior is a little antisocial, but it's not mental illness to the point of let me interview you because you're a psycho. Yeah. But their psycho behavior, they're creating mass shooters in the suburbs. Like, what's going on in the suburbs that you can't address the fact that you're creating mass shooters who go shoot up supermarkets and schools? Yeah. but the suburbs is supposed to be better than the hood. Yeah, but no, people will talk about the shootings in the hood, but your suburbs are comfortable. You've got mommy and daddy in the house, and you've got money, and all your basic needs are being met. But you're creating a little sociopath and a little psychopath, a little homicidal maniac, who feels that his feelings are hurt, that he got to go shoot up some shit. So it makes no sense.
I appreciate that. Observing immigrants. I don't think I heard from the forecast yet on this. The forecast. What say you?
Yeah, I'll be quick because I hope I don't miss nothing. Because I think that black people, I think we all got mental illness. To be honest with you, like we all suffer from some. I call it black syndrome, but people call it Stockholm syndrome. But we ain't from no Sweden. But I ain't gonna lie, I'm antisocial myself. But like when it comes to the thing, like you can see the difference between the sociopaths are created, psychopaths are born. Like you can see the difference from this brother and this white boy. You know what I'm saying? And how that operates, you know what I'm saying? A sociopath may lose feeling because he killed so many people because he's done it for, I got to make money for my kid and my I got to do this and do that. A psychopath, like, I'm going to just light this cat on fire just because, it's fun. This is what I do. You know what I'm saying? And that's a clear difference that we got to understand in our community. And I think that we all need help. Definitely, we need help. You know what I'm saying? And I want to say to like JB when it comes to like narcissists, and then like us when it comes to like psychopaths, you know what I'm saying? Like the difference is like I said, like every psychopath or every narcissist comes with a codependent. The thing you got to realize, the narcissist probably not going to change. The psychopath probably not going to change. The only thing that can ever change is the person who realizes that there's a problem, and you can only change your situation for what it is. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about a psychopath, it is not about right and wrong. It's about winning, domination, control, and all of that stuff. But your freedom, your control of your own life have to mean more to you than anything else. You know what I'm saying? But I would say for black people as a whole, we all probably need to get help in some kind of form or whatever it is. It may not be therapy because it may not work for everybody, but I think we all sick, to be honest with you. So I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that. In the chat, Afro Native World says, I would advise that professional help be African-centered. I've heard stories of Urugu psychologists, psychiatrists, making it worse for our people when they see them. Let's get a Zuli, and then after that, Mr. Untouchable.
Well, I see it differently. If I think, I don't know if this is scripted, all this shit could be bullshit. I think the guy interviewing is projecting his own thing on this young man, because this young man, they say the first thing to solving an issue is to acknowledging it. He's already acknowledged that he's a sociopath or whatever. So, but what I want to say, if he didn't have any trauma growing up, because people are not just sociopaths, don't think like that. This person could be in a state. That's a warrior. That's a soldier. If you could devoid yourself of feelings, of not being too feeling empathetic, sympathetic, that's a warrior. This man belongs on the war front. That's how I see it. If he's born like that, or maybe he's some trauma which could be therapeutic, and then for him to control it like that, because I think this young man does feel. In order for you to admit that you don't feel, you do feel. So I think it might be a defense mechanism for him, because maybe when he was younger, people took advantage and all of this, and he just realized the world ain't shit. So he's like, you know what? Y'all not gonna use me like that. I'm gonna do it to y'all. But if this young man, if he's born like that, this is a warrior. This is a lieutenant. This is a soldier. That's how I look at it. So I don't really look at it as a negative, because he said he controls it. He says when I see I could take advantage of certain people, I just stay away from them. That's very revealing. That's very self-aware. That young man is far ahead of the game, because there's a bunch of people in our community suffering with those traumas, use people and act like they're great people. Or I never did nothing to nobody. So kudos to this young man.
Mr. Untouchable.
Shout out to my brother Azuli. I love that dude, man. He's so great. What I would say is that I have run across within. Let me narrow the scope a little bit and just strictly limit it to within my community. I have run across many narcissists to a level you wouldn't believe. I've run across some sociopaths. do things to you and then go eat McDonald's afterwards. You know, they have no care and concern for human life outside of themselves. I met these kinds of people before, so I know they exist. It's unfortunate though that within our community that we look at we look at mental illness and antisocial disorders as a spiritual thing. You know, you splash some white Jesus on it to make it all better. You know, and that's an unfortunate thing. But I think that within the greater community, one of the greatest mental illnesses that we suffer from is Afrophobia. That is a mental illness that I feel like it is extended throughout the African diaspora. We suffer from the sickness and illness of Afrophobia. There's this white slave master that's living within all our brains that we need to what do you call it? We need to get an exorcism. We need to all have an exorcism from this white supremacist in our brains that's stopping us from looking at one another in a skeptical manner, not wanting to do business with one another, or you know, when any dealing with each other in a very vile manner. You know what I mean? The minute you scratch a person or offend a person, the person either want to kill you, you know, or get into these harsh, horrible discussions with people who look just like you. I think that we need to disassociate ourselves with this white supremacist within all of us, this Afrophobic white supremacist within our brains. We need an exorcism. I feel throughout our community. I think that that's one of the major illnesses, mental illnesses, that we suffer from throughout the diaspora. Besides the fact that we suffer from a lot of narcissists and sociopaths, man. I run across a few of them before in my lifetime, you know. But like I say, I think that within our community, because we are unscientific and we don't really go into the sciences like that, we sprinkle a little bit of white Jesus on it to make it okay. And I think that that's not enough within our community.
I'll give anyone a chance who wants to say anything to what Mr. Untouchable just said. If not, we can go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. I think I got everyone just now. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is, because we're trying to get out of here by 1. Shoot topic number 9 is, are blacks genetically superior? This came with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss.
What's up, guys? It's Beautiful Flex, and I'm going to explain black genetics. Quick disclaimer, this video is not intended to offend anybody. I don't want to discriminate, I only want to educate. If you played sports before, it's likely you've heard of the term black genetics. Black people are seen to be genetically gifted or to have a genetic advantage in powerful sports. I mean, they do seem to dominate a lot of powerful sports, like sprinting, basketball, American football, and to some extent, bodybuilding. So, is it true? Do black people have a genetic advantage? Well, in short, yes. For example, if you look at sprinting, the first person to break the 10-second barrier was in 1968, and that was Jim Hines, a black guy. Until 2003, only black people had broken the 10-second barrier. And in 2003, it was the first person that wasn't of African descent that broke the 10-second barrier, and that was Patrick Johnson, an Aboriginal from Australia. Now, whether you view Aboriginals as black or not, that's up to you. Anyway, after 2003 until 2010, only black people were breaking the 10-second barrier. When it comes to basketball, over 70% of the NBA is black. Now, of course, yes, there's a height aspect, but let's be honest. On average, black people are not the tallest people in the world. So, of course, it's more about that athletic ability, the explosive ability. Let's look at American football, which is an extremely explosive sport. Over 70% of the NFL is black. When it comes to bodybuilding, the top 2 bodybuilders in history with 8 Mr. Olympia titles are Lee Haney and Ronnie Coleman, both black. Now the runners-up, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Phil Heath. Phil Heath, yet again, is another black guy. And his competitor for a long time was Kai Green, which is yet again another black guy. However, when it comes to bodybuilding, it is arguable. Now there's 4 main reasons and 1 factor as well. Now, this factor is the genetic diversity in Africa. You see, sub-Saharan Africans are grouped as black people and part of the black race. even though Africa is the most genetically diverse continent in the world. There's only 1.2 billion people in Africa, but they're still more genetically diverse than the 6+ billion people in the rest of the world. So of course, you're likely to find a lot of the genetic extremes in Africa. For example, the tallest people in the world are the Dinka people in South Sudan, which is in Africa. The shortest people in the world are the Mbutsi people in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is also in Africa. So it's no surprise then that the fastest and most muscular people are also going to be found in Africa. But understand this, just because they're all grouped as black doesn't mean they have the same DNA. For example, a man from South India does not have the same DNA as a man from Korea, but they're both Asian. It doesn't mean they have the same DNA. In the same way, black people don't all have the same DNA, even though we're all grouped as black people. That's why it's easy to see that black people dominate sports. But in true reality, there's a lot of different DNA groups that dominate different sports. Now, as for the 4 reasons, the first reason is natural selection. If you don't know what natural selection is, maybe you didn't pay attention in biology, but basically natural selection is when the environment decides what genes survive. For example, you get 2 rabbits. One rabbit is fast and the other rabbit is slow. Now, if both rabbits are being chased by a wolf or a fox, the fast rabbit is more likely to survive because it's faster. So over time, the fast rabbit is probably going to live longer and be able to pass on its genes, while the slow rabbit won't be able to. So as time goes on, there will be more faster rabbits than there are slow rabbits because the environment decides. It's just science. Now in Africa, malaria has killed off so many people, especially in West Africa. And in case you don't know what malaria is,
mosquitoes suck blood from humans and animals, mainly animals, but they also do suck blood from humans.
And what they do is they suck your blood, but in the process of doing so, they inject their bacteria, which is responsible for malaria. Now, this bacteria likes to infect the red blood cells and then multiply. Now, in West Africa, they have, on average, lower hemoglobin, and also they have the highest cases of sickle cell, that's sickle cell trait and sickle cell anemia. Now, low hemoglobin and sickle cell means you have a problem in your production of red blood cells, which normally is a health problem. But in the case of malaria, it's actually an advantage because there's not enough red blood cells for the malaria to spread throughout the body. So those without those traits likely died out, whereas those with those traits have lived on and passed on their genes. See, natural selection. Now, as a result of low hemoglobin and sickle cell trait causing the low production of red blood cells, black people have less slow twitch muscle fibers. In case you don't know, slow twitch muscle fibers are oxidative. They use aerobic respiration, meaning that they use oxygen. Now, because there's a low percentage of slow twitch muscle fibers, there's a higher percentage of fast twitch muscle fibers, which don't require oxygen. Now, the second reason is the power gene. That's right. Our body literally has a gene that helps us to generate power and force. Now, this gene is called ACTN3, and the gene creates a protein called alpha-actinin 3. Now, this protein is what's actually responsible for the power and the force. However, ACTN3 has 2 versions, a good version and a bad version. The good version is the R allele, and the bad version is the X allele. Basically, if you get the R allele from your dad and another R allele from your mom, and you become the RR genotype, you'll be able to create a lot of power and force. If you get the R from your dad and the X from your mom, you'll still be able to produce a good amount of power. Not as good as the RR, but still a good amount of power. On the other hand, if you receive the X from your dad and the X from your mom, you will not be able to produce as much power because your gene is insufficient in creating actinin 3. Now, the XX genotype, people who are XX, not RX, but just XX, completely the insufficient version of the gene, make up around 25% of the Asian population. That means that a quarter of Asians have the XX version, right? Which is not the good version. Now, when it comes to white people, it is 18% of white people. That's almost a fifth have the bad version, the XX version. However, when it comes to black people, less than 1% of black people have the bad version, the XX version. That's 3% of black Americans, 2% of Jamaicans, and in West Africa, the percentage of people with the bad version of the gene is around 1%. That means that around 99% of West Africans have the good version of the gene. And just to explain how important this gene is, with elite athletes with speed and power and strength, not a single one of those athletes don't have the good version of the gene. Now, reason number 3 is myostatin. Myostatin is a hormone that stops your muscles from getting too big. It's not an ally. In fact, it's an enemy of building muscle. Now, sub-Saharan Africans have a higher percentage of myostatin mutations. This means that they're not as limited when it comes to building muscle. Now, the 4th reason is androgen receptors. Without androgen receptors, your muscles won't grow, right? They're literally the limit of growing muscles. Now, black people have a higher androgen receptor sensitivity. This is also why black people are at higher risk of prostate cancer because of their androgen receptor sensitivity. So it's not so good when it comes to prostate cancer, but when it comes to muscle, it seems to be an advantage. That's it. I hope you learned something and I hope you're well informed. Remember, these genetics are not exclusive to West Africans. However, there's a higher concentration of people who have these genetics that are West Africans and their descendants. But there are plenty of people that aren't West African or West African descendants or African descendants, full stop, that have been able to make amazing fitness feats. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger, one of the faces of bodybuilding, is a white guy. Same with Christophe Lemaitre, who was the first white man to break the 10-second barrier. Su Bingtian, a Chinese sprinter. Apologies if I pronounced the name wrong, but he was the first Asian-born sprinter to break the 10-second barrier. So, yes, there's a high concentration of West African descendants with these genetics, but there are, of course, other people who have these good genetics. Now, whether or not you have these genetics, whether or not you're a West African or whether or not you're an Asian with these genetics and so forth, it doesn't matter. With hard work, consistency, and patience, you can see amazing results, even if you have, quote, bad genetics. Just stick to a good workout program, make sure you have good nutrition, and prioritize sleep. So push yourself to become the best version of you. Only you can be the best version of you. Don't be the best version of the black people, Asians, white people. No, be the best version of you. If you like this video.
All right, be the best version of you. Let's go to Azuli to start off for this one. Azuli, what say you to this?
We might be superior genetically, but mentally and emotionally, I don't know where we're going. So it's funny that the most people with the most genetics, they're the one that's being under the boots of the people who are less genetic. So I don't know. He said something about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger was taking whatever you call it,
performance
enhancement. Yeah, steroids and all of that. So I guess I don't know if what's the purpose of being super genetically if it's like Superman. You're Superman, but they could control you with the kryptonite. Like it's like what he's talking is like when you watch the superhero movies. No matter how huge they are, the humans could still defeat them.
Right.
So like, what's the purpose of all this supposedly genetic superiority? But you are being controlled by the man. Like, so I guess I could say, but he said he didn't mention soccer. And soccer, according to what they show us, it's a white man that's pretty talented and that has the most talent. Like if you go by I'm not saying the most talent, but what they show is like Messi, Ronaldo, and all these people, Ronaldo and all the other white players who are. Why didn't he mention soccer? So what does that do for us? If you are genetically superior, but you're still getting dethroned by the people who are supposedly genetically inferior. So, but I guess he's just concentrating on physical appearance and physical prowess. So, Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know if it's. I don't know. I can't tell. We are all losing. So, but go ahead.
Jay, what say you? Jay, you're muted if you're talking. All right, let's go to Bro Bakari. What say you to this?
The brother before said, "What's the purpose of this? Feel good. That's something we good. We good at coming up with some feel good stuff that really ain't gonna help us with nothing. Because in all honesty, man, when it comes to certain things, do y'all remember a guy? Do y'all remember a guy named Jimmy the Greek?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all remember why he lost? You remember why he lost his job, right?
Gambling or something, right?
Nah,
No,
but he lost his job for a statement that he made, which was true, somewhat. I ain't gonna say it's 100% true.
Oh, right.
When
Yeah.
what he said about the way black people, we were bred like animals. He said it on
Yes.
TV. We were bred like animals, and so we were bred to be bigger and stronger. Hate to
Mm-hmm.
say it like that, but that's what was done to us. You understand? So when it comes to certain things, because of that breeding, because of them treating us like we were their horse or their pit bull, you understand? These genetics get passed, these genes get passed down. But
Mm-hmm.
I agree with the brother that spoke before. It doesn't mean anything, in my opinion anyway. It doesn't mean anything. It's like I said, if it's something, if we looking to feel good about something, it means something. That's some feel good, because I hear people say that all the time. See, we so genetically superior. If a black man have a baby, if a black person have a baby with any other race, that baby is just automatically black. There's
Mm-hmm.
an African. If that baby, if you have a you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, far as that genetic thing, it's something that we can scream and we can talk about. But at the end of the day, the only thing it do for a lot of black people, it's a lot of feel good rhetoric that we're stuck on because, like the brother said, we getting our behind kicked. And instead of preparing and instead of stopping people from kicking our behind, let's find something that we can feel good about. That's my take on it. I yield the mic.
All right. It's 1-2-4-2. Um, let's try to keep the answers a little bit briefer now. Jay, what say you to this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had my phone upside down and I pressed the wrong button. Short. Yes, feel good. Yes, feel good. The breeding is partially true because in soccer Africans from the continent are dominating, are starting to dominate the game. Look at the French national youth team. But yeah, feel good. We're getting our ass kicked, and we're physically strong, and these all these females of other races want to have a taste of us black men, and all these men see our gorgeous sisters as chocolate. Because often we look very good naturally, but we're getting our ass kicked and fucked.
In the chat, Click Clack says yes to the prompt. Click Clack says yes. Blacks are genetically superior. Let's get a lady's opinion here, a black woman's opinion. Let's go to observing immigrants. Observing immigrants, what do you say to this?
Hi. I didn't get to watch the entire video, but I tried to scan through it quickly. It looked like he was just focusing on genetic superiority in terms of athletics. After that, what? I mean, half the people aren't athletes. What does it have to do with the real world?
Right.
Our genetic superiority is great if we use it to benefit the race. But just walking is like walking around with shiny shoes. But if you're not walking anywhere useful, what's the point? Yeah. So our genetic superiority is only going to be beneficial if it benefits the race. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's go to the forecast. What say you, forecast?
Yeah, in that video he was just talking about physical superiority, and yeah, I think we all agree that. But I would add that intellectual, like smarts, I would say like we would like be superior there too, because even their greatest, like Einstein, had to steal inventions from a black man, but I would say emotionally probably not. But just real quick for the I forgot to say on the last topic, because I know a lot of people disagree with me with the mental illness, and that's like why I'm not as hard on the coon. I know Bakari understanding that, so he coming around. So I just had to say that.
All right. Let's go to Oni. Oni, what say you?
Yeah, so I mean, I would have said I appreciate the Dragon Ball Z references. I don't know what that's about, but okay. Oh, and I also was saying that touchdown. I don't know if y'all saw that touchdown. That was disrespectful. That was crazy.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Yo, we can't hear you, bro.
Oh, you can't hear me?
It's very low, but I heard what you said,
How about now?
but it's low.
It's low? How about now? Better?
It sounds like you're about 6 feet away from the microphone.
Damn, all right. So I bought a new mic. I'll just replace it for tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, this kind of makes you think about the eugenics. I didn't know. I think it was a nice video. It was about, like, I got that he was talking about power, how you generate power, physical power, and like what genes correlated with physical power. So I thought that was pretty interesting. I didn't really know it on a biogenetic level. But yeah, I mean, and so yeah, I would say it kind of reminds you of the eugenics conversation, and Africa's biodiversity. But I think when we talk about men's brains and so forth, just the reality that we might have the physical variation probably means we also have the intellectual variation, and we just have to tap into that pretty much, But instead, we just kind of make other people tap into our physical strength, and
right.
That's garbage.
Right. Let's hear from Tanzania now.
Well, I'll bring it back to the healthy mind in a healthy body, the mens sana and corpore sana. We have managed the physical aspect of it, and some of us, but we haven't really given as much importance in the mental aspect of it. We walk around, some of us look very strong and healthy, and we look like we're managing life, but I think that the mental anguish is the more important one that we're not really facing. We may have physically strong individuals running around, but we can see that mentally a lot of them are not there. So, it's nice to feel we have accomplished something, but it's not really helping us as a community. And if that's our only achievements, I would rather be strong mentally than
right.
physically.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel you on that. Thanks, Sam. Last word on this is Mr. Untouchable. What say you?
I think that this is a very tough room. This is an extremely tough room. But I would say this. I think that in an appeal to my brothers and sisters, I would only remind them that I understand that our European guys have the con right now, and they seem to be in control. But understand that we had this plan for millions of years. You know what I mean? We was in control of this planet for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of thousands of years. You know what I mean? We take a loss, no problem. They discovered gunpowder before we did. You know what I mean? So so they was able to take control of the corn before we was. But I think that great men could be great again. I really feel that way. And irrespective of the fact that we may be genetically superior, I think that we are mentally superior as well, to be honest with you. And we could debate about the fact that Cristiano Ronaldo is a good football player, but so is Ronaldinho, and so is Pele. They was the greatest football players of all time in my book. So I mean, we could debate about it all day. I just think that for the short period, the time where we able to breathe in the breath of fresh air, life air or whatever, it seemed that these people have control of the planet for now. But just understand that we've been in control of the planet for hundreds of thousands of years. How great men could be great again. That's all I have to say about that.
Hold on, before you go, it's like we talk about this all this genetic superiority. Oh, black people. Because I seen white people are in Africa just chilling, having a blast, enjoying all of our natural resources. The Asian men is there, chilling, sun burning them. But we supposedly are superior. Like I don't get this shit.
There used to be a time. There used to be a time in world history when white folks were slaves. That's a fact. You know what I mean? So I mean, I understand the I understand the
slave to who? Slave to who?
Slaves to us.
Never,
Slaves in
never,
Egypt.
never. Stop that.
In-
Stop
in-
that. Stop that shit.
Let me back it up with evidence. Let me back it up with evidence. In Egypt, they had white slaves in Egypt, bro. You know what I mean? So I mean, I understand the contradiction in terms, but all I'm simply saying is really is great men could be great again. You know what I mean? We could take a loss, but we can learn from it and come back stronger. That's all I'm saying, bro.
What I'm saying is this guy. Let's stop all this superiority shit because who's happy about that? You're so superior, but I have you by the balls. You know who look worse?
Us.
Okay.
Let's
Great
go to
great men could be great again. That's what I say.
and that's the last word on that one. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight. This is the last topic. You guys make sure tune into Pro-Black Perspective in the morning, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all who tuned in tonight. Thank you guys and gals who are on the panel tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is 5 reasons why Jews are richer. I could have swore this was 15 reasons, but let's check out the video. And on the other side of the video, yeah, it's 15 reasons why Jewish people are richer. So let's check this out. And on the other side, we'll have a discussion on it.
No, this isn't an anti-Semitic video, it's an educational one, and we hope you'll learn something by the end. Throughout history, Jewish people have been perceived as being wealthy, but where did that rhetoric stem from? We know that Jewish people, like all people, have their wealthy, middle class, and their lower income group. So Aluxers, today we're going to delve deep into this thought process. Welcome to alux.com, the place where future billionaires come to get inspired. If you're not subscribed yet, you're missing out. Number 1, Judaism and wealth. Judaism doesn't cast poverty as a sign of righteousness, as other beliefs might. Instead, they believe each person should avoid poverty and be gainfully employed to earn their own living. This is a fundamental value that has led to a good work ethic and a personal responsibility for each person earning their own keep. Jewish people also believe in giving. They believe that 10 to 20% of wages should go toward religious and charitable causes. However, they don't believe in relying on charity to lift yourself up, and certainly not to become a burden on the community. Growing up with this kind of mindset makes for a solid foundation to see success as the only option. Number 2, European Jews couldn't own land. If you think anti-Semitism was only popularized in World War II, think again. Jewish people have had a tough history, including not being able to own land in Europe from as far back as the medieval times. But where there's a will, there's a way, so Jewish people found alternative ways to build their wealth outside of property owning. One of them being merchants and traders, industries to this day where they still have a big footprint in most countries. This created a safety net for Jewish communities because where their services were needed, they were safe. Number 3, religious opportunity was taken. To Christians in the Middle Ages, charging interest was a sin. This prevented them from holding any type of financial job, leaving the opportunities in that field open to the Jewish community who did not see lending in the same way. Jewish people became prominent in money-lending businesses. The Jewish people's early success in this lucrative business was a forerunner for many of the stereotypes we hear today of Jewish people. Number 4, opened the first banks. It was a hop and a skip from money lending to opening the first banks in Europe for the Jewish community. They could manage transactions, transfers, and day-to-day financial services, plus continue to lend money and charge interest with their strong background in finance. This was a much-needed service on a developing continent and helped to fuel further growth. But it wasn't all rosy. This success also led to jealousy, which fueled much of the anti-Semitic sentiment throughout the ages. Number 5, the most educated religious group. In 2016, the Pew Center released a study which listed Jewish people as the most educated religious group in the world. On average, the Jewish community receives 13.4 years of schooling. When it comes to post-secondary degrees, Jewish people hold 61% of the qualifications. What's more surprising is the vast difference between first and second most educated religions. Christians rank second most educated, but compared to the average of 13.4 years of schooling among Jewish people, Christians only rack up an average of 9.3 years at school. More credentials lead to a higher starting salary, and this immediately improves the financial status of Jewish people right out of university. Number 6, they look after one another. Perhaps it comes from a long history of being marginalized, or perhaps it's just inherent nature, but Jewish people have a deep pride in sharing their wealth to benefit their community. This mutual aid mentality is a part of their ethos and ensures that each member of the community is supported to enable them to succeed. If someone opens a new business, the community will rally around them to support it. If someone else falls on hard times, the community will try to help them out. Judaic law instructs that poor people are to be respected and protected. This strong focus on uplifting the whole community has meant that even shunned Jewish communities have managed to survive the hardest times by investing in one another. The idea of wealth is not just to accumulate wealth, which is seen as vanity. Wealth is seen as a means to an end to grow a community. It is highly frowned upon to not give generously to the social and spiritual needs of the community. Number 7, their religion teaches good business practices. The Torah and many Jewish philosophers, leaders, and writers have made it clear how Jewish businesses must operate. According to these teachings, there's absolutely no room for dishonest practices. Any deception, collusion, or price fixing against a consumer is known as ona'ah, which translated means oppression. Fleecing the consumer is seen as an oppression of their freedom. Knowing that you're going into business with someone who's inspired to good ethics by a higher power makes Jewish business people a very attractive business partner to many. Number 8, resilience and perseverance are second nature. Despite extreme challenges, Jewish people have shown resilience throughout. It's woven into their fabric, and the focus remains on the spiritual and practical. With this resilience and perseverance, giving up is not an option. When things go wrong in business, which happens, there's no self-pity, but an attitude of, shit happens, let's figure out how to fix it. As author of The Money Code, Become a Millionaire with the Ancient Jewish Code, H.W. Charles wrote, "The Jews are known for their perseverance, and this is what helps them achieve their goals. Perseverance means continuous persistence in a course of action, a purpose, in spite of difficulties, obstacles, or discouragement." Number 9, good financial education taught over generations. Jay-Z got a lot of pushback for his comments on Jewish people in his track, The Story of O.J. The controversial line was, "You want to know what's more important than throwing away money at a strip club? Credit. You ever wonder why Jewish people own all the property in America? This is how they did it." It was seen by many experts as reinforcing the stereotype that Jewish people have some kind of global control of property and banks. However, Jay-Z defenders saw it as a shout-out to Jewish success and a hint to the Black community to follow similar business ventures and invest in each other. The kind of generational knowledge and market confidence in the areas of finance and property that the Jewish community has is enviable, no matter who you support. Number 10. Parents teach their children the value of money. In many households, speaking openly about finance is taboo. Parents try to protect their children by not sharing if they're having financial troubles, or if they're wealthy, displaying that it's okay to splurge. By using 5 jars, many Jewish parents teach their children how to be money-wise. Each jar is labeled tithe, giving and offering, saving, investing, and spending. Children are given 10 shekels, and the child puts 1 in the tithe jar, 1 in the giving and offering, 1 in the savings, 2 in investing, and 5 in spending. The giving jar is opened up on Sundays. The tithe, which means 10th in Hebrew, is opened at the end of the month. The savings is opened on special occasions, and investing is only opened when full. Parents don't intervene, and the child is responsible for the money. But the children learn from their mistakes and take ownership of their decisions. Number 11. Wealth is managed effectively. Sages of the Talmud, the lives, sayings, and stories of 400 rabbinic masters, a book written by Mordecai Javoditz, is a great read. You can also hear it on Audible, and it shares many words of wisdom, including how to manage money with spiritual motivation. The book also touches on finances and diversification. What diversification means is that capital is allocated in a way that doesn't expose too much to one particular risk or asset, but rather spreads it out to reduce the risk. To sum it up in its most basic form, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Number 12, networking is important. Hey Luxers, we all know how networking opens doors and business opportunities, and only by actively engaging with others can we grow our business and wealth. People do business with those they know, trust, and who are genuine. With Jewish communal life, there is ample opportunity to network. The Sabbath, synagogue, and Jewish celebrations help to build long-lasting relationships, both business and personal. Number 13, look at the past to plan the future. Hey Luxers, we've all heard the saying, history repeating itself. The Jewish community are aware that any circumstances arising now are not new. By looking at similar situations that have happened in the past, it's easier to make better business and financial decisions for the future. Patterns repeat themselves. Wealth is gained by learning those patterns or trends, understanding market cycles, and gaining a foothold on worldwide currency. Kelso Kukirkorn, author of The Secrets of Jewish Wealth Revealed, beautifully writes, "Until now, your money has told you what to do and how much to work. Now you're going to turn that around. You'll learn how to tell your money what to do and how much to work for you." Number 14, advice from one of the richest. Mark Zuckerberg was raised in a Reform Jewish household. He had a Star Wars-themed bar mitzvah. He was just 19 when he started Facebook in 2004. Zuckerberg says he's become more religious since becoming a father and often dispenses great advice for up-and-coming business leaders. He says, "Some people dream of success while others wake up and work hard for it." To help you along your financial journey, we highly recommend you watch our video, 10 Life Hacks That Actually Work, where we explain an interesting concept called Parkinson's Law. Check it out. Number 15, the simple truth. Hey Luxers, it is true there are a lot of Jewish people that are rich, but it's also true there are a lot that are poor. The same goes for every other person, Jewish or not. The Torah does teach beautiful principles for success in life, which we can all learn from. Self-learning, education, and a hunger to learn will set you on the right path to becoming financially secure. Rebbetzin Dana Weinberg, Orthodox Jewish Rebbetzin and founder and dean of Ayat College of Jewish Studies for Women in Jerusalem, shares advice we can all take in. There are no problems, only opportunities for growth. Well, Aluxers, what lessons can you take away from today's video? Share your thoughts with us in the comments.
Interesting stuff. They, like the forecast said in the chat, so they're just going to skip over all the blood money crimes they committed, like all the nepotism. Like, are they just going to, skip all over that stuff? But Kevin Carey, what say you to this?
Hey, don't forget that the day that Michael Jackson died, there was a big story in the paper that a lot of the I think the Hasidims in New Jersey were caught for organ smuggling. They were harvesting organs and smuggling it. And they don't talk about, I used to live in Brooklyn. I lived in Crown Heights for a bit, for almost 30 years. I missed it by 1 year, but a lot of them people that was living over there, I knew people that were like maids in their house that took care of their kids. They were saying how these people affording these houses. They're only doing all day is staying home and study. They were getting a lot of welfare from the city. And look that up too. Look up how a lot of these welfare scams are them.
Yep.
But I digress.
They grabbed them by the dozens in those welfare scams, man. Scams. Let me hear from Tanzan this time. Tan, what say you to all of this?
Wow, that was like a prop piece or an ad for I think who are the ad wizards who came up with that one? But that was the most positive historical whitewash I've ever seen. But good job, whoever did that. But when it comes to credit and all that, credit is like debt slavery and versus regular slavery. But in the Bible, you can the Jews are instructed that they can enslave anyone from
Yes.
the regular population. So that's something. And then the whole thing with the interest, you can charge anybody interest except your own.
Yep.
That might have something to do with the the rise of banks. And the funny thing is that they are the people who practice the least of what they preach. They can be out there, just preaching, in charge of the corrupt banking industry, the greedy banking industry, the corrupt Hollywood, the sick pony. That's all them. But yet, when they are practicing, they're all this traditional and covered up and studying and the family and all that. It's just interesting to me. But I'll
I
try to be nice.
I agree, Tan. Like I mentioned earlier, that Jane Elliott link, like she's talking about, is a Jewish dude who's talking about how to improve the population for the white race, man, and how you don't want to do things that would benefit people, so-called people of color, and all that kind of stuff. There's a Jewish dude doing that. Most of the big things that happen in the States, like the Civil War and all that kind of stuff, it's like Jewish dudes who were heavy in that stuff, like the continuation of slavery in North America and all that kind of stuff. Like these dudes were heavy in that. The whole Ma'afa, they were the guys giving out the insurance for the ships and all that kind of stuff, man. Like they were heavy in this stuff. But if you say something about it, you have to, seemingly take it back. Razuli, what say you to this?
I mean, what can I say? I'm gonna need them. So, but I I see a lot. The positive thing I see from that is that they're very heavy on family, whatever we call it, nepotism, which is something that we could take from that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, especially the community that I'm in right now, especially when I interact with them and I hear them talk, it's like they a lot of them are practicing stay within the culture, because when I drive around, I see the women, they all wearing skirts, even if they have sweatpants under the skirts is over, and the men are wearing pants. So they like whatever they say, it's part of their culture. Whatever how they do it breeds success in this world. So I mean, I get what everybody is saying, and of course, history. When you look at history, they've been there doing stuff behind the scenes. But so one of the things that I think is very, if we could take from them, is that the cohesiveness of the community. When he was talking about, I was speaking to one of this guy, this Jewish guy. He said, "Yo, like," and I think they mentioned that in there, like, if there's like some stores in a Jewish neighborhood and one is not making them money, the other stores up their price up and force the consumers to go on the other guy's shop who's suffering from business. And once he catches up, then they bring the price down to the regular. So they, like, I don't know. There's some part. It's like, what part of it is that, like they said, the bar mitzvah, all of that, which is grounded in rituals, like all of those are positive stuff. So yeah, I get what everybody's saying.
Let's hear from Brother Bakari.
What's up, my man? I noticed the one brother, he said the one just spoke for me. He got a lot of smoke for black folks, but he's talking real nice about them damn nasty ass shysters. But boy, he got a lot of smoke for
That's
black
nice.
folks, though.
Yo, I
Yeah.
told you,
Nope, I
Bakari.
didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you
Hold
off.
on, no,
No,
listen.
no. It's not let no. No, you got to let me finish. The Jews,
Go ahead, bro.
the Jews were the shipbuilders. And by the way, Yahweh being Yahweh Shah, we the original Jew, see. All you got to do is look on the corner. You can tell why the Hebrew Israelites doing good right now. Look how you can see why they dress so nice because they
Yeah, how old was Black Bukhari?
because they the Jew, because they the original Jews. But man, this just a bunch of this probably some Jewish people that did this.
Oh yeah,
that did this little video here. The Jews were the shipbuilders, the insurers. Everywhere they ever been, they got kicked out because they were thieves. How did they get their money? People don't want to. People don't want to talk about them being thieves. They're, all those white people work together, like y'all was talking about them with the welfare scams. And now you look every year, they get government assistance from all around the world to Israel to give to other Jews, but you want to talk about their hard work. Their hard work. Look at all the money the United States give them every year. Okay, they can write some stories. They run Hollywood. Okay, who want to be part of Hollywood? But they pushing that LGBT stuff all down your throat. I guess some people want to be a part of it. Then they say they want to. Jay-Z lyric was given. I've never really. I heard people talking about that song. I thought the song was a bunch of BS myself personally, but they say he was giving credit to Jews because he said, "What's more important than some credit?" How the hell he telling people? Because he done figured out build my credit up. How the hell is that giving Jews credit? How is that giving talking positive about Jews? Because I realized in this society, I need to keep my credit score up. So that means I learned that from Jews. To hell with them damn hook nose bagel eating shysters. I'm not like the guy right before me who got real who's real nice, who gonna speak real nice of the Jews, but got a whole lot of smoke for black folk. I yield the mic.
his voice gets soft and all, right?
Yes, sounded like a completely different person when it came to talking about them white folk.
Yo,
What is that,
Bakari,
Bakari? What is that,
don't do
Bakari?
me, Bakari, don't do me like that, man. Don't do me like that, man.
Hey
I
guys,
didn't do you like that. You did it to you. Everybody heard it. Everybody heard it. You called me a simp for saying the dude should have gave the food to some kids. You called Mr. Untouchable a simp. But when it comes to the Jews, well, you know, but even when they talk about the bar mitzvah, that's a good positive thing too. What the hell? Them the same folks that built these ships that put your ancestors on the bottom of it and got them the head.
Damn. Hey, Bakari, so that black girl should have been a Jewish girl, Bakari.
Oh yes, boy. Shit, they ain't gonna have no smoke for none of them.
My man talking like he's sucking on a lollipop. That's some bullshit right there. You gotta defend yourself. You gotta defend yourself, Urzuli. Quickly.
I'm gonna defend myself after. Go ahead.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Let's go to Jay. Jay, what say you?
Remember, Holocaust means praising sacrifice. So these people sacrifice millions of their own to push through, to gain eternal praises and pity from the whole world and government assistance. Yeah, these people are I know. Why are we calling them people? You know, are they human? And to speak of an example, an example for us black folks, I rather point to the Turks. The Turks are a good example of a community that is everywhere where a Turk is. The country is also, you know, the nation where one Turk is, the Turkish nation is there. I mean, fuck these fakers, man. And it's true, brother Bakari. It's us. Read that book, and you will recognize that can only be about us, and not these fakers, these shysters, these demons, man. No.
So to be, to be fair, I guess, before I go to the last three panelists, to be fair, the conversation is probably going to go to the notion that, yeah, they might be shysters, fakers, this, that, and the other, but, and to Tanzan's point, these guys these guys pretend to be on some type of code that they're not really on, right? They're hypocrites. But the conversation, I'm sure, is going to go to look at the 15 points. Are the 15 points something, if adopted and truly practiced in a Black community, are they worthwhile for the Black community? So with that said, let me go to observing immigrants and hear her thoughts.
Hi again. Yeah, you pretty much summed it up because after that 15 points, all I heard was family, wealth management, and community building. Those were the three things that I took away from that. And in my opinion, that's accessible to all races. It's just a matter of applying it to make it work. They spoke about the Jews, but they were talking about the Ashkenazi Jews. What happened to the Sephardic Jews? Are they poor? And in terms of wealth, we have rich people around the world. What about the Muslims in Dubai? What about the Black people who are rich in the Caribbean and in Africa? So I would assume that wealth is from the same thing. I mean, a lot of rich people in the Caribbean are rich because of education, financial literacy, and community. So, yes, the Jews, I think, are perceived more as the dominant wealthy people, especially in America, because I don't think in the Caribbean we think about them that much in terms of wealth, because there are not that much Jews that I'm aware of in the Caribbean. So wealth, I don't think is narrowed down to just the Jews. Like, you can be Black and wealthy in the Caribbean, nobody thinks twice. But in America, I think they push that Jews are the dominant wealthy ones. In terms of the religion, as an atheist, I side eye all religions because most religions are based on money.
Yeah.
No matter what religion it is, most of them are based on money. So the Jews being wealthy, that's nice, but again, all I heard was family, education, and financial literacy from that, which is applicable to anyone and available to anyone. Just the application of it is necessary.
I feel you on that, observing immigrants. I do. Let me take it to Oni this time. Oni, what say you?
Okay, I changed my mic. You guys hear me better?
A little bit better. Go ahead.
Still trash.
Crazy. What? I just opened this. How about now? All right, whatever. It could just be my computer, I guess. All right. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, well, Arzuli. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that was Arzuli because he sounded so different. He was just, like, I didn't know which one was the propaganda piece, the video or Arzuli. No, but yeah, I mean, so there's this quote in Malcolm X's autobiography where he says, Senator Barry Goldwater at the time, 1964 presidential campaign, had a joke where he says it was that a white man, a Negro, and a Jew were given one wish each. The white man asked for securities, the Negro asked for a lot of money, and the Jew asked for some imitation jewelry and that colored boy's address, But like, in the video they were saying, the past repeats itself, history repeats itself, and I think that's part of the history that they know to take advantage of. They know to take advantage of Black folk and how we are, but they also know how to take advantage of like selling us into slavery or like organ transfer, or like you guys pointed out, the what's his face? I think. What was it? It was welfare thing. So it's like they, this video, the propaganda piece, and I mean the video, right? Propaganda piece was so tame. It was like, oh, they only do normal business practices, but a lot of that money is, under the table, underhanded things nobody really want to do. Like who want to sell organs? I who want to steal organs from like high schoolers and children? Yeah. Not me. Like a lot of Black folk are. I mean, I guess it's starting up and it's doing a little bit in Africa right now. But again, like that's after deep westernization. But who brought it to us? And it's like you just got to point at these people. Well, not just them exclusively, but like whites in general are up to this. And I'm telling you, these people they might keep the money in the community. They might do some good business practices, but they also do a lot of bad business, and that's part of the reason why they have that way. And
Yes.
and the video should acknowledge that, please. Well, I mean, I knew it wouldn't, but
Yeah, of course they ain't gonna do that, but yeah.
Like we should look
Let's hear from the forecast.
All right, yeah, and I'll be quick. I do have a problem with these shysters. You know what I'm saying? And the term shyster comes from what they used to call them here in America. That's an American term for them. You know what I'm saying? And the sister was right though. You know what I'm saying? The principles. That's how you build wealth, but that's not how they built wealth. You know what I'm saying? But to answer the question though, why are they richer? Is because why they're richer than us? Because even in words with attitude, NWA let one of them be in control of their money, their finances, their decisions, and all of that stuff. That's why they're richer than us. You know what I'm saying? And they live by this code. They live by it. You know what I'm saying? Like we got countless examples of it. You know what I'm saying? And of course they're not our friends. We all know that. But like and like all y'all was saying, like how they built their wealth, like how they're part in the slave trade. They was the part, like they was most of the owners of the Dutch West Indian Company, the people who was transporting the ships. You know what I'm saying? They was a part of the North because they wanted to keep slaves and all of that stuff. Like we know their role in history, and that's what they've always done. Like Bakari said, that's why they keep getting kicked out of, you know what I'm saying, everywhere they go. And then, by the way, they never pulled themselves up by their own bootstraps. Like, I want black people to know black people have been the only people in recent history that have pulled themselves up by our bootstraps. We may have let it go, but we have the only people who have done that. They give out groups. Do y'all realize the person who was considered the first black president, right, who went over to Israel to tell them they had the hardest struggle, whatever, talking about the Holocaust, talking about how they need to get reparations, and this was the quote unquote first black president. And then to Bakari point, they got Michael Jackson, they talked about Jay-Z, Jada Kiss, and all they did was make compliments, but then they also produce all of this music and make billions of dollars of black people talking about killing each other, saying the N-word, and all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, I can go on and on about them because, there's a whole lot of stuff, but I'm going to stop right there, though.
In the chat, the sister who was with us a second ago, in the chat, she goes by Marcos Gavi, is the way to free minds. She says, these people are not in the land with resources, so their wealth has to be underhanded, right? She says, their people have no natural resources. Their wealth is not resource-based, just underhanded. And I understand that sentiment. Thank you for that. I think I got everyone except Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I think after listening to all of the panelists' arguments, I think that it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful that the black folks take such a moral position on the acquiring of wealth in the West. I think that it's so beautiful that they still hold on to the tradition that in Africa you could have left something on a table and go away and then come back and still find out all the stuff still there on the table. We take such a moral position on things, but understand, brothers and sisters, that in the West is a gangster society. You know what I mean? It's like most people acquire their wealth through gangsterism. And I understand that most of us don't want to engage in these kinds of practices because we have a degree of morality, but understand that when the Jews do what they do, there's a distinction between the Goyim, which is the unbelievers, like the Arabs say unbelievers, and then there's their people who they act in a certain way, respect certain traditions and so forth and so forth. They have these things mapped out within their religion, within their cultural practices and so forth. And I think that we play a game where we should be moral to the world as well, moral to the world, and not moral to us. You know what I mean? And how we engage in our own practices as well. Most groups of people do this, in particular in the West. The West, from its foundations, is a gangster society. How do you think that 3% of the population which is Jews, are able to control the United States of America? Do you think that they had to engage in gangsterism to do things like that? So I don't fault them for that. I fault them for I fault us for not understanding how the game is played and starting to play it correctly. You know what I mean? The correct way to play the game is to follow the game plan of the winners. These people have a smaller percentage of people in the West than we do. 3% where we are 14%, but they are winning where we are not. So what are they doing that we could emulate and practice to get on the top, just like they did? If that's the case. And I understand the need for us to be moral, and I respect morality. But when we talk morality, we should talk about morality within our own ranks. I respect my mother, I respect my community, but out there, I'm a savage. I'm a savage for that money. You know what I mean? To compete, to do whatever I need to do to ensure and fortify my community just like they do. You know what I mean? That's the game. That is the game. That's the rules of the game. I understand. Like I say, I understand my brothers and sisters don't think on a predatory level, but this is the West. This is the Wild Wild West. You know, we worship gun show. You know what I mean? Showdown at noontime where we where we pull out the gun and shoot it, you know, where the cowboy should shoot out a cowboy. That's the mentality of some people. So you have to play by the rules of that game. Not the game of morality for everyone. We all are human beings and we all should respect one another. You're gonna lose at that game plan. But that's my philosophy. You know what I mean? I don't mean to disrespect one on the panel. I love the fact that everyone take a moral position of looking at things in a humane way. I'm just saying that that's not how the United States or the West itself was established.
You know, as you were speaking, Mr. Untouchable, I figured I figured you were going to go in that direction, and I don't disagree. In fact, I was actually trying to find this tweet from Oni. Maybe it was a week ago now, and that's why I can't find it. I thought it was closer than that. But there was a tweet that Oni had talking about this morality issue with Black society. Oni, you want to talk about that now?
Oh, I don't remember that. I thought you were gonna bring it up.
Where's that mic though?
What you say?
You say your mic is shit.
What was his mic though? You know what I'm saying? What was I gonna say though? No, I want to say to what Mr. Untouchable just said though. You know, the thing that gets me sad a little bit is that realistically, these people are doing all that immoral shit to us, you know, to Black folk, because they're not really going pulling on white folk the same way. You know, maybe they might steal a few organs of white folk and then get locked up. But like for the most part, it's us that's going to suffer. So I think part of the reason why they can get away with it in the West, whereas they get kicked out of every other country, is because they can do it to us as a population. And so when Mr. Untouchable's, you know, describing this, you know, it's really like it really brings to mind how realistically the victims that he's kind of justifying or like saying, hey, this is all right. It's like the victims in question are our own people. So it's like, for me, it's like I can't really, you know, I mean, like, even though I do have something saying that we shouldn't be all this moral, you know, like I realize that, you know, the victims in question or the targets in question, the people that are being, you know, taken like underhanded. Because like even like I said with the senator back, because remember the senator joke, this is a white man. You know, this is a white man saying, oh yeah, the Jew is gonna try to take advantage of the Negro. You know, like this is a white man. He's not even like he's not even one of us. He's not one of us saying, oh, these Jews are targeting us. A white man is saying this. You know, so it's just like, yeah, they do that underhanded shit, but they do it against us, and that's where it's like, and that's partly why they get away with it. You know.
Here's the here's the tweet I was talking about. Right here, I just found it a second ago. The tweet was, I think Black people are too noble, and it's costing us an understanding of this savage world. A lot of our ancestors had great characters, Garvey, King, X, all great. But why these ancestors were savages and they are in power, but we as Blacks continue to be so regal and confused. That's the tweet I was talking about. And the idea I was the connection I was making with it is that we do tend to accept, like I retweeted to that tweet, except we know how to be savage against one another. We know how to make ourselves the victim and not victimize others. But we do suffer from this thing where we're not savage enough against these other folks. And so these other folks take complete advantage of us in the situation. Let's bring back observing immigrants. What say you, sis?
What you said is correct. But to to me, I don't think we should ever lose that what the person said regalness about it. I don't think we should lower ourselves um morally, just to make a dollar. Because there's some things you just can't come back from. And Europeans are savages, let them have that. Um and you are right. We know how to be savage with each other, and I don't know if that's going to end, but it is something that should end. That's all I have to say.
Tanzan, what say you? I see in the chat you said is it nobility, morality, or just fair? Talk about it.
Yeah, I just think it's just fear. Because if what is moral, what is good anyway? If something is moral or good, it's supposed to be good for you or your community, at least your community. But a lot of the times, it's not. What we do does not stem from some higher purpose or good. We just don't do it because we're afraid of, being out of the crowd. We're afraid of standing out. We're afraid of doing the right thing. So I think it's a lack of morality, really, because if we had any morals, we wouldn't let, especially the things that are happening to our children, continue to happen. There's no morality or honor in that. So, no, I don't think that it's moral. I think that we do display that we have that capacity for anger and vengeance and what they call savagery. I call getting justice. So we have shown the capacity for that. Unfortunately, we turn it inward. So when we stand inward like we're doing right now, that's not morality. When we stand up for something and we actually fight for something, then that's what I can call nobility.
Yeah. Observing immigrants early in the chat said something I like. She said, Jews are Europeans hiding behind religion. Click Clack is still here. Click Clack says, we're not all humans. Forecast, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, because I think black people, and I think the emotional side, because, I don't think it's smarts or athletics. I think it's the emotions get caught up. And, we can't keep worrying about right and wrong, good and bad. There is or there is not. You win or you're not. You're in control of your own destiny or you're not. You know what I'm saying? Good and bad is defined by the beholder. You know what I'm saying? I think it's good that I control my own destiny by any means, but somebody else might think it's bad, so.
Yes, sir. I want to thank you all.
One last thing, Koku, before you go.
Can I say something
Yes, sir.
before you close out, Koku? Oh,
All right, go ahead. Mr. Untouchable and then Brother Bakari.
Yeah, as far as the morality is concerned, when a lion kills a gazelle, even a baby gazelle, right? There's no right and wrong with these kinds of things. Either he has a meal or he doesn't. You know what I mean? And we are whether we want to admit this or not, we are a part of the animal kingdom. That's a reality. You know what I mean? So I understand we come up with a lot of social mores about how human beings should exist on this planet, but the reality is that we are a part of the animal kingdom. Either you eat or be eaten. And I understand and I respect the fact that my brothers and sisters stand for this ideal of morality and principle and all these things. These are beautiful things to want to achieve and to aspire to. But the reality is either you the lion or you the gazelle, and you have to choose which one you want to be.
Mr. Untouchable, that's something like what Khalid Muhammad said. When it's time for war, even the babies gotta go, right?
Exactly.
Especially them.
No, watch this, right? So first,
especially the baby.
First, I'm gonna let. Okay, I was just clowning when I said we the real Jews. I had to put that out there for somebody to think I'm real. But anyway, that's why I tell anybody this moral thing. Moral don't get nothing done, right?
Yeah.
That's why I tell people Don King Don King is the greatest businessman in the history of this country. You want to talk about how smart a damn Jew is? Look and see how Don, because everybody like to talk about what Don King did to black boxers. Look how he outsmarted all them damn Jews and kicked them out. It was black people that came back and helped them go against damn Don King. It was black boxers. Don King made black folks filthy rich. He outsmarted the Jews. He played the game the way it was supposed to be played. He outsmarted them damn Italian mafias. He was more mafia than they ass. They was done with boxing. Don King. That's why when people talk about business, I said, look at Don King. Don King show you how business is supposed to be done in this country. When it come to my people, yes, on more. But out here in the world, it is predator versus prey. I did a video on that and YouTube took it down. But it is predator versus, it is you either predator or you prey. And right now, we the zebra. My video is showing how everything eat the zebra and everything is eating us. But I'm not gonna give no Jew no credit when I know they the greatest welfare recipients in the world. The whole world give them welfare every year. And we will talk about their family. I don't know nothing about their family. I don't know. But I know when you hear them talk and the things that they do, all this homosexuality and everything that's going on, that's them. But we want to give them all that we can look past how the world give them welfare and put them, how white folk look out for white folk and make sure they're okay. So they can't give me that story about how smart they are, their morals, and they damn religion, talking about the Torah, and they truly don't follow the Torah. They follow the Talmud. You know, all this bullshit. Can't nobody give me that bullshit to tell me how great they are. The hell with a Jew. The hell with any of them folks. And I'm just being honest.
I
Because
agree.
when you look at the history of how they have what they have, it have nothing to do with those 15 points that those people, that woman, that Jew woman, I'm gonna say she was a Jew, that white Jew woman was given. Because when you look at it, because then everybody, because you know what they say when they come to us, how we fight one another. How many Jews was in the Nazi army putting Jews in oven, baking their ass? It was Jews doing that to them. But don't nobody want to talk about that. We want to talk about the greatness of the Jew and how black people and how we don't do this and we don't have the family thing together. And we don't, obviously they didn't have it together. The damn Lithuanian Jews hated the other Jews so much. When they killed them, they buried them for a week, dug them up, and set them on fire till everything about them turned to ash. Ain't nothing great about them. Nothing. Everything they did what white folks do. We need to learn some of that stuff from the white folks. Yeah, because it's time for us to fight back.
Well, don't let Achille hear you say that.
But I can't be, you know, because I don't give no white folk credit for nothing. No, honest, I don't brag on nobody. If they ain't black, ain't nobody gonna hear me say too much positive. No way. That's just the truth. But that's it. That's all I want to say. Don King is the greatest businessman in this country.
Yo,
Don King.
let me say something. The one thing that they doing that black people need to do is to make videos like that, which is again propaganda. Propaganda is the most powerful thing in the world. Number two, something that brother not brother Bakari, that Mr. Untouchable said, that the lion eats the gazelle. Do you know what the lion does? The lion eats one gazelle. When he's full, he doesn't kill all these gazelles to put and hide. So the animal kingdom, yes, it might be savagery as we look at it. A lion might kill a gazelle, but he's not going to kill 10 gazelle and 15 gazelle and hide them for no reason. A lion eats for hunger or to protect their own territory. A lot of humans or whatever, they don't do that. They eat, and are happy to take from other people while you can survive on 100K a year. But no, you want to do 1 million while other people are suffering. So let's not get it that this world is a eat dog world. The animal kingdom, there's a lion cat that when he's hungry, his tail is down. When he's fed, he put his tails up to give warning to the other little gazelle and zebra. So even in nature is not as savagery as the human race is, as we want to say. So I agree with what savagery to restore morality is what I'm for. Like, yeah, if you can't learn from me, tell you not to do it, then I got to go up on you and make you suffer in order for you to learn. So I agree with that. But at the end of the day, I don't talk about we have to be like them to be like, no, because this is not who you are. You're not with the usury thing. But even in the Bible said you should not be doing usury. You should not be, because in the Bible it says like an Israelite is not supposed to loan other people money to make interest. But you know what they do? They do it to other people, which is they're violating their own rules. So I get what everybody's saying.
But brother, don't you think that we should, like, because you mentioned you like to eat or to protect their communities? Don't you think we should start protecting our communities, or do you think we have been doing that already?
No, I don't think we have been. We've been. I think a lot of us been doing it on the money situation, like because individualistically, a lot of us have achieved, but as a group, we haven't. But what I'm saying is, I agree to get savage to bring back order into the world. I don't agree to be savage and to live in their world. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, like, yo, because the Lions, like, they protect their community and they will get savage to do that, and we haven't. So, like, I can't say like we're less than them because they've done something we have not done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I agree. Like I was just referring to the fact that people say, "Oh, the nature is just savage." No, it's not, because there's laws and everything. Like if a crocodile eats and he's full, he's not gonna eat another. He's not gonna kill another animal just to sake for killing another animal.
But unless it comes around his eggs, then it will, though.
That's what that's the difference.
But they're around our eggs right now. They've been around our eggs for like a long time. So maybe we should be able to, like, you know what I'm saying, turn up like that crocodile or wood around their eggs. You know what I'm saying? They're around our eggs. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with that. But I'm saying for people to, like, okay, what I'm saying is if it's to protect your eggs, to protect your people, I'm down with the savagery. I'm not down with the savagery so you could perform like them in their own world. Like, oh, I'm a CEO, I own 8 So for example, I'm gonna give you this before I go.
Bro, we got to crush them.
One thing. You ever heard of Brother Polite? Yeah. So, brother, I went to a store downtown Brooklyn before Brother Polite blew up. This dude was talking to people, talking about, oh, him and his people own mines in Africa, and they were paying people to mine diamonds and gold for them. And at that time, I was a young man. I looked at it, I was like, bro, so you like the drug dealer, rather to get it from me than from them. So I'm not with that type of, let me be a savage in order to perform and to be equal to them. I'm all about, if you're gonna be a savage to return this whole world into what it used to be. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. Savagery against them, to crush them. We got to crush everybody so we can be on top. Just that simple.
Yeah, whatever motivation you need to be savage, then take it. You know what I'm saying?
My final statement is that I appreciate y'all brothers for coming on. Thank you, Observant Immigrant, for coming on. I would really like to talk about Mia Motley. As a Bayesian person, I have a big I'm not a Bayesian, but since you're a Bayesian, I have a big interest in hearing what you have to say about the Prime Minister of Barbados. So next time, I hope to have a good, interesting conversation with you again. So thank you for coming on again.
What's a Bayesian?
Somebody from Barbados.
Barbados. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about black and Asian. All right.
Blasian. Oni, you have the show in the morning, correct? What can we look forward to?
Oh yeah, I was going to talk about the senator getting caught almost stealing organs and so forth.
Oh
yeah. But like other things, it's actually going to be a long list, but so I'm gonna try to go quick. But I got some new transitions, so y'all wait for that one. That's I got the ABA transition. I'm so proud of that one. I played it twice.
Jay, Black Pentagrammers, when are you guys back? Jay or Tanzan?
Yeah, we have had some technical difficulties yesterday. Gastemap is a foreigner for a moment, and and the connection is a bit weak. But I expect to be there this Friday again.
Okay, all right, Brother Bakari. When can we look forward to seeing your live stream this week?
Man, Monday is our independence, man. Proud to be an American, man. You're going to see me Monday, proud to be an American. Well, at least I know I'm...
You sound like Razuli.
Hey, look, hey.
Damn.
But I'm joking, but I am going to do the video Monday, proud to be an American, but it's a joke. I'm going to see what response I get. I'm going to see what response I get about proud to be an American.
Okay, so you guys subscribe to Brother Bakari's channel. Click the bell to be notified when he's on or when he uploads new content. The forecast. What about you this week? What's going on?
Yeah, well, so I guess Bakari gonna be on there Monday. I guess I'll go on there Tuesday or whatever. So I'll probably gonna do another one Tuesday.
Okay, cool. Like I said, we have some announcements to make next week. I'm waiting to hear back from another group. I'm waiting to hear back from them. But we will have an announcement one way or the other next week about some exciting news on the network. Urzul, you want to shout out something? Dudes.
I want to give a shout out to the people that hold me accountable today. I realize my fault and I'm trying to do better.
All right.
He's like, shout out to Jews and how they build their wealth.
Mr. Untouchable, what's going on with you this week, man?
Just busy working. You know, I try to catch as much lives as I can. Yeah. You know, y'all brothers have been fantastic always. Brother Bakari, Forecast, everyone I could, you know, try to when I doing work at night to try to listen to. Y'all brothers have been fantastic, man. Y'all keep me going. So y'all keep up the great work. Like I said again, observant immigrant. I hope to hear from you your thoughts on Mia Motley, you know, in Barbados. But it shouts out to the whole panel, man. I respect you all y'all brothers greatly, and sisters, by the way.
Salute, Mr. Untouchable.
Observing immigrants. Do you want to shout out anything before you go? You're muted.
Not really. It was just good being here. The conversation is very enlightening, and you know it's good to hear some Bahamians. Are other people from the other islands here?
Yeah, Urzuli is Haitian. Only Jamaican. Yeah, so we have we have a good little mix.
Yes, it's a good eclectic mix. We have people from all over the diaspora. We're trying to get some Spanish and French to come in here. Working on that, and then we have my brother from
Mississippi.
The Europe.
Cape Verde Island, living in the Netherlands.
Yes, Cape Verde. So we have an eclectic mix from all over the Black world. So you know, hopefully we'll get some very divergent views on different kinds of things. But it's just good to hear people from all over the world, man, with great views, man. So it's just good to have this panel, you know.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Please come back again. Observing immigrants. In the private chat says she went to Codrington. I had a lot of friends when I was growing up. I came up in the Anglican church, and I had a lot of friends who went to Codrington. To study.
Yeah, but a lot of Bahamians were there. I think only one guy from Turks and Caicos was in my class, but a lot of Bahamians were there in every year that I was there.
Yeah. So shout out to Barbados and Codrington. Did I get everyone? Did I get Kevin Carre or did he bounce? Right? No, Kevin Carre is here. Kevin Carre, you want to shout out something?
Yeah. I'm gonna start back to my photo project again. I just took a long mental break from basketball season, so I'm back on the grind again.
Okay, all right. Tanzan, I think you're the last one to speak now. I know you usually have your show on Tuesdays. What can we look forward to this week?
Thank you for Yeah, only for coming last week. That was a very good conversation.
No problem.
I this week I think we're going to be talking about raising children. You know, this whole thing about corporal punishment. So yeah, we'll look into that. So
Okay.
Tuesdays on Swahili Nation. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll swing through. 9 times out of 10, I try to swing through all the things y'all doing. So I'll probably be there.
When is her show on the East Coast? What time is her show on the East Coast?
It's like around 3 p.m.
Oh, so it's on Tuesdays?
Yeah, only it was 3 p.m. right?
In California, it's 11 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, that's 2 o'clock on the East Coast.
Oh, it's 2 o'clock. 2 p.m. on the East Coast.
So on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Swahili Nation.
You gotta subscribe and ring the bell, you know, and then you get notified when it comes.
Yeah,
out.
well, Swahili Nation puts something out every half hour, man. They are prolific. Trust me.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, but definitely check out Tan on Tuesdays, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like I said, most of the folks you see here now swing through there, so it's a good time. Anyway, glad to see all of you on the panel tonight. Hope to see you guys again next week and in the near future. You guys in the chat, thank you for all being here tonight, making it a nice night. Make sure to hit the like button if you didn't already. Make sure to share the show if you can. And let people know. Invite a few people to come through and join the panel or join the chat. And let's make these conversations even more robust. If you
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Dad.
Mr. Bacardi was rough tonight.
It's not Bacardi. That's the problem. It's Bakari, but okay.
Bakari.
Yeah. Thank you, Sister Raw. The forecast.
Peace, everybody.
Brother Bakari, Jay, Kevin Carre, Mr. Untouchable, only from the pro-black perspective, Tanzan, and everyone who was in the chat, KW Don 7, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, Jonelle, and others, for being here tonight. I'll see you guys next week. Make sure you guys tune into Brother Bakari during the week. Tune into the forecast as well on Tuesday.
So when is his show in the week?
This guy here, boy.
Yo, I'm just asking for info. Like,
yeah, okay. So Brother Bakari says he's going on Monday. I didn't get a time. Brother Bakari, what time on Monday?
It'll probably be Monday around 11 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yep, in the morning. Yep.
Okay. Oh, yeah, because it's a holiday, yeah. And then forecast, what time are you on Tuesday? About?
Like 9:30 night on East Coast time.
Okay, cool. So now you got it, Azuli and others. But if you subscribe to the channels and click the bell, you'll be notified when they're coming on, and you'll be notified.
That's not
30
true.
minutes.
That's not true, bro.
That's true. No, you're right. You're right, because somebody was on.
They
last
shadow
night.
ban you.
Yeah, someone was on last night. I think it was Brother Bakari, and I didn't get no notification. I just happened to go on YouTube and see it. So you're right. But anyway, I don't want to prolong this any longer. Join the Discord. You could get all those updates about whose show is coming out. And like I said, we have some news coming next week on Shoot the Breeze. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. I'll see you guys. This guy going to take his kids live on air. You guys be good. I'll see y'all next week.
Peace.
Peace.
Great.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.